time thriller as goalie Jordan Bennington saves the Canadiens multiple times early in the extra session before three-time NHL MVP Connor McDavid nets the game winner. Canada beats the Americans 3-2. Tough news from the NBA. Second-year sensation Victor Wembanyama averaging 24 points per game for the San Antonio Spurs. Wembanyama will miss the remainder of the season due to blood clots in his right shoulder. And the anchor of the Cowboys offensive line, veteran guard Zach Martin, 7 times an All-Pro, is set to announce his retirement. From the Crumhead Cap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and quite a sports night in America. Good morning, Brian. How we doing?
Bro. How you doing, man?
I'm great, man. I had a cool night last night. I was out in Annapolis. I'll tell the truth. Pete Medhurst had been highly involved with the Annapolis Touchdown Club for a number of years and emceed their event. And obviously we were all saddened by Pete's passing. And they needed somebody, and they reached out to me, friend of a friend. Actually, you know Jim Bellevue. Jim Bellevue was kind of the point of contact there. And I was happy to step in and try to – nobody's filling Pete's shoes, but just try to help out. And it was a really fun, cool night.
You played the role of closer.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. But B, I'm not really a clutch performer. You know what I mean? I think I'm better in like the 7th inning than the 9th. But it was a really cool. I mean, it was packed. And they honored some young men. This kid Malik Washington is a name for us to know. B, he is 3-time player of the year at Archbishop Spalding, and Locks has already recruited him. He's already at Maryland. Like he's starting early, I guess.
Oh, hey, smart man.
Yeah, dude. I think the guys in that room that I was talking to, like not on the podium, but just having real conversations with them. These are longtime high school football guys that know what they're doing, know what they're talking about. They're all saying this guy seems like an NFL player.
All right.
So that was exciting. Locks was there. The Navy coach was there, Brian Newberry, and I didn't know a lot about him. I know Navy was good last year, but he was cool as hell, dude. You would have enjoyed him, man. He had this Oklahoma twang to him. It was very cool. But the headliner of the night was John Riggins.
Riggo.
And getting to hang out with Riggo is just such a unique nobody could be more comfortable and unassuming and down to earth and just downright funny, man.
Oh, yeah. Riggo is just who he is. He can give a damn what you think. He's going to be him, and that's it.
Totally. he told some great stories. He told the truth of the Sandra Day O'Connor story. We finally heard that from start to finish. Told the story of first meeting Joe Gibbs when Gibbs came out to Kansas and Riggo offered him a beer at 10 a.m. It was just
you know what?
It was great.
I will pay anything to be a fly on the wall for that situation right there.
He said Gibbs was just
I don't think I want one of those.
He said Gibbs was just in shock the whole time. He's like, I think he had PTSD.
But knowing Coach Gibbs, how he is, can you imagine him being offered a beer at 10 o'clock in the morning? you have flown out to meet the guy that you want to come out of retirement. They retired, didn't he?
Yeah, sat out, whatever you want to call it.
Trying to talk him to come back, and he's like, you want a beer? He's like, and this the guy we want to I guarantee Coach Gibbs sitting there about, oh Lord, this is what's really going on.
Well, B, when Gibbs, Rigo explained that when Gibbs turned the beer down, John's like, cool, I'll drink it. And he just drank both of them.
But you know what? I'm laughing, but I can see myself doing the same thing.
I can also see you doing the same thing. So the event kind of wrapped up, and a lot of, dude, it was cool. They honor youth coaches and high school coaches, and Pete's family was there, and his wife came up on stage, and they presented the family with an award. It was just a really well done, fun night. Shout out to the Annapolis Touchdown Club. They did a really so that ended, and you know how these things go. Everybody make a run to the bar in the hotel. Everybody wanted to watch the hockey game. So by the time we got in there,
to finish, Jay.
Did you?
Yep. And
where were you?
Well, at my house, because I
okay.
So with the Fire Stick, you can have both. You have 2 different screens up. You can have 8 different screens up with the Fire Stick. So I had the hockey game and Maryland basketball.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah.
So that's how we finally got it, right? We went to the hotel bar, and it was cool. It was just kind of really small. So then we went to this bar next door called West End Grill, which I've been to a couple times. My favorite, by a mile, my favorite part about the West End Grill, B, if you're ever in Annapolis, it's right like.
Oh, I've been to it.
It's right off Route 50. It's easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the highlight of my night was that the nice people at the Touchdown Club got me a car service, so I didn't have to worry about anything. This dude would take me when and where I wanted to go. West End Grill, the highlight is the urinals are made from old kegs. So I always get a kick out of going to the men's room at the West End Grill.
Just make sure that's the only keg that you release in, all right?
Yeah,
don't do no other kegs.
For sure.
That's just the West End Grill.
That's a good rule of thumb there. So we're in there and have the Terps on and the hockey game on.
Yeah.
And when Canada tied it up, I had a sense that thing was going to go to OT.
Well, listen, man, United States, they had so many opportunities that they didn't capitalize on. And when you're watching games like that, you see the puck right there. Dude, I mean, the goalie.
Matthews had so many
the goalie from Canada is all out of position, and they can't get the stick on it. You know, and it was about 3 or 4 of them like that. And you look at that over and over again, and you keep imagining, okay, this ain't going to end right. But it was good. I mean, it was entertaining the whole way. I love the younger brother, Kachuk. I love the younger brother. Younger brother, but normally the youngest is the one that comes out. He's probably the best or the baddest. You know,
sure.
You get beat up
like
all
you.
your life, then you realize, okay, I'm tired of this. And he got the first goal. I was like, okay, here we go now. But his brother got hurt, didn't he? Because he didn't play the third period at all.
Yeah, I think both the Kachuk boys going into the game were beat up, and I think just the way hockey guys are. I think Brady was the one that scored.
Yeah, Brady scored.
Yeah, and I think hockey guys just got through everything. I am not upset. Like, I am more proud of how awesome I think the U.S. played, and I enjoyed the tournament so much.
Yeah,
almost more than like I am upset that the U.S. lost. Like, in the moment, I was like, oh damn, like, fucking Canada. But like having slept on it, I enjoyed the hell out of that tournament. I love what seems like mostly really young guys for the U.S. And, you know, next year's the Olympics. I think the NHL players will be playing in it now.
Mm-hmm.
And Connor McDavid, the way real hockey guys talk about him is on the level of Crosby, Ovi. He's a special player.
And in that position right there, you knew he was going to seal that.
Yeah. And I think
I just wish it was somebody else passing him the puck than Crosby.
Sure.
I didn't want him to be involved with it.
I would love for him not to be involved. But it does feel.
You gotta give him his credit too. Dude's good.
Yeah, he's been good for a long time.
Hell yeah.
I wish he would just go away. Okay, yeah. So the NHL players are going to be in the Olympics next winter in Milan, which I hope I'm covering, frankly. But I think, you know, having McDavid score the goal and knowing the level of greatness that dude has. And McDavid throughout this Canada team was so loaded. Remember Joe B talking about these guys yesterday? It was awesome. I hate that they won, but I enjoyed the hell out of it.
You listen to PK Subban and those guys talk. They were very, very impressed with the United States team. And they were talking how, Canada's loaded. They were, hell, this team right here, because he picked the United States to win.
Right.
So, it was like they were loaded, but the United States, they wasn't sitting taking backseat to nobody.
Well, dude, what was really interesting is, Biz Nasty, Paul Bissonnette, who played, he's kind of carved out, Biz has kind of carved out a hockey commentary career in the same way Will Compton has in the NFL, in that Comp was in the NFL a long time. We all know he played for the Skins. Never a star, but always a great teammate and just like a funny guy to hear talk about the sport. And I think that's kind of like a Biz comp. I was listening to Biz talk on PFT's podcast earlier in the week, and he was saying what has changed so dramatically in the United States is that youth hockey is now ready to compete on a global scale. So this class, the Kachuk boys right now, right?
Yeah.
But the kids coming up under them, the U.S. hockey development is really, really strong.
But that's what they talk about, a lot of those guys on that team right there, where they all had known each other because they grew up together coming through that hole up through the ranks.
Right.
And they were so familiar with each other. And I think that right there helped them out a lot.
Hell yeah. So, we lose to Canada this time. Let's get them next winter for a gold medal. I'd rather have shout out to the 4 nations, but I imagine the gold medal still carries a little more weight.
Yeah, yeah. I think Candace Buckner, she wrote an article talking about, how in all essence, this it really doesn't mean as much as getting the Stanley Cup is, and it doesn't. But anytime you put country pride into anything,
sure,
the players give a damn. And like she was saying, we care because the players care. And I took it. My buddy Ben, he took it as, oh man, she's hating on it. I said, I don't think she's hating on it. When she made the statement, the players care, so we as fans care. That might be a shot at the rest of the sports. Because when they go into their All-Star game, they don't really care about the All-Star game like they do the other aspect of it. If they went in with the same passion that these guys went into this 4 Nations tournament with, then we would give a damn about the All-Star games more. But they seem to not give a damn about it, so why would we care? That's what I took it as.
Totally, dude.
Yeah.
That makes me think of 2 things. One, we've now referenced 3 Candace Buckner columns, I think, this week. We should get Buck. We should get Buck on the show next week.
Yeah.
2.
I liked what she was saying.
Did you read the article she wrote about the kid from Howard?
No, I didn't get that one yet. I'm gonna go read. Once I read this one, because Ben always gets something wrong. Let me just say that his little ass gets stuff wrong all the time. But when I read, I'm like, dude, I don't think she's saying what you're saying. So I said, I'm going to read some other stuff because we had mentioned it yesterday. So I'm going to go read all the little things she wrote because I like people that make you think about what the hell they're writing. I don't want to just be able to look at your stuff and automatically know. I want to have to think a little bit.
It's why the Post is the Post, man. When you can have Buck and Sverluga, and you know what I mean? Just the amount of great writers they have that are provocative and interesting. I just dropped the article about this kid, Blake Harper, the Howard recruit, in the text thread, so you can read that.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, man. So Van Pelt also said the same thing on his podcast, where it's like, if you don't care, talking about the players, how can they expect the audience to care? And I don't want to make it a comparison about the NHL and the NBA because that's just so cliche at this point. There's really no comparison. But you think about the biggest stars in the sport. Unfortunately, Crosby to McDavid last night to seal this tournament. The Kachuk boys, everybody that was playing in it, versus LeBron opting out of the game 90 minutes before it tips.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That
they care.
That tells you the story.
And I understand he wanted to be healthy to get a run for a championship, but still, if you play, you bring more interest to it. But I just got a little text, Jay. So we are doing the show from Milan next year. Someone's getting a place for us to do the show from there. So we just got to get to Milan, and we're gonna take care of the rest.
Yo, that sold.
Look at your
very much sold.
Look at your
they got Radio Row.
Look at your text thread, baby. Look at your text thread. We're gonna have Radio House.
Dude, speaking of the text thread and the person that just texted us, so the Annapolis folks were nice and gave me some seats. I wanted you to come. Maybe next year you can come. We had a fun time though, right? And one of the guys that was able to make it out there was our dear friend AD. Yeah. And we were watching the end of the hockey, but we also had the Terps game on. Mm-hmm. And
Queen is a special one, bro.
Yo, he is
but
really,
he looks
really good.
He looks old school. He plays old school basketball, dog. He has every move under the sun, and he rarely jumps. I like it.
Dude, his game is so different.
Yeah.
And I read this story from CBS Sports by Matt Norlander, and I've sent him a message. If anybody knows Matt, we'd love to get him on the show next week to talk. Kevin Willard is the Maryland head coach. And I think coaches always want to jazz up their guys. I understand that. But here's what Willard said, and I think this is absolutely true. If he was European and white, he'd be the first pick in the draft. He gets a little penalized because he doesn't have the greatest athleticism. He has better ball handling skills than most guards. He's like a 15-year vet in the fact he knows and understands the game.
He gets to the hole. He gets where he wants to go. His game to me reminds me a lot of the Joker, where they don't move very fast, but they always seem to be open for open shot. You know what I mean? Can pass, can do it all. So, I mean, the whole thing about it is, listen, man, he'll get in the league and he'll be somebody going to be there forever. Other guys will have all that athleticism, they'll be in and out.
His game is crazy. You add Juju Reese, and you know, I don't know that he gets enough credit, and frankly, I wonder if some of it is because his sister occupies all the attention for the Reese family possible, just because Angel is such a star and compelling personality. But how many kids with a real game to them, right? This is not, I imagine there are some kind of bench warmer players that last 4 years at one college, but how many kids are starters, are major contributors for 4 seasons at the same college? That just doesn't happen anymore.
No, they don't. They're gone quickly, but I think what you got to understand, sometimes having that extra experience or that game experience in college can help you at the next level too. Because everybody is not the guy going to show up and then he can just go to next year. Because what happens when most guys go in 1 year? The first year or two, they don't look like that. Everybody's not LeBron. LeBron was looking good from day one. There are a lot of guys who go 1 year in college or they didn't go to college and they get to the next level and they realize that, oh boy, this is different than what I thought it was. And I think the kid Queen, he's special, dog.
He is special. The Terps have really, really recruited the transfer portal well. And I know that might sound weird, but talking with all these high school and college football coaches last night, the transfer portal is where they spend kind of the bulk of their time and the bulk of their money now. It almost seems like, now it depends on the program and stuff. It's like 70-30 portal to high school recruiting.
Uh-huh.
And that's both in allocation of time and cash. Maryland's done a really good job. I mean, the Crab 5, dude, all 5 of those starters could fill it up. All 5 of those guys could drop 20 any night. I don't know. That's a good name, B. It's a good name.
Yeah, it's Maryland. They got to always throw Crab in there.
Even though it's from Louisiana. You know, I don't know what the ceiling is for that team, but the more you watch them play and the more I kind of get into, right, this time of year is when I kind of start to lock in for college hoops. And I've been watching a lot, and these SEC teams are outrageously good. They're going to score 90 on you. Like, these guys are all going to drop buckets, and you got to be able to score. And the old school Big Ten mindset of like, oh, we're just going to grind out a 60-58 win ain't going to win. Bama's going to score 95. Auburn's going to score 90. Duke, Florida, and I think this Maryland team could score, man.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's been fun. It's been
They're
really
gonna
fun.
have to.
The last thing. So obviously the big news last night was the Four Nations. Then locally, the Maryland game was huge for us. Maryland is really starting to they've got a interesting game. They got the weekend off, and then Michigan State comes to town next week. Terps are 11-5 in the Big Ten. Sparty is 12-3 in the Big Ten. That is a huge matchup. I imagine when the new rankings come out, Terps will be somewhere around 15. The way they're just kicking everybody's ass.
Mm-hmm.
Your boy AD, B, you would have enjoyed this. AD had a large wager on the Terps last night and kind of had to sweat out the finish, but the Terps ended up covering. He was good to go.
They had that game the whole way. It got down to about 7 or 8 at one point.
Yeah.
And then you look again, they were about 15, 16.
Yeah, but they were given 11. So it got a little dicey. But the biggest news on the B. Mitch and Finley program last night, by a wide stretch, our guy Jeff got his car back.
That's what I'm talking about.
I need to know this story, Jeffrey, how the hell you have reacquired your car, how these guys stole it. We're going to do that next. Before we go, the final stretch of the NBA college hoops, the final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Say you want to bet the college basketball action. Villanova Marquette's kind of an interesting matchup tonight. You got more Big Ten games. You got to watch Michigan State, Michigan tonight, 8 o'clock. Wolverines favored by 2.5. That's in Ann Arbor. I'm going to watch that. If you want the association, the Wiz are home tonight to the Bucks. Bucks coming off a back-to-back. Wiz plus 5.5 with a whole bunch of rest. Kind of like the Wiz tonight. Not going to lie to you. But whatever the action is you're looking for, ESPN Bet Sportsbook can set you up. Say you just want to bet your player props, your totals, any of that stuff. Point spreads, money lines, they got it all. You can do all the parlays you want. Plus, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets. And you unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Virginia odds and lines subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Connor McDavid's overtime winner moves Canada over the U.S. 3-2 to win the Four Nations Cup. Maryland wins a 13th straight home game in style with an 88-71 victory over USC. Spurs star Victor Wembanyama is out for the year with blood clots in his right shoulder. And the Yankees and their much ballyhooed no facial hair policy. Well, it's no more. They will allow players to have well-groomed beards going forward. This month only, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Shout out to my boy Jamie on the Caps Ice Crew. Listen, man, obviously we didn't like him last night, but Connor McDavid is an electric player, and if you want to see him, he'll be at Capital One Arena on Sunday. Caps host the Oilers at 1 o'clock. I would be all over that, B, but Shelby has a basketball game at noon. It's the last one of the season, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian, the third grade girls basketball has been a rough season. We're winless. We're winless.
You need to start coaching, Jay.
You know,
when you coach other stuff, y'all were winning, man. So you got to start coaching basketball now.
My boy Flazier does a great job. His patience level is incredible. I don't know if I told you this, B. Last week at the game, the girls,
you need to lack patience sometimes. You get more effective that way.
B, the first 3 minutes of the game, the girls, both teams were going the wrong way. Like red was going towards red's basket and white was going towards white basket.
Did anybody score?
No, luckily. And eventually the ref just blew the whistle and was like, girls, different directions. Last week in the game, B, one girl she shot a shot that went up through the basket, like underneath the net, and then threw it. And she was all excited. And it was like, that doesn't count.
You got to come from the other direction, baby girl.
It's a grind, B. But I can't go see Connor McDavid and the Caps game because I got a third grade basketball game to attend, and maybe this is the game they get the first win, B.
All right, man.
Send them out. It would close the season on a real positive note.
Yeah.
But shout out to Jamie and the Caps Ice Crew. They do a great job keeping the surface smooth. Now, keeping things smooth is what my guy Jeff Walker is all about.
Yes.
And somebody had the audacity to steal Jeff's car. And I'm not going to lie about this. Every day, leaving work, Jeff was yesterday. He did it.
I'm going to look for my car.
Yeah, dude. And it just freaked me out because I know Jeff and I know the neighborhoods he's walking around, and I know what I think he would do to get his car back. And Jeffrey, how the hell did you get your car back?
Well, JP, I was going around neighborhoods, but I was smart with it. I if I saw my car, I wasn't just going to go in there blazing. I would have called the cops.
Okay, good. Jeff, I said to B, I was legit nervous about this because I didn't want anything terrible to happen.
Yeah, JP, I don't know what it is, but I just don't. Well, no one likes men having things taken from them.
Yeah, sure.
But I had to get it back. It was like a fire in my soul that just like, no, you're going to get your car back. So I just been walking neighborhoods, the rougher neighborhoods. I will walk them early in the morning, just to make sure, nobody try to come up on me or anything. But then last night, as I'm watching the Four Nations game, something just tell me,
that's not early in the morning, Jeff.
No,
That was a different neighborhood, Jay. He said the rougher neighborhoods.
so it's just I kept thinking because I was like, yo, if I don't find this car by Sunday, I'm just gonna have to chalk it up and go get a new one. But something just told me, yo, check and see if they got any tickets anywhere. So when I check the ticket, it's a parking ticket, and I'm like, yo, my car is stolen.
But why wouldn't the police department do that?
So
Yeah, seriously.
This what I found out. So allegedly, parking enforcement and MPD, they do not have the same system. So even though parking enforcement is giving me a ticket, they do not see that my car is stolen. So I called 311 and I'm like, yo, did y'all because it was like parked in front of a fire hydrant. I was like, yo, did y'all tow the car or anything? She was like, no, actually, you got another ticket 11 o'clock this morning. I said, how are y'all giving me a ticket and my car is stolen? She was like, we couldn't see it. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to find my car. I ride up to, it was on the 1300 block of 14th Street Northwest. They were deep in the city. It was a good part of DC where I was. And y'all know how I always have a problem with like one of my tires.
It finally helped you out.
It helped me out. My right tire went flat on them and they just parked it right in front of the fire hydrant. So I got out and I was so excited to find my car. I was about to just go in there like searching for my car. And then this dude came out the restaurant. I was like, hey, what are you doing going in that car? I'm like, yo, this is my car. He was like, for real? I was like, yeah, it's stolen. He was like, well, really don't go in there right now. You need the police to dust it, for everything. Yo, I can tell it was just kids who was just joyriding in my car.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't take none of my like microphones or anything. They threw everything to the back and just was driving around.
They helped you out though, Jeff. They probably thought the police could connect and they were gonna get your car back.
I don't know what they thought. I just was happy I found
I don't
my
understand
car.
how you can have people that deal with parking and the police department and they don't have any connection.
It's insane.
You're right.
It's insane. It's no way parking enforcement cannot. It don't even have to be an intricate system. All it has to do is say this car is stolen or stolen vehicle.
Yep.
Or a light or something to alert the police. Now I have to waste time fighting 2 tickets that I got, which is going to look crazy.
Well, you should be. Listen, man. Somebody else should be able to go to the court for you, show that you reported it stolen, and then show when the damn tickets happen.
I wish it was that easy, B. You know what they told me I had to do?
You had to go yourself?
They said you have to fight these tickets. Just either go online and get them adjudicated or go into the actual building and tell them that my car was stolen and show them the police.
They don't have the police proof?
I don't know.
See, man, this prehistoric systems.
It's all good, though, because we back. We back.
All right. Jeff is back. All right, and JP's gone. But listen, we're going to get into the talk about our favorite moments in the Commander season. And I'm going to start off with you all, and then me and JP will get back into it because, we were supposed to be talking about that earlier. What moment for you, Jeff? I'm going to go with Jeff first because I know he's already smiling at me. What was the favorite moment you had for the whole Commander season?
Ooh, I would have to say, there's so many. I would have to say the 2 playoff wins. Like I gotta put those there. We haven't seen it in so long. We won a playoff game. Usually Washington fans, we're like, yeah, we going to the playoffs. But that was just, psyching us out for the season to, stay pumped up. But to see it happen, and especially the trash talking that came with it, because a lot of our fans like, oh, y'all just doing it. I mean, a lot of the other fans, y'all just doing that way. I'm like, yo, especially Dallas fans. I said, my boy has done in one season what your boy took multiple seasons to do.
No, he still hadn't done it.
He won 2 games, right?
Ooh,
that
probably won 1, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was 2, but either way, our boy did that in 1 season.
But he ain't been to no championship game.
Exactly. So those were the 2. It just new life. That's all it felt like. In new life, for once, we're not going. Even though we lost that game to the champions in the NFC championship, it's like, thank God we're not going into the offseason the same way again. Like, it just we in uncharted waters again.
Mm-hmm.
We coming off of a winning season, going into the next season with the rookie quarterback he's not a rookie no more, with the quarterback that's our franchise quarterback.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Those by far, those 2 wins.
All right, let's take a break here. We get back. We're going to take some calls after JP and I tell you about our favorite moment. 800-636-1067. We're not going to even ask White Brian because he has no favorite moments for the season because he did not like the team. He was cheering for that other team up there in blue in New York. Be Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. We'll be right back. Be with your family, 106.7 The Fan. Taking your phone calls. Favorite moments from the Commander season. I'll throw a few of them out there, but I'm going to give you the number first, 800-636-1067. You got the Monday night pass to Terry. You got the Hail Mary versus the Bears. Playoff win versus the Lions. Playoff win versus Tampa. Cardinals blowout. Panthers win. And the Terry McLaurin late touchdown in the Dallas game, I would say. And I would say this. For me, it's the Cardinals win. Because after they had lost to Tampa, had nothing but field goals against the Giants, went out there, something seemed to click. And when they walked in that stadium and played against the Cardinals, and the fans took over the stadium, and they just destroyed the Cardinals, I saw something different in that football team for the rest of the season. So I go with that. I know the playoff win, things like that is cool, but that all was culminated from what happened that week that they were down there in Tampa. Taking phone calls. What you think the best, the favorite moment was? 800-636-1067. Landfill, what was it for you?
You know, for me, I think it was the win against the Bengals. It was not only did they play really well, but the fact that it was Monday Night Football. To me, that was kind of the moment that our franchise stopped being an embarrassment, you know, which they had kind of been for the last 20 years. They stopped being the team that everybody clowns on all the time whenever you're talking football. Mm-hmm. We went out there, and it was very clear that the new coaching staff, the new quarterback, everything about this team is just kind of different going forward. Not only is that going to be awesome for the fans, but you know, people are just going to treat us differently.
Yeah, I think you begin to see that too. In that night, standing in that stadium and watching that, Joe Burrow was doing his thing, and Jay never backed off. Every time Joe did something, Jaden came right back with it. He was never ever afraid. And you can see that kid, the way he went through the rest of the season, smiling every time something happened, whether it was good or bad, that kicked off that night.
That night was special, man. Oh, yeah. That night was really special.
That night was special as hell. I just think, like, they kept mentioning, and then I go back to when they went out to Arizona and stayed, when they got away from everything and everybody depended on each other, something different happened on that football team.
I think it was all of those things. I think it was winning Monday night in that fashion. I really think one thing that kind of gets slept on is prior to that touchdown throw to Terry, there was a real conversation like, oh, Jayden and Terry can't get on the same page.
Yeah.
And Terry, if you remember, afterwards said, he's like, I just told him to trust me when he saw me on the outside, and he did. Mm-hmm. And Terry, after that throw, I mean, there's clips of it. You can go back and watch it now, and it almost seems so silly now in hindsight with the full season and Terry breaking touchdown record stuff. But prior to that game, Terry had less than 40 yards receiving through 2 games.
Yeah.
Right? And so there was also the moment of, okay, Terry had his breakout. He went for 100 yards, caught that big touchdown. And the vibes in that locker room, man, because I think that was the first game where Tress hadn't punted. Mm-hmm. And I walked in and I asked Tress, I was like, yo, can we do an interview? He's like, yeah, hang on one second. And he went and got this bag of ice, and he's like, I'm ready. I was like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I got to ice my hands now because I'm holding for so many extra points. And that was the game Trent Scott caught the touchdown.
Yeah.
And so every O-lineman, like when one O-lineman catches a touchdown, it's like the
rest of them want
it. Right. And so think about the vibes on that plane ride going to Arizona, and then they had an off day. They got to Arizona. That game ended, what do you say, B? 11? They were probably in the air by 1.
It was after 11 when it finally ended.
But I'm saying they're probably in the air by 1 a.m. They're probably at the hotel 5 a.m., 4:30 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're making up some time because of the time change. So they get to sleep in, do nothing really on Tuesday. They're at a beautiful resort in Arizona. Mm-hmm. I know a couple of the guys went and played golf. A lot of the guys just chilled by the pool. And you're right. They're coming off this huge win, and they've got all this time to spend together without wives, girlfriends, family, whatever.
Honey-do list.
Yeah, dude. And that was a galvanizing moment. They go on to win 3 in a row, and it changed the tone. For all years, we did our top 4 moments of the regular season, kind of the not Hail Mary division. Because if you're talking moments specifically, the Hail Mary just blows everything.
Yeah, it does.
Just for the sheer rarity of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's just like they had taken the lead, and it's gone, and you get the ball, and you got one last chance. And normally you're like, oh, this ain't gonna happen. And it was damn perfect the way it happened.
Yeah, totally.
It was poetry in motion, dog.
It really was, man. It really was. It's funny, we did the top 4. I think it's a little harder to do the best moments of the playoff run. So we did that the other night on the show. What would you say is the best moment from the 2 playoff wins?
Oh man,
I can tell you my 4 if you want.
Well, I'll go with right when the fumble happened in Tampa. That's a hell of a moment. I go with Mikey Sarensteel's interception. I go with Quan's interception for a touchdown.
Yeah, the pick 6.
Yep. But when Detroit fans got quiet,
yeah,
because they were loud as hell early.
When they really got quiet was Terry's touchdown.
Yeah.
When Terry had that 60, 50-yard, it was a tunnel screen. He broke the 2 tackles, and it was a foot race, and he showed some strength down inside the 20. It was electric, but kind of the first big throw of that game, if you remember, Jayden hit Diami deep in Detroit.
Yeah.
Now, B-Rob ended up scoring a couple plays later, but because Diami, I think, got tackled at the 6 or the 4 or something like that.
That was a perfect throw.
It was a perfect throw.
Yeah.
So I went, my top 4 from the playoffs were Jayden to Diami, or you could say that Sammer still picked there. The Quan pick 6. I would love, and I don't know if this stat is readily available, but specifically in playoff games, I almost would be curious how it applies to all games, but specifically in playoff games, how often a team that records a pick 6 loses. Because I bet it very rarely happens.
Mm-hmm.
That is such a huge swing.
That's demoralizing.
To get a pick 6. And in a game where possessions matter in the playoffs, if you reverse one, I bet that team that records the pick 6 wins 85, 90% of the time. Now, I don't know. I haven't done that research. Frankly, I don't really know how you could.
Mm-hmm.
But that was
somebody
huge.
got it somewhere.
Somebody's got it somewhere. Some AI bot can figure it out. Get Elon on it. The McLaurin touchdown. But it's hard to think about. You got to think about the damn doink. If that doinks the other way, how different is our whole conversation?
Very. I mean, very. I think we look at the what was it, 6 games in a row last play. What if any one of those don't happen the same way? So I mean, it's just like when you start looking at the moments and you keep thinking about the different ways and categories, you find out that there are way more moments than you think. Because all of those games that they won at the end, normally people are not that calm, cool, and collected to be able to finish up games like they did. They did it week in and week out.
I think they do coach for it. They coach for specific situations, and then Jayden's calmness. You can't coach that. You can't create that in a lab. That's just something
special.
Innate.
He is special.
But think about this, B. There is probably not a season, maybe one in which you played, but I've covered this team a lot. There's not a season where I can go 5 straight games and remember exactly how it ended.
No.
So New Orleans, December 15th, the 2-point conversion at the end they didn't get. Mm-hmm. And they got jobbed with the time on the end of the clock, but still, they never should have let Spencer Rattler have that kind of a second half anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The Philly home win, I think that was Crowder that caught the touchdown to win it. The Atlanta Sunday Night Football, I think that was Ertz in overtime, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Dallas win is not only Terry catching it, but it's Mariota to Terry catching it. Yeah.
Back in the end zone.
Not to and the Mariota run, the play or two before that was wild. He had like a 50-yard run in that game.
Yeah.
On that last drive. The Tampa game was the doink.
Yep.
And then the Detroit game didn't come down to the wire because it kicked their ass.
Destroyed
And unfortunately, it ended in Philly, but gosh, what a year, man. What a fun year.
It was a great one.
When we
time to
return.
forget all that and get ready for another one.
Hell yeah. Next week, man. Dan Quinn's going to talk next week on the record with a bunch of cameras in front of him, and it's going to be about the 2025 season. The era of good feelings is over. It's on to taking the next step. Next step for us, PFT Commenter joins the show next.
Good morning, everyone. Well, after goalie Jordan Bennington made multiple highlight-level stops in the first few minutes of overtime, three-time NHL MVP Connor McDavid got open in the slot for Canada.
Carr sends it around. Marner waiting. Connor McDavid scores! Connor McDavid for Canada!
Chris Cuthbert with a Canadian TV call on Sportsnet as McDavid's wrister wins the Four Nations Cup for Canada 3-2 in overtime over Team USA. Rodney Rice leads the Terps with 22 points as Maryland dominates USC 88-71 to move to 11-5 in the Big Ten. The 20th ranked Terps have won 13 in a row at home. They now wait to host Michigan State next Wednesday in a top 20 tilt at Xfinity Center. A linchpin of the Dallas Cowboys offensive line, seven-time All-Pro Zach Martin is retiring. Spurs young star Victor Wembanyama is out for the year with blood clots in his right shoulder. And after the All-Star break, the Wizards get back at it as they welcome back Kyle Kuzma to Capital One Arena. The Milwaukee Bucks are in town. Tip time at 7 tonight. Listen on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Let's go. All right, we are fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our guy, Mr. PFT Commenter. PFT, what up, man? How you been?
What's going on? Good to hear from you guys. I want to apologize for not being on last week. I have a really good excuse, I think, for why I was not on the show last week. I was absolutely hammered, and I don't think that it would have been a good idea for me to go on. No, I was on vacation last week, and I was drunk, and I apologize for not being on the show. But it's important to recharge the batteries every now and again.
Hey, man, we don't care. Just come on drunk next time.
I might do that. I might pick you up on that one.
More fun show, bro.
Where'd you go, dude?
I went to the Bahamas. I was on island time last weekend and got a little bit of sun. I told this story on part of my take, but I booked this vacation like I want to say 3 months ago, and every year Big Cat and I go on vacation right after the Super Bowl. We take about 4 days off because it's usually President's Day weekend, and we always go somewhere sunny. And one time.
All right, let's see if we get PFT back there. I do want to hear his story.
His phone drunk now. Yeah, I tried to do that, call into a show from vacation, and I think he was smart not to, because when you wake up on vacation, you don't care what time it is.
Right.
If you got a little bar in your room, you open it and you start drinking. I don't care. 6:30, 7 in the morning.
There's no rules.
You're on vacation, so it happens.
PFT, we got you back, dude.
I'm back. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but yeah, I was in the Bahamas. We take this vacation every year. We go somewhere sunny. Just try to take a quick 4-day break after working through football season. And I booked this place in the Bahamas. I came into work and I told Big Cat, "Hey, I think I'm going to go to the Bahamas this year." And he was like, "What hotel are you staying at?" I told him the hotel, and he was like, "Yeah, that's where me and my friends are going." And we it's a big place, so we ended up hanging out and having dinner one night, and hit the tables and the sports book another night. But the original purpose was to take a little bit of a break from the show. It's not that me and Big Cat don't get along. It's just you know how it goes. You work alongside somebody for so long. It's nice to take a little bit of a break. This actually ended up being a lot of fun. So we had a great time there. But yeah, B-Mitch, you're right. I implemented a rule, which was every time I left my room, every time I walked out of my hotel room, I would take a shot of tequila before I went out that door. And it didn't matter what time of day it was. And so at 11 in the morning on Friday. Yeah, I was 1 or 2 sheets to the wind at that point, but it was a good time.
Hey, see,
Dude,
I can hang
you
out
guys-
with you, man.
We all worked our ass off down in New Orleans for the Super Bowl, but that's a well-earned couple days off. Now you get to go from the Bahamas to the balmy shores of Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm guessing you're going to be at the Combine next week, right?
I am going to be there. Let's try to link up if you're going to be there. I know that time's of the essence when we're out there, but yeah, going to Indy for football prom, as we like to call it. The 1 week a year where you get to hang out, rub elbows, toss back a few beers with some of the coaches and the people in the front office in the NFL. And it's always the newer head coaches that tend to be more visible out at the bars. Well, them and Todd Haley if he's around. But if you're like a new coach, you take that as your opportunity to go out and kind of show out for a little bit. Be like, yeah, I'm a head coach in the NFL. My prediction is that Liam Cohen, he's the guy I'm keeping my eye on this year. Liam Cohen's going to be closing down a couple bars, I think.
Just wasted in prime.
Yeah, it's always a good time, and we'll be there for I think 2 nights. Got some big interviews. We always catch up with Schefter that time of year and just kind of bust his chops about anything he might have screwed up over the course of the calendar year and part of my take. And then I believe we're going to have our good friend Diana Rossini back on the show to apologize to all the Jets fans out there for basically ruining their entire season through her reporting. I want to stand up for her real quick though.
Somebody else. It wasn't Diana that ruined their season. It's the guy they fell in love with that ruined their damn season.
Yeah. So I was at this party at the Super Bowl, and there was somebody who also works. They report for the Jets, or they report on the Jets, and this person told me, like, hey, I know that you guys give Diana a lot of crap and Jets fans give her a lot of crap, but just so you know, everything that she reported was 100% true, and also it's worse than what she's reported.
Wow.
We're gonna have to talk to her and dig in on some of these reports, and then I think we're gonna get Ben Johnson on the show, new coach of the Bears. So I'm excited to talk to Boy Genius and ask him about what it was
ask
like.
Him why did he stop running Gibbs? Everybody wants to know that. Why would you not run the guy that's getting damn near 10, 12 yards a carry?
I don't know if I'm going to ask him why he stopped, but I might say I'd like to thank you for not running Gibbs in the second half. That was a great move, in my opinion.
What was your thinking behind it?
Yeah. I don't know if he's going to, cancel this interview at the very last second. I know that he has.
That's what I was wondering about. Yeah.
No, but it'll be a good time out there, and I'm excited for the Combine. I get excited with any little morsel of NFL news that we get this time of year. I think a lot of sports fans get into like a midwinter crisis where there's no football and we don't really know what to do with ourselves for a little bit. But this is a nice little refresher of, the league's still going.
Oh, yeah.
Totally. We're talking with our friend PFT Commenter from the Pardon My Take podcast. Follow all his work at Barstool Sports. You can follow PFT at PFT Commenter. Talking via the Rude guest hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. PFT, it's kind of interesting because the Commanders season went so late all the way to conference championship weekend. And then you just, kind of the vortex of the Super Bowl just takes over the universe. The Combine is going to be the first time, I think, for a lot of fans to really process, okay, that incredible 2024 season is over. Now it's on to 2025. And I'm curious for you, what is kind of the top of the list as we realize, okay, Washington's got a quarterback. They were in the Final Four. How did they get over kind of the next step, which appears to be beating the Eagles?
Yeah, that's the real question. It's Adam Peters' season. That's what you got to remind yourself. Just like, let's let Adam cook, see what he's got, and I think obviously we're in a good position. We're in a much better position than we've been in a long time. There's almost every team in the NFL would love to be where we're at right now. I keep talking about a wide receiver. Keep talking about shoring up the offensive line. We need a lot of help on the defensive line too. And what we're going to do to replace all these mercenaries that we had. We had the Wagner group out there last year. We had a lot of guys on 1-year deals who were, I don't know if they were prove-it deals or if they were, let's, make a name for ourselves again, show that we can still play and then go somewhere else for a contract next season. But we've got a lot of guys that we're on those 1-year terms, and we've got a lot of holes to fill. So even though it was kind of like a defense that was piecemealed together, and to a certain extent, some of the guys on offense was piecemealed together, like now you might have to go out there and replace a lot of those guys yet again. So I just have to have full and total faith in Adam Peters until proven otherwise. So let's get a wide receiver, in my opinion. Let's get some defensive line. Let's get linebacker. Let's see who's out there. Maybe a running back too.
You don't think some of those guys that were here for 1 year, prove-it deals, will have done enough to be able to come back again for maybe another year or so?
Oh, I think they have, but then the question becomes, like, how much money do they want? I don't think that most of those guys would be like hometown discount guys because they were just here on these 1-year deals. Maybe they love playing for Dan Quinn. That's a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know guys absolutely do want to play for him. So I could see some of those guys returning, but it's hard to put full faith in a lot of the short-term rentals being like, yeah, I'll come back, I'll take less money, whatever the case may be. But the cap's going up. We got a lot of cap space. So yeah, it's Adam Peters season. Let's let Adam cook.
What do you think specifically of the Garrett stuff? It seems kind of like he won't even get out of there. But would you make they have 7 draft picks, but 3 of them are in the 7th round. They have, of their real valuable picks, they have 3 in the top 80. What would you be willing to do for Myles Garrett?
So I'll preface this by saying I'm an idiot, and but I would be willing to do, first and a 2nd round pick. I would be okay with that. I don't know what the going rate's going to be for him. There's going to be some other teams that are interested for sure. A lot of other teams that are interested. I don't know necessarily that the winner of the bidding war for Myles Garrett is going to be in the best position, because you're going to have to give up a ton to get him. That said, he is one of the best defenders in the NFL, still in his prime. I feel like this is a guy that you would go out there and make a move for. He's a tough dude. Also, he plays through a lot of injuries. He's very, very tough, and he's productive. No matter what position his defense is in, they weren't in a place where they could really pin their ears back and rush the passer a lot in the second half for the Browns this year. Their offense wasn't, shall I say, dynamic enough to be able to play with a lead, but he's still productive. So this is a dude. Yeah, I'm completely in favor of making a strong offer for him. I just don't want to, go overboard. And I don't think that Adam Peters will. I think that he's got a pretty good understanding of that. But if you were to ask me right now, do I want Myles Garrett next year? The answer is 100% yes. I would love to have Myles Garrett on the team.
Let me ask you a question, though. When do we get to the point where we stop being concerned about how much money we got to give for a player? Because, I hear that more on this fan base than almost any I talk to. We are always worried about how much the person's going to get paid. Why?
Well, because B-Mitch, teachers make $40,000 a year, so you could go out there and you could hire 200,000 teachers, or you could pay Myles Garrett. You got to put that in perspective.
But the teachers ain't gonna help you win. Myles Garrett will.
Exactly.
Can the teachers sack Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, we should spend our entire open cap space on teachers and firefighters, and that's how you win in the National Football League. No, I personally don't care. It's not my money, and for the fan base out there, it's not your money. Maybe they might increase, season tickets, but it's not your money that you're paying to these guys. It's it's the owners. There's a salary cap. You spend like 90% of the salary cap, even on the downside of it. So I don't care what we pay them. I'm just thinking that we do have other holes out there. It's not like we're one piece away from being an outstanding Super Bowl team. I think we're probably a few pieces away. So it all, you have to balance mortgaging the future and what you're doing in terms of the cap, which I don't understand. I don't understand the salary cap at all. I read stories from people that seem to understand it, but I took algebra 2 and then I quit doing math. So I'm going to leave that up to somebody smarter than me.
Yeah. Well, and this is the time of year where every fan's trying to dig deep into the salary cap, and you see these blog posts, 20 possible free agent releases, and it has no nuance or context to it.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I did want to make sure we asked you about the Four Nations. We're talking with our friend PFT Commenter from Pardon My Take, Barstool Sports. The tournament was awesome. Obviously, last night's not the finish you want, but it was the whole thing was kind of so epic that I've almost made my peace with the loss. Even how much did you enjoy it, dude?
Oh, you mean the All-Star game? Yeah, I guess I watched the All-Star game last night. That was okay. Oh, wait, you're talking about the tournament where they had all the best teams in the world. Russia didn't play in it, but you had some of the other good teams in the world. Yeah, I would have liked to win that one last night. That's my spin zone on it. I'm just pretending that I don't care because that was a tough loss.
Yeah.
And I really did want to win. And I mean, it goes to show you that hockey. Congrats to Gary Bettman, because he's been accused many times of not caring about the fans for what he did back in the Olympics back in 2018. This was maybe the best new sports innovation that I can recall across the four major sports in the last, quarter century. This was an incredible thing they put together. And when you contrast it to the way that NBA All-Star Weekend went, when you had Team Chuck versus Team Shaq in the finals, and 75% of that show was like either commercial breaks or like a live look-in at Mr. Beast in the tunnel doing something. I think you got to say, like, congrats to the NFL. That was great for hockey. I would have loved to have won that game. But yeah, it got me more excited about the second half, or the end of the NHL season. So we got Ovi coming back. Great news for Ovi, since Russia wasn't in it. He's nice and rested right now.
Fresh.
I think he's going to get this record this year. I think he's going to do it against Pittsburgh.
Oh,
I would love to see that.
Yeah, that's the one I've got circled. I think. And listen, also the Caps they're a fun team to watch. So I'm super excited about watching them. I got to hang out with Dylan Strome for a little bit on vacation. So he was.
I saw that on social. What was that? How did that come about? Just coincidence?
He just happened to be there. And so I was down at the roulette table. The Four Nations was on, and he was walking past me, stopped by, said hello. And we were watching a little bit of the USA Canada right when they were chucking knucks. It was the first period of that first game. And great dude. Fun to see him. He's super excited about the second half of season 2. He's amped up about the Caps' chances. I'm all in on the Caps this year.
Dude, so I mean, just the way they open coming back from the break, they're at the Penguins Saturday and then hosting McDavid and the Oilers Sunday. Like, if you're not ready to snap back into Caps mode, you certainly are going to be this weekend with these games. I am curious, dude, knowing you and knowing that they have the best record, at least in the East. Are they still the point leader in the whole NHL? I know they are in the East. I'll pull it up real quick. Yeah, the Jets are a point ahead of them, so to hell with Winnipeg. But what is the PFT I'm going to start flying home to games meter? Is it first round, second round? When does that start happening?
So it's usually second round is when I would start flying home. But this year, it might have to be first round, because it's like, I don't know, this is maybe one of the last times I'll get to see Ovi in the playoffs. I want to make sure to savor every moment. So I think I might fly home for one first round game if the schedule allows me to this year. But outside of that, yeah, I plan on going to as many Caps games as I can possibly make it to, because I do believe in this team. I mean, obviously there's some things that we could be better at, but we play a fun brand of hockey, score a lot of goals, and the guys are playing loose out there. I think we got a great coach too. So I think that it could happen this year. You never know. It could happen.
Dude, so the other part of it is, like, when you were in New York, getting New York to DC is pretty darn easy, especially if you pay up for Excella. It's a nice way to travel. Being in Chicago, that's obviously a flight, and there's no way around that. But you also now have to juggle, and I want to make sure, like, all DC fans know this, Caps fans know this, because I know the hardcore fans do, but a lot more of kind of the casual hockey fan is going to be sucked in over the last 2 months here with the Ovi goal, the Ovi Gretzky chase. The playoff goals don't count in this chase, so it's only regular season. Do you have to start to consider, if you're flying home for one of these regular season games, to try to see Ovi break the record?
That's trying to time it out that way. I probably won't do that because it'll be a big bummer if I flew back and was on the road for a couple of days and he didn't get it in that game. But yeah, it's a really good point. I don't think I'll be traveling to any home games for that. I don't want to say never, but I'd say unlikely. But I think the first playoff series, I'm going to try to make it to one of those games. And the great part, if you're in New York going down on the train, man, you can bring whatever you want on. There's no security on getting on that train. You can put stuff, whatever kind of gummies you want in those pockets and hop on there and be down to DC in a hot second. I'm excited about that. And also, shout out to the Nats. I'm looking forward to this Nats season. I think we'll be a little bit frisky. I don't know if playoff, like maybe a wild card chase, maybe wild card discussion in late August, early September. I feel like that's kind of what we're capable of this year. And I was thinking about the Wizards too.
Man, that is an optimistic look.
Yeah, very much.
I think we got a good young core. I think we might be surprised what we see out of the young guys.
I hope you're right.
And can we just put this out in the universe for the Wizards? Obviously, Cooper Flag. We're thinking maybe Cooper Flag this year. How about just change that name back? How about what's to stop us from going back to the Bullets?
Yo, that's the name discussion we should be having in this city.
I agree.
Because Wizards is just, we've gotten used to it. We're probably 20, 25 years into the Wiz, I feel like. And it's still as bad as it was the day they switched it.
It's worse. I would say that it's worse. But yeah, exciting stuff happening with the Wizards. You got Kuzma coming back to town. Talk about bad blood rivalry game. That's going to be leading sports center tomorrow.
You think he'll wear the pink sweater for it?
Oh, please don't. Please don't.
Pink sweater giveaway night. I love that.
That is by far what he's most known for. That's just like kind of a weird bit for that to be your most memorable moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird.
Yeah. The most iconic moment from the Kyle Kuzma era was him showing up to a game looking like Slender Man. So great job, Wiz.
I heard you talking about this on Pardon My Take maybe last week or so, or I guess maybe Super Bowl week. But you mentioned watching a couple Wizards games. I've watched the Wiz games. I recognize how bad their record is, but they're doing that on purpose.
They play hard.
They play hard,
yeah.
And they're young kids. Like it is a good watch.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think that we've got a good plan in place. We never had a plan for it feels like the last 8 years. This is a good plan. I love watching Bub. Bub's great, and I still like Corey Kispert when he's playing. We've got some fun guys out there, but yeah, it's just been a bummer. The only thing that would make it maybe a little bit more entertaining is if they were the Washington Bullets again. I think enough time has passed. Can we get like a Second Amendment group out there that's going to be AstroTurf into moving us back into the Washington Bullets? I feel like that. You're right. That is the name change because the Commanders, they're not going to change the name. Let's just drop that. It's not happening. But the Bullets, I feel like we could make the Bullets happen if we got together.
I kind of don't think we could, but you have my support. So, dude, I like Keyshawn George. That's my underrated Wizard. I really, really like. He's such a pure shooter. PFT, we got to bounce, man. Thank you for the time as always, man. And let's try to connect in Indy, at least for a beer.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Right, make sure it's before 6:30 because he will leave on you.
Last night I was out late. And in fact, I'll reveal how late I stayed out. PFT, thanks, brother.
All right, bye.
PFT Commenter, the one and only, trying to bring back the Bullets name. No more Redskins talk. Bring back the Bullets. That's the amount of people that'll probably start tweeting about this now is going to be pretty interesting. When we return, we got to talk some NFL free agency fits. Yesterday, B and I throughout the week have been confused by the NFL franchise tag pricing. Joel Corey, best in the business, will explain it to us and to you coming up at noon.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Maryland beats USC 88-71 to send the 20th ranked Terps to a 4th straight victory. Connor McDavid's goal 5 minutes into overtime wins the Four Nations Cup for Canada 3-2 over Team USA. Spurs star Victor Wembanyama is out for the year with blood clots in his right shoulder. And Kyle Kuzma returns to Washington tonight. The Milwaukee Bucks are in town for a 7 o'clock tip-off. You can listen to it on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Workout. That's right, folks. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's vodka is Maryland made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. If you were watching on the stream, hello. Sorry, my stream's been a little spotty. We're getting some electrical work done at the house. That's why I had to be home today. Thank you to the great folks, Crop Metcalf, for hooking it up. My man Perry's in there working away. I appreciate it. The wiring in my house, Brian, you know my neighborhood and the build of my home. I think this is like the first electrical wire ever built is what they used in my house. So I feel bad for my guy. I think what he thought was a pretty simple project is a bit more challenging than expected.
All right, so it'll be all right, though.
But they'll get it done. I was talking to Lamphill, having like a deep conversation with him, and he goes, "Oh my God, we hit the lottery." And I said, "Landini, what happened?" He said, "B. Mitch brought in popcorn." What exactly is the popcorn you brought in, B, and how good was it?
It's called It's called the Nutcracker Sweets from Kilwin.
Pause.
It has almonds, pecans, and like caramel on it. It's good, dog.
It sounds good. I have
It's a $20 bag of popcorn.
Damn. Yo, like every once in a while, we get reminded of the level of inflation in our lives. And I would say a $20 bag of popcorn is fairly good reminder.
I think it's always been like that.
Although, Landfill, you often Uber Eats movie theater popcorn for the large tub of popcorn at the movie theater. And granted, it's like a industrial sized bucket. But I bet the movie theater jacks you now, like you're at a sporting event or something. What's that run you, Landini?
Well, first off, you're making a mistake because if you Uber Eats, you don't get the bucket of popcorn. You get the bag of popcorn, which is like 3 buckets combined, and that's $22.
Damn. So I'm guessing of the 5 of us, I don't really know, but I'm guessing White Brian is the last dude to actually go to a movie theater and watch a movie. How much is like the bucket you get at the movie theater? I bet it's $15 or something.
Ain't that expensive.
Right.
The big ones are.
I think they are. And you can't just get popcorn. You have to get popcorn and like a gigantic bucket of soda to go with it.
I get the icy.
Icy's kind of hit.
Yeah.
I like Raisinets at the movie theater in that like weird box.
It's kind of an old man like an old man dessert.
You're calling out my candy choice?
Hell yeah.
That's what my mom eats.
Yeah, man, I'm saying Raisinets. Come on, bro.
Raisinets.
Young people don't eat no damn
Shout out
Raisinets.
to me and Jeff's mom. J-Dogs forever. Raisinets are banging. Screw you guys. Junior Mints, what candy are you getting?
Not getting. I probably don't get no candy in a movie theater.
Yeah, I only get a souvenir.
I get
bucket
the
of
popcorn. I get the little
depending
extra
on what
butter
movie
on
I'm
it.
watching.
Drink my little icy, and then I'm probably asleep by the time I finish that.
Jeff, you get the souvenir bucket of popcorn? Do you actually like take it home and collect the buckets?
Only when I'm going to see certain movies, like Marvel movies. You have to watch those in theaters. I definitely get the souvenir popcorn thing. I take it home. Even when I go to like Caps games, Banders games, I always get a souvenir cup.
So if you go to Jeff's house,
Yes.
ask for a drink, you know what you're gonna be drinking out of? Souvenir cup.
Nah, you gonna be drinking out of foam cups.
So, all right, maybe Jeff's the last dude that's actually been to a movie at the movie theater. I bet I have taken the girls. We went and saw one of the Despicable Me movies, but that at best that was like 9 months ago, last summer. When's the last time you went to the movie theater, Jeff?
Probably last year, bro. I have not been recently.
What about you, B?
So long ago, I don't remember.
That I believe.
I'm not a movie
I can't
theater guy,
imagine
man.
you going to the movie theater.
Right.
Landfill? No, I'm guessing.
Landfill went when he was 6.
I saw Air in theaters.
Are you just speaking with the popcorn?
You talking about Air, Michael Jordan?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good ass movie, and that was relatively recently, wasn't it?
Not sooner than neither one of y'all.
What about White Brian? He's still my guess. He's young and has a wife. They probably go on dates, and that Georgetown movie theater.
They probably just stay home and
to it.
have dates. JP, they don't have to go on no damn movie.
None of you went to go see the Bob Dylan movie?
Who?
Hell no.
No, how old are you, dude? I think you faking by the time you're 27.
Oh yeah, I saw it New Year's Day.
Nobody
It was great.
Bob Dylan?
Yeah, with Timothy Chalamet. It's a really good movie.
Yeah, I see why you look like that now. You're just a little older.
I don't know. I don't know what's better in that little interaction. The fact that White Brian asked the four of us if any of us went to go see the Bob Dylan movie in the theaters. I'd like to actually see that, but me going to a movie theater to see that will never happen. And then Brian's reaction to it was just tremendous.
How many people your age you saw in that movie, Brian?
I will say my wife and I were probably like 30 years younger.
Everybody else was like old as hell.
Yep.
See, you shouldn't have been there. So your wife acts like you too?
It was a great movie. We like going to the movies.
Like old movies.
I nailed that call, B. I nailed that. Yo, I had a bunch of people at the event last night that were very curious about White Brian. A lot of people are trying to get a read on the young man. And I said, I'm telling you, he's a pretty straight shooter. Like what you see is what you get from White Brian. We've got people in the chat giving us popcorn prices, which we appreciate. The Regal Theater in Chesterfield, Virginia, a large popcorn costs $12, Brian.
Okay.
Now, we also just got a text. John Leahy is a dear friend of the program.
That's just regular popcorn. This popcorn is special.
Sure, but they jack you at the theater, B. But listen to this. John Leahy is a friend of the program. If you need a realtor, call Leahy, right? But we also text with him. We're real friends with him. Brian, I imagine John does pretty well.
Yeah.
You know, he's selling a lot of houses. Leahy just texted us, took my kids to the movies last weekend, and it was so damn expensive. If Leahy's saying that, the movies have gotten expensive. How much was it for you and your wife to go see Bob Dylan, White Brian?
The tickets were like $14 a piece.
And then what'd you get?
Popcorn.
Yeah, we got a popcorn, and then I always like to get the little container of dibs, like the ice cream bites. Those are always good.
Did you try the popcorn trick, White Brian?
The old dude.
Popcorn trick.
You don't know about the popcorn trick?
I guess not. No.
Cut a hole in the bucket. Joel Corey joins us at noon. Well done, Landini. B, what's your favorite Bob Dylan song?
None. I don't know no Bob Dylan songs.
What about this one?
I don't know this song. And I'm going to be honest with you, I wouldn't listen to it.
Would you go see the movie about it?
No. Bob Dylan was around town when I was young. He was old in, and you got White Brian going to see it? That's not normal.
I bet you know Hurricane, the song about the boxer. He wrote that.
You have to play it, Landfill, I see.
It's not in here, but that is a good song.
Okay.
I can send the YouTube probably. We'll do a pop quiz if B knows that. I think you're going to know that song. Remember the Denzel movie about the boxer that
I probably heard it.
goes to jail?
Yeah, but
I bet you've heard that.
It's not on my playlist.
I could see that. I bet you've heard like a Rolling Stone also. My favorite Bob Dylan song is Shelter from the Storm. Anyway, I wanted to talk a little free agency because we got Joel Corey joining us in a moment. And basically, I was kind of doing the math. The Commanders have 29 pending free agents. 28. I can't remember the number. They're not going to sign everybody back. Period. Some guys they don't want back. Period. But I bet, Brian, do you think it's reasonable to say they want half of them back?
Of the players that are free agents? I don't know if it's exactly half, but I will say they'll get close to it. Eight to nine of them.
Right. I'm saying they do want some of them back.
Yeah, they do.
Whether that's 30%, 50%, somewhere in the middle.
Back. Of course.
Right. So everybody's all steamed up about the $80 million in cap space, right?
Uh-huh.
Let's say just for round numbers, of the almost 30 free agents pending, they want 10 of them back.
Yeah. That takes away some of that money.
Dude, just think about it. Even they're not going to get all 10 guys to sign a $1 million contract.
No.
The odds are, if you average it out, say you want Chin back, and you and I were talking, we think, we were saying we thought Chin might be a $7-8 million player at a safety position.
Yeah.
That's not exactly the most highly paid on a football field.
Huh?
Well, the damn cap just went up another 20 mil. Chin might be a $10 million player now.
Yeah.
$9 million player.
Yeah.
And you're probably guaranteeing money on a second year of that deal to get that done.
Totally.
So let's just round numbers this thing. Say they want 10 of these pending free agents back, right? Somebody that's not on fans' minds. A guy like Cornelius Lucas, who has some real value, right?
Totally.
He can help you in a lot of different ways. He made almost $3 million last year.
Yeah.
He'll probably make more this year. So to get Luke back in the building might cost you $4 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now you want Chin and Luke. That is two players, one starter, one versatile backup. Yep. That's two players. You're at 12 mil of this 80 that everybody's so excited about.
But see, that's the thing, Jay. It's just like the people that are excited don't understand this stuff at all. They just think that they don't want to spend any money, but they think you have all the money to get everybody you want. When ultimately, once you go get a person, that begins to drop real quickly. And then if you want the guys that are going to command big money, then it leaves even quicker. So that's why, a lot of times when I hear people talking, I just don't respond because they don't have a clue of what they're speaking on.
Let's conservatively say it's 10 guys, and conservatively, you sign them. They each roughly make $5 million a year. Now, you're able to structure this differently. Some of that money is signing bonuses, so it doesn't directly affect the cap. Some of it you're able to spread out over X amount of years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're going to be smart. If they sign 10 guys at an average of $5 million, that doesn't mean that's $50 million of their cap space gone. But you do have to take into account they have a ton of pending free agents.
Yeah.
And they're going to try to bring some of them back. And I think of the 80 million, 70 million, whatever that figure is, and it seems to be fungible, whatever that figure is, what do you think, B?
Mm-hmm.
A third of it is going to be spent re-signing their own guys?
At least a third of it.
It might be closer to 40%.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's half, but like people, we open the phone lines up and they're like, oh, you got to bring Wagner. De'Ami Brown's got upside. Zach Ertz, Jeremy Chin.
They want everybody, but they don't want to spend any money. You ever notice that? That's what. Listen, man. What you got to do? That's why I don't care who comes on. I don't care if it's a reporter. I don't care if it's fans. They always want something, but they don't want to pay any money. That's not how it works.
Dog, like people don't even think about this. You know that punters are making 4, 5, 6 mil.
Yeah.
Washington has one of the best ones. You got to keep Tress. To me, that's a no-brainer. You're going to have to pay Tress $5 million next year.
Mm-hmm.
Just try to keep track of all this when we talk about how much cap space there is. And I saw a guy reply to me talking about the receiver. Oh gosh, I wish I could find it. But he wanted them to get Higgins and trade for Tyreek. And I'm like, okay, and you got to redo Terry's deal, right?
And
I
bet you he don't want to pay top dollar for none of them, though. But he wants all of them, but he don't want to pay top dollar for none of them. And then we'll be pissed off when you can't stop the run next year.
Right.
See, listen, bro. This is not monopoly, people. This is real money. And you have to be able to make it work. And as I say all the time, you can't have just young or just old, and you can't have just top dollar or just low dollar. You got to manipulate it a little bit so you can have a team that when somebody is building up, but they're not making top dollar, somebody else is starting to go out. So you just keep it rolling for you. You got to figure this thing out.
Yeah, man. It's a complicated thing, and I just think it's important to point out to our listeners and the Commanders fans that I think, look to us for analysis, be that, yes, there's a lot of money, but they have a lot of guys they have to bring back.
A lot of guys they have to bring back, and they know where they will spend money and where they will not.
Right.
Right. Listen, there are guys that are making $30 million to play a position. But there's a guy out there that you might be able to play $2 million to play that position. He may not have that name, but he has a hell of an impact when he's on your team. And that is what they're looking for. They're looking for the bargains where this guy can ball out, especially in this system, for much less. In another system, somebody might have to pay him $8 million, but he may come here for $2, because he's at a point in his career where, hey, I'm going to go over here and roll and go do this one. But you're not going to get everybody big name. That doesn't happen.
You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We are all preparing to get much smarter about the NFL salary cap. When we return, Joel Corey joins the program.
This sports update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Connor McDavid lights the lamp in overtime as Canada wins the Four Nations Cup 3-2 over the U.S. Maryland handles USC 88-71 as Roddy Rice scores 22 for the Terps. And Spurs star Victor Wembanyama is out for the year with blood clots in his right shoulder. Now looking ahead, tonight the Wizards return to action. They'll host Kyle Kuzma and the Milwaukee Bucks, a 7 o'clock tip-off. Listen on the Team 980. The National Spring Training Opener is tomorrow. First pitch at 1 against the Houston Astros. Tune it in on the Team 980. And the Capitals get back at it. They'll be in Pittsburgh against the hated Pens tomorrow at 3. Puck drop right here on The Fan. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling. All home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. And all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. High noon in the District of Columbia. Time for us all to get smarter, folks. Joel Corey is one of the foremost experts on how the NFL salary cap works, on how contracts work. He used to be on the agent side, writing the contracts. He writes for it. I know how many people in the NFL ask him for information. Joel, thank you for joining us, brother. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I don't know if I can live up to that introduction.
You can.
You got this. Dude, here's where I want to start, because the franchise tags don't make any sense. And it almost seems like they've become more advantageous for ownership and management than they even used to be. And they were already an advantage. Can you help us understand the calculation of the franchise tags and how, if at all, that has changed from how they used to be calculated?
Yeah, the 2011 CBA changed how they deciphered them. It used to be very simple. You take the average of the top 5 salaries, which they by that they mean cap number from the previous year at a position, and that would be the franchise tag. Now it's more convoluted because it's based on what's called a cap percentage average. And what that is you use that original methodology where you compute what the old franchise tags would have been before they changed it to this new way, and you add up what it would be for the previous 5 years. Then you take the sum of the salary cap for the previous 5 years, you divide those two into each other, and you multiply that resulting percentage by what the upcoming salary cap is going to be. And that's how you determine what the franchise tag numbers are going to be. So you can't take what the actual franchise tag numbers are over the past 5 years and plug them in, because you'll get wrong numbers.
So that has it always been like that, or that's something new?
Just since the 2011 CBA. I haven't checked to see whether the players would be better off under the old system or the new system. That may actually become an article at some point when there's some downtime.
Based on the numbers, the old system was better for the players. The new system better for the owners.
Not necessarily, because if you look, because you restructure contracts all the time, and if you have a lot of restructures at a position, then those cap numbers are going to be low for that particular year. The thing is, if you have a huge jump in salaries and cap numbers, you don't get the immediate benefit because it's weighted down by the other 4 years.
That's interesting. It's just the one that stands out so much, and I follow you on Twitter, right? You can follow Joel at Corey Joel. For the quarterback franchise tag to be $40 million when you've got, I mean, hell, close to 10 quarterbacks making north of 50.
Yeah.
That one just stands out, I think.
Yeah, well, average salary and cap number are two different things. Because every year you have all these guys that have huge cap numbers. Like Deshaun Watson's cap number is like $73 million right now, but it's going to get chopped down. That's why they did that maneuver towards the end of the year to add dummy voting years to anticipate they're going to restructure it. You right now have Patrick Mahomes at $66 million. I doubt he's carried at $66 million during the year. He's been right around 37, 38 the past 2 years. Dak Prescott is bordering $90 million. He won't have a $90 million cap number, I would say, maybe not by the start of the league year.
That's a good point. Listen,
Joe, I understand all those things, but you know what? This is just basically when you just like anybody in any business, just manipulating the money to make the money be how they want it to be. But the number still is the number. If you sign a 5-year, $300 million deal, and then later on you start doing some restructuring, it still was a 5-year, $300 million deal. You added some more money to come into it, which normally goes up. So I don't know how that's manipulated to be lower later on when everything is going up.
Yeah, well, the fact you can kick the can down the road like the Saints do with every cap number known to man each year, and the franchise tags have always been based on cap number. Because when they say salary, that's a misnomer because it's actually cap number when you look at how it's defined in the CBA, and it's been that way ever since the franchise tags were created in 1994. Now, if they made it off of the top 5 average salaries, it'd be a whole different story, and you would rarely see guys get franchised because then you'd have a quarterback number which would be well over $50 million per year.
Mm-hmm. That's what my first statement
we are
was.
talking
what
with,
I said.
Talking with Joel Corey here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Obviously, the cap is just such a complicated beast. But when you look at least on the surface level, going into this season, Washington's going to have a ton of cap space, right? Third most in the NFL. How do you view that, though, as far as the team also has almost 30 pending free agents and kind of what they can really spend outside of probably bringing back some portion of their own guys?
Yeah, they're going to have to make some choices on who to bring back and who not to bring back because he had a bunch of guys on one-year deals. I kind of look at this like the Texans last year, a team which did better than expected because nobody thought that the Commanders would be in the NFC Championship game. Nobody thought the Commanders would get to the playoffs, let alone win a playoff game. I mean, the Texans. So they went out and made some judicious choices, getting Danielle Hunter, trading for Joe Mixon, trading for Stephon Diggs because they had the NFL Offensive Rookie on the Year on a cost-contained rookie contract, which you guys have. So you could take a big swing at someone if you wanted to, whether in free agency or through a trade. 2 of the guys I would bring back that were on one-year deals are your culture setters on the offensive and defensive side of the ball. Zach Ertz, who resurrected his career after battling through injuries, had a great closing statement, over 10 catches, 100 yards in the NFC Championship game, and the future first ballot Hall of Famer Bobby Wagner on defense.
Hard to argue with either of those. And frankly, I think both want to be back. And I think Ertz made it clear he wants to be back. The only thing I find interesting with Wagner is if, Pete Carroll comes calling in Vegas, and that's a little closer back to Southern California. But what do those deals look like? They're probably another 1 year, I would guess. You're going to have to pay him more. Last year, you kind of got the roll the dice, let's see what you got deal. This year, it's, hey, I can play for you deal.
Yeah, Ertz was practically the lowest paid starting tight end on a veteran contract at $3 million last year as the base value. If you look at him statistically, he's not going to get this type of money, but it compares very favorably to Pat Freiermuth statistically. Hunter Henry, who is an older guy, Freiermuth signed for $12.1 million per year, but that was an extension of his rookie contract. Hunter Henry's at $9 million per year. I don't think you're going to go there. For Bobby Wagner, the guy, all he does is get accolades each year.
Mm-hmm.
He's 34. Some guys just defy odds. He's got 13 straight 100 tackle seasons, which is the second most, tied for the second most 100 tackle seasons with Ray Lewis. It's behind London Fletcher. Anytime you're mentioned with Ray Lewis, that's pretty good company.
Sure.
Last year, you had Levante David on a one-year deal for $8.5 million, up to $10 million with incentives. You had Demario Davis signed for 2 years, average $8.625 million per year. Almost 14 was fully guaranteed at signing on the 2 years. Bobby's better than both of those guys, always has been. The cap has gone up 10% at a minimum. To me, you adjust that deal for cap inflation and go from there. To me, I think he could ask for more, but to me, that should be his floor.
So about 10 mil for Bobby, and then does that sound like
that's the floor? I think he could justify more because all he does is get honors each year. And if you put any stock, and some people don't, into the Pro Football Focus grades in their rankings, if you're the 42nd best player in their top 101, then you got to throw some of the age stuff out the window of him.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But that's one thing that they try to throw in all the time, the age thing. Because you always say, well, it just happens 1 year, you fall off the cliff.
Yeah, well, they've been saying that for him because he keeps doing all these one-year deals. I imagine they've been saying that wherever he goes. Because Seattle got rid of him and brought him back, and they got rid of him again. The Rams got rid of him after he was an all-pro Pro Bowler guy. So he ain't falling off the cliff, really. So I guess I shouldn't bring this up, but as R. Kelly once had as an album title, age ain't nothing but a number.
What is the... So 10 mil is the floor.
That was for Aaliyah. I probably should have brought that up, but I did anyway.
Yeah, I know. I got you.
10 mil is the floor for Bobby Wagner. What do you think the floor would be for Ertz?
I would say, looking at where Hunter Henry is at 9, maybe 7-8 million on a one. For him, that's probably pay the thing that's going on with the Commanders. John Bates is up. So you got two tight ends up. He's a blocking tight end. I would suspect Bates is going to be looking at, I'm everything Josh Oliver is. And 2 years ago, Josh Oliver got $7 million per year to be one of the highest paid blocking tight ends in the NFL. So you got to contend with that one as well.
Wow.
Yeah, man, they got a lot of decisions to make. It's going to be fascinating. Talking with Joel Corey here. You can read his work at CBS Sports. You can give him a follow at Corey Joel. Joel joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. When we zoom out from what Washington is going to do, what do you think this free agency early tampering period is going to look like? Because, a lot of what we thought were the big stars that maybe get on the street it looks like they're getting tagged. I mean, T. Higgins, Godwin, seems like teams are trying to figure out ways to keep their own guys in-house. Where do you see kind of the early spending spree going?
I don't think there'll be a lot of tags being used. Godwin, they moved the void date in his contract to the last day of the league year, so you can't tag him. And even if you hadn't, he's already been tagged twice. He had a that number of 26 million this year. It would have been 144% of that, or the highest.
Doesn't it seem like they're trying to get a deal done with him, though?
Yeah, that's the reason why you move that. They did that with Byron Murphy in Minnesota. You don't move the void date to after, because you move the void date after the expiration of the tag period, the deadline, then you can't tag him. So if they were contemplating using a tag, they'd have left it as is because they were going to void before the franchise tag period even opened. Now, Higgins is interesting from the standpoint that the Bengals usually are one and done on franchise tags. You tag someone once, like with Jesse Bates, and then you don't do it again, and then he probably leaves. That's going to be $26.2 million. Kansas City's not going to tag Trey Smith. That's because interior offensive linemen typically don't get franchise tags. You guys did that with Brandon Scherf 2 years in a row, but outside of him and Joe Tooney in 2020, you hadn't had an interior offensive lineman get tagged as long as Logan Mankins like 2011. Zach Bond won't get tagged because off-ball linebackers aren't tagged because that number is basically made up of edge rushers, outside 3-4 outside linebackers, because they have a separate tag for defensive ends and a separate tag for linebackers, when there really should be an edge rusher tag and should be an off-ball linebacker tag. That number is going to be over $25 million.
Wow.
The highest paid off-ball linebacker is Roquan Smith at $20 million per year. So why are you going to put a $25 million tag on Zach Bond when it has no relation to the market?
He can be going. The money might get high enough for him, but the Eagles won't be able to hold him.
Oh, that's an interesting thing about the Eagles. That team has made a conscious decision not to invest in off-ball linebackers. They let Kazir White go, TJ Edwards leaving free agency, Alex Singleton. Obviously, Bond had a much better season than those guys ever had, but they don't invest in that position. Now, if I'm Bond and I'm someone who's a first-team All-Pro, I'm the first guy ever to have 150 tackles, a minimum 150 tackles, and 5 forced fumbles. I made the transition from edge rusher to inside linebacker. It was a great transition. I'm first-team All-Pro. I'm in my late 20s. This is my one chance to get paid. I'm thinking, Tremaine Edmonds never did anything like I did. And 2 years ago, Tremaine Edmonds went to the Bears for $72 million over 4 years, averaging $18 million per year, $50 million in guarantees, $41.8 fully guaranteed at signing. I want more than that. That's what I'm looking at if I'm him. Now, some teams may be scared by that 1 year wonder. That's the one really interesting to me, because Philly doesn't pay off ball linebackers. He's done everything you'd want to do in a contract year to warrant getting paid. So we'll see what gives.
That's going to be really interesting. So what do you think happens with Myles Garrett, dude?
I think Cleveland tries to do everything in their power to convince him that we're going to right the ship. Now, he made some comments during that last couple of episodes of that Hard Knocks show that they were closer to where some people thought to playing meaningful football. So I'm like, what changed between then and you going public with the trade? They did get to the playoffs in 2023, having musical chairs as a quarterback and bringing Joe Flacco off the street. That Deshaun Watson thing is killing them. But I am not going to trade him anytime soon. If I'm the Browns, I'm going to try to do everything I can to convince him to stay. It doesn't work cap-wise for them to trade him and get 2025 draft capital, because he has a cap number of like 19.8. And if you trade him before June 2nd, there will ultimately end up being $41 million in dead money, because they'd have to exercise an option by the third day of the league year, which is going to take the dead money from $36 million to $41 million. I try to throw as much money as possible at him to get him to stay. He's got 2 years left on his contract. Everybody has a price, and it probably take over $40 million probably to get him change, or $40 million per year to get him to change his mind, unless he's going to stand on principle and really want out. It's very easy to talk about, I'll do whatever it takes to get out in January. Let's see if whatever it takes is the same thing in January as it is in July if he's still with the Cleveland Browns and there's no contract. No new contract.
Right. That's last one from me, Joel. I'm curious. you've got a bunch of veteran quarterbacks. I mean, Rodgers and Cousins, I think, are just going to be straight up free agents. There's this like lingering Matt Stafford might be traded conversation that I can't really get a read on if that's real or not. What do you see happening with those guys, Rodgers, Cousins, and even Stafford?
Rodgers, one, has to decide he wants to play. And two, it's got to be a situation which is worth his while. I wouldn't want to end my career the way this thing ended with the Jets. So if I had to go to the Titans for a year, even though they're not going to be very good, and resurrect it that way, and go on a higher note, I would. Raheem Morris said we could handle Cousins and would be comfortable with him is the backup. I'm not buying that one bit. That's going to be a Russell Wilson thing. They cut him for post-1 designation since he's got the salary guarantee of $27.5 million. He'll sign for his league minimum of $1.255 million to go somewhere, maybe Cleveland because of the Kevin Stefanski connection. I have zero sympathy for Matthew Stafford, which you'll probably find surprising. This guy had all the leverage in the world when he did his contract in 2022. They won the Super Bowl, everything they gave up to get him in that first year. He could have said, give me a blank contract, I'll fill it in and become the highest paid player in the league, which would have been like $50.5 million per year at that time. They had Aaron Rodgers. He handed the leverage back on a silver platter and signed for $40 million per year. So if you consciously take a hometown discount, in my opinion, and this is me saying this as a former agent, don't go back to the team and say, I want more money.
Mm-hmm. Put himself in that situation. So, hey.
It's going to be a fascinating. Do you think Washington will get a bunch of deals done prior to the league year opening? Is there any advantage outside of just, I guess, the planning aspect of it? Is there any contractual or cap advantage to getting deals done before the league year opens?
No cap advantage, but if I'm the Commanders, because of something you said earlier, I'd want to get Bobby Wagner done today, just because I don't want Pete Carroll to. Well, they got more cap room than you guys have. I don't want Pete Carroll thinking I need my old guy, my culture setter, to come in. No state income tax in Nevada.
Wow.
He'll be closer to home. He's a Southern California guy. He's still got the Seattle ties. That's closer. I know he's getting his MBA at Howard. But still, I don't want to run that risk of then having the Pete Carroll be the competition. So I get him done today.
That's the guy. That's the one team that we were concerned about, RJ.
Yeah, man. Mm-hmm. I think Pete Carroll in Vegas is going to be I don't know that.
And he
to
just
me,
stated no state tax.
Right. There's a lot of things, man. Hey, Joel, we appreciate your time, bro. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you, man.
All right, Joel Corey joining us, CBS Sports salary cap expert. Interesting stuff there, man. And I think kind of to our little exercise earlier, B, where it's easy to talk about the Commanders have 80 mil. If Wagner costs you 10, that's one dude, and that's 1/8 of this swimming in cap money you got.
Yep.
If Wagner and Ertz cost you 18, now all of a sudden you've lost almost a quarter of your cap money. You know, those two guys, I mean, that's probably. As
I stated earlier, a lot of people don't know. Hell, after listening to Joe, I don't know nothing about salary cap now.
All right, coming up at 12:45, I got to speak to Jaylen Holmes, Commanders DN, had a big sack in that win over Philly. Jaylen, just a really good dude, gave them some really good snaps down the stretch. You'll hear that at 12:45. 1 o'clock is Ask B. Mitch Anything.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Nationals will begin their spring training action tomorrow as they'll take on the Astros at 105. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Nats spring training live. You can hear that one right here on the Fan at 7 o'clock Sunday night. Charlie and Dave will be joined by guests center fielder Jacob Young and reliever Evan Reifert. Also in baseball, the Yankees have changed their longstanding facial hair policy, which will allow the players in pinstripes to now have well-trimmed beards. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Bucks tonight, their first game back from the All-Star break. 7 p.m. tip-off at Capital One Arena. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Hockey, the Capitals return tomorrow from the Four Nations break, taking on the Pens in Pittsburgh. 3 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. Then the Caps are back home on Sunday, taking on the Oilers and Four Nations hero Connor McDavid at 1 o'clock on Sunday. You can hear that game right here on the Fan as well. Last night, Canada beat the U.S. 3-2 in overtime in the championship. Connor McDavid with the game-winning goal. College hoops last night, number 20 Maryland beat USC 88-71. Rodney Rice leading all scorers with 22 points. All 5 of the Terp starters were in double figures. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
See, this is the point at the club where everybody's been dancing, getting hype, and now they play the little bit slower song. You get a little bit closer. Lights get a little bit darker, and the Scotty's vodka just starts flowing a little bit easier throughout the club.
Yeah.
Crank that, Landfill. Actually, turn it down because we got to give away some Caps tickets. Caps are back, dude. Back in action starting tomorrow, and caller number 10 right now, you can win 2 tickets to the Caps game Saturday, March 1st against the Tampa Bay Lightning. For tickets and the complete Washington Capitals schedule, visit thefandc/contest. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You can win a pair of tickets Saturday, March 1st, Caps Lightning. We got to get to some Caps games before the year ends. I'm saying that to AD if he's listening, my guy Jamie if he's listening. We got to get to some Caps games, B, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm ready anytime.
I know you are, sir. I think let's just roughly go through this. If according to Over the Cap, Washington has currently, and this is with the updated numbers and everything, 75, 480,000, and $461 available in cap space.
Okay.
What is interesting is they also have a very low amount of players signed to contracts. Okay.
Yep.
We're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
So of that 75 mil, they're gonna have to pay some dudes.
Yep.
Talking with Joel Corey there, he thinks Wagner's a $10 million a year player. I think based on his production, that's a fairly easy
hands down
assessment considering what the position pays. If you pay him 10 and you pay Ertz 7 and you pay Tress 4, you're already at 21 mil. And
21.
That's 3 players.
Down.
And B, what have you and I both said they have to focus on? The trenches, right?
Trenches, yeah. And then when you
So
start focusing
if
on
you
that,
end
how
up-
much leave quick then?
I suppose what I'm saying is I think the folks that want to talk about spending sprees and going out and signing all these folks, like I'm not sure it happens, and I'm not sure how realistic that mission is.
Well, I just think that, people like to say a lot, but then when you start digging into it, even if you have no clue of it, when you start hearing how the numbers really are, then you start to understand why you see a team go into an off season and then you go, damn, they didn't really sign a lot of people. When you look at it, they signed who they could. And this team here has 20 plus free agents, which means that even if you sign them or
Close
not,
to 30, B.
okay, so close to 30. So whether you sign yours or some others, you're going to spend that money rather quickly. It's not like you could just go out there and the thing about it, the other people have money to spend too. So you don't just get you don't get the pick of the litter.
Landfill sent us an article from, I think Matt Bowen wrote this for ESPN.com. Bowen played the league. I like his work. And he listed like the best free agent. Top of the list did T. And here's what he wrote: Higgins with Terry McLaurin to give Corda 2 6'4", 219. Higgins can win on all 3 levels of the route tree in OC Cliff Kingsbury's system. With 23 career red zone touchdown catches, he would be a top target for Daniels close to the end zone. Injuries limited him to 12 games in 24, yet he finished with 73 catches for 911 yards. I think Higgins, in those games, I'm adding parenthetically, is man. He is one of the absolute best at showing his hands really late, and that just makes it so hard for a DB to defend him. Like, if you don't flash your hands up to the ball till the last possible second, the DB doesn't know to turn his head. And he is like, I'm not saying he's the best in the NFL. He's the best receiver in the NFL, but he might be the best in the NFL at that one specific trait.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening with Higgins. I don't know what's happening with Cincy. If they sign Higgins, dude, it will be awesome. I don't know that they go that route.
Listen, people have different mindsets. We're going to outscore you, or we're going to stop you from scoring, and then we could play a style of offense we everybody else plays. Try to get to 24 points, you normally win those games. But if you decide to go with T. Higgins, you're making a mindset that we can average about 2 to 3 more points per game than we did last year. And if we have a defense that can hold up as well as they did last year, then we got a chance. But when you get into the playoff, that becomes a problem. So it's depending on how you want to build the thing. Do you want to say we're offensive dominant, or we're defensive dominant, or we're gonna be damn good, as good as we can in both aspects of the game? You know, normally when you have the parity across the board, you can win more. But we just saw Joe Burrow and T. Higgins and Jamar Chase have an unbelievable year. They lost a lot of games because they couldn't stop nobody.
Yeah, I think you and I agree. So here's the other. Agreed. Now this is Bowen only did, I think, like 20 guys, and he tried to find actual fits, not just like, oh, this guy's a free agent, he'll be great. Like, where does this dude make sense? Like he said, Chris Godwin, the best team for him is to stay
where he's
Tampa,
at.
right? Stay with Baker, stay with Mike Evans. That thing.
Yeah, so for me, I just believe that, you know, and Bowen did put a lot of good stuff out there. Zach Barnes says you go back to Philly. I agree with that because I think the defensive coordinator was able to. He went out there, he found him, and he was able to use him exactly how he needed to have a year like he did. Somebody else may not be willing to do that. You know, they allowed him to do some things that I don't think a lot of other teams would do. But I'm just listen. I'm an offensive-minded guy, but I'm a little hesitant on where we saying let's just go get. We got to go get us a. We have to go get another receiver. I don't know if you have to go get the one that's going to be costing the most money, because this team showed offensively what they can do. It showed in a lot of situations who they couldn't stop. And if you look at what happened in the Super Bowl, what happened a lot in the game that we had against them, their D-line had an advantage. Their O-line had an advantage. And I think if you're going to keep up with that, you know, Saquon had an unbelievable year. But go back and look at his season and look at the damn holes he was running through. And you know, a receiver does not make those holes smaller. They're still gonna be big if you don't go get some people that can combat the massive human beings they have playing offensive line. Then when you flip it over, Jaden Daniels, where guys worry about him being hit, worry about him running and doing those things. How do you stop that from happening? You began to have a line that could block for him a little better, give him more time to where he can go through his progressions. The guy is unbelievable already with pressure coming in his face. Can you imagine if he had some time? So, yes, T. Higgins is a great player. Would I like to see him on his team? Yes. But I don't know if that's a priority when you look at all of the other things that have been like, fall-offs with this team, have been kind of detrimental to this team. When you look at last year, I don't think the receiver cost us most of those games that we lost. It had nothing to do with receiver. It had a lot to do with we couldn't stop people from putting up points. We dropped some balls. Now, that's something that the individuals got to correct. But it wasn't just because of that position. So I understand people are going to go around, they're going to look at fits and this, that, and the other. But can it come to a point where you look at what's the overall best need? And I think defensive linemen, offensive linemen, I've always felt if those positions are your strength of your football team, you can win football games. It's not always about the guy that sells jerseys. It's a guy that protects the guys that can sell the jerseys. We can keep doing that. I think good things happen for us. Take us a quick break here. We get back. JP did an interview with Jaylen Holmes, as he mentioned earlier. We're going to let you hear that at 12:45. Be Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back.
Turned down for what? All right, folks. Get your phones ready. Plug them in. Charge them up. Get your Bluetooth connected. Whatever it is. In 15 minutes, we open these phone lines up for Ask B-Mitch Anything. It's going to be a fun one. Right now, earlier in the week, I got to talk with Jaylen Holmes. Jaylen Holmes signed with the Commanders about midway through the season. He's a Norfolk native. Went to Ohio State, had a really good career at Ohio State. He was a fourth-round pick by the Vikes back in 2018. Been on, 4 or 5 teams since he's been drafted into the NFL, but he gave Washington some really good snaps down the stretch. He had 2 sacks in 11 games, 14 tackles. He five TFLs. Like, Holmes found a good spot. Now, this is another pending free agent. We don't know what's going to happen, but I really enjoyed getting to talk to Jaylen Holmes. Here we go. Really excited to get to talk to Jaylen Holmes. Jaylen, you came in halfway through the season for Washington and really showed what you could do on a team that just got red hot. How much fun did you have with the Commanders this season?
Man, I had a ton of fun. It was dope to get into that locker room, man. Everybody was, had a really good unity in the locker room, and the coaches, from the players to the coaches, and to come in at that time and to get on that winning streak when I first got there, man, it was the most fun I had in my career, honestly. What was it like? I mean, you've been in the NFL for a while. You've been in a number of different organizations. But when you're winning late like that with a quarterback like Jayden Daniels, what does that do in a locker room to everybody kind of buying in?
Yeah, man. I think it just brings a lot of confidence, and it creates also, a swagger about how we work, and I think we was kind of just focusing on day by day, just making sure during the week that we put in the work, and whether it was physically or mentally, whether it was outside the practice field or in the meeting room with watching film. I think it also brought us more together too. We did everything together, whether it's guys just, hanging out, just talking to each other, or guys playing cards, like guys coming in early and staying late. I think, that was the formula for success for us.
How much of that is a credit to the fellas in the locker room? And how much of that is a credit to Dan Quinn and Adam Peters and Joe Witt, just kind of the room they built?
I think it goes, the credit should be spread around, man. The coaches definitely help create, the culture and the environment for us to be in there, and then just the leaders of the team and the guys who really care, like they made it a priority to to carry it through. So that credit can go all around, man, from top to bottom.
Sweetest moment for you personally, getting that sack against Philly?
Yeah, that was sweet, man. That was sweet. Yeah, that was dope. Division rivalry.
Comeback win.
Yeah, it was nice, man. That was one of my favorite games. A lot of emotions in the game.
I bet, man. What was it like after the Tampa game with the doink, and then the feeling out in the locker room after the Detroit game? I was in those locker rooms. It was pretty nuts.
Yeah, man. So it was it just was like, what was it's surviving events, man. And in those moments, there was just like, yo,
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update.
We had like just battled through, and it's something that we talked about all week, and then we did it, and in those moments, man, it was surreal, man. It's like it's like you in that moment, you can be real tense, especially that doink kick, and then you get in the locker room and it go your way. It's just it's exciting. It's a good feeling.
Higher highs, Tampa, Detroit, or lower lows, Philly at the end of the year?
Okay, I can hear you. I'm sorry.
Was it a higher high, the locker room after Tampa and Detroit, or a lower low after Philly in the title game?
For me, it was Philly game was tough. At the end of the year, being that close to get to a Super Bowl.
Sure.
I definitely think it was a real. That was low. It wasn't as low because you were surrounded by guys that you like and guys that you love playing next to, and every guy in that room gave it their all, and everybody in that room cared. So you were surrounded by good people, but it just was unfortunate that we came up short. But like that, it sting, man. Like I think about that loss ever since it happened.
text threads, everybody kind of still talk about it, or are people moving forward?
I mean,
business of football's
is my screensaver. You know what I'm saying? Like
wow.
I ain't gonna lie, like, you know, I just know right now it's just motivation for the off season, you know what I mean? To, you know, just continue grinding and for me to get better. Cause I feel like it's a lot of things that game I could have done better to help us win. Obviously it's like, you know, it's a whole team game, but, you know, I just feel like we got a special team and a special locker room, and we can be holding up a trophy at the end of the year. So that's just a little bit of motivation, just, you know, every day.
I bet. I mean, the screensaver, you're seeing that a lot.
Yeah.
NFL's a crazy business. You're a Norfolk guy. I know you went to college in Ohio, but like, did you grow up rooting for the burgundy and gold? It's as close to home as you're going to get, right?
Yeah. It was crazy is I actually didn't grow up. Like I was a Tennessee Titans fan. Just being different. You know, my whole family, well, especially in Norfolk, it's a big NFC East town.
Sure.
So you got Cowboys fans, Eagles fans, Giants fans, and then, you know, the Commanders fans, and then you might have a sprinkle of 49ers and Steelers, but the NFC East is really big. Like, you know, I just remember family gatherings and seeing, you know, uncles argue about, you know, the Commanders or the Cowboys and, you know, the Eagles. Like, so I've been around that rivalry my entire life, to answer your question.
NFL's a crazy business, a tough business. If you get the option, does coming back to Washington top priority?
Yeah, like, you know, I definitely had, you know, one of my better years in my career here in Washington. It's close to home. You know, I definitely feel like I'm a great fit in that locker room.
Yeah.
Definitely a place I would love to be at, you know, but I also understand the business side of things, and things got to make sense. But, you know, I'm definitely excited and optimistic about coming back.
That's great, man. I appreciate your time, dude. I think Jalen Hurts had their Super Bowl loss as his screensaver, and now he got. Don't quote me on that, but I think I read that somewhere.
That's
so
crazy. Yeah,
you might be on to something.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I did it. It's been times before, and like, you know, my sophomore year in high school, I lost the semifinals, and I did the same thing. And then the next year, and when it's just, for me, you know, it's just a reminder of how close I got and how much good of a job we did do, but also, you know, the scoreboard remind you that you still got more to achieve.
Absolutely. Thank you, man. This has been fantastic. I appreciate you making time.
So no problem.
That was Jaylen Holmes. I really enjoyed getting to talk with him. I talked with him a little bit in the locker room during the year, and just a really good perspective on football and life, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. And I listen, when you relive that thing, a lot of times people look at the loss and it just destroys some. But like he said, look how close we got. But could I have done something different? You know? And that's motivation, man, going into the offseason.
Totally. And I realized, so that was a TV interview we did for All Ears, but when he held up his phone, I was not expecting that. I had no idea that was the thing. And it was just a screenshot of what looked like a picture from the link with the score, Eagles 55, Commanders 23.
Yeah.
And when you had tough losses like that, would you hold on to them as motivation?
When I left here and went to Philly, and we went to LA. St. Louis then, and they beat us to go to the Super Bowl. I stood out there and watched their whole ceremony.
Did you?
Yep. And then the next year we end up being at home and lose to damn Tampa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's tough, man.
But you know, it motivates. I'm telling you, that's some great motivation, man. Especially if you could view it like he said. You know, he said, yes, it showed me how close we were. But he had mentioned earlier, I could have did some things that could have helped us win that game. So now when you go work out and you start, I'm tired now. Nah, you may be able to look back at that, and that push you, get you another 15, 20 minutes or an hour out of this thing.
Totally.
So.
It's very interesting, kind of wondering what they're going to do. And when you think about what Peters accomplished, and I say Peters, I mean the whole building, but he's the head of the personnel acquisition, right?
He's setting the game plan up.
Right. They damn near hit not just the free agent signings. If you have to really quibble with one of them, like maybe, the Dorrance Armstrong sack production wasn't what you would think, but they pretty much, there also wasn't a ton of cash to that signing. Like they really, really did well. And specifically the production they got from some of these vets far outpaced the cost.
Yeah.
Where they rolled the dice, it came up. It came up on their point,
Yeah. I mean, they listen, man. You can't look at last year based off of what position they were in, what they had done the year prior, and how they finished up the year, and look at it nothing but a success.
Totally. And now that only amplifies what they have to do this year, and it makes it difficult if they're, depending what they want to do, like, do you change the structure of signing a bunch of 1-year dudes and you try to build out some 3-year dudes, some 4-year dudes? And I think what gets lost a little bit is just how good they were with their free agent acquisitions during the season.
Mm-hmm.
A guy like Jaylen Holmes is an example of that. Yep. Sheldon Day, I think, was an in-season signing.
Day was involved a lot, though. Yeah, you watch him. He made plays, man.
You're right. They had Day from the jump, but I think he might have been a practice squad up and down. I can't remember because he played in the opener and then he didn't play again until mid-October. Maybe there was an injury. Forgive me, Sheldon, I don't remember. But like, it's not just Wagner and Ertz. Like the guys further down the roster that they identified were really good, and now it's time to do it again.
But like
it is time. Go ahead.
Go ahead. We take a break.
Yeah. All right. It is time to ask B-Mitch anything. I just got a really funny question for you, B, via Twitter. But if you want to call in, now's the chance. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Phone lines open.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In hockey last night, Canada beat the United States 3-2 in overtime to win the Four Nations face-off. Connor McDavid with the game-winning goal in overtime. The Capitals back in action tomorrow, taking on the Penguins at 3 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Then on Sunday, Canadian hero Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers come to town to take on the Caps at 1 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on the Fan as well. College hoops last night. Number 20 Maryland took care of business against USC, winning 88-71. Rodney Rice had 22 points to lead all scorers. All 5 of the Terp starters were in double figures. Some hoops over the weekend. Virginia Tech going to take on Miami on the road tomorrow night. 6 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game right here on the Fan after Capitals and Penguins. Georgetown in action on Sunday afternoon, taking on Creighton on the road. 4 p.m. tip-off for that one. You can hear that one on the Fan as well after Capitals and Oilers. In the NBA, the Wizards are back from the All-Star break tonight, taking on the Milwaukee Bucks at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Spring training action going to begin for the Nationals tomorrow. They'll take on the Astros at 1 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Then on Sunday night, Nats Spring Training Live with Charlie and Dave at 7 o'clock. Their guests this week are going to be center fielder Jacob Young and reliever Evan Reifert. Also in baseball, a big surprise today is the Yankees have changed their facial hair policy. You'll now see the guys in pinstripes having well-trimmed beards. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. And for everybody listening, you could win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas, baby. Vegas. Just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Flights, hotel, and $20,000 in spending money. Just download the free Odyssey app, listen to The Fan for at least an hour, and listen tomorrow for at least an hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. For more, go to odyssey.com/slam dunk. B, I've realized why you and I can't win. We're going to be spending the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships at MGM National Harbor.
Oh, so we're going to be in Vegas, east.
Listen, if you can't get to Vegas, MGM National Harbor is a pretty
Vegas
damn
East,
close second. Yeah,
hanging out bees.
Hanging out with bees. Get it ready now, bees. I tried to get Bees to come with me to Annapolis last night, and I forgot he's not drinking. And I was like, all right, you should probably skip it.
Oh, he's still fun, though. He don't stop talking.
Right now, it is time for Ask
He's probably like, he probably like, this SOB works on the radio. Go talk about, I don't stop talking.
Right, that's a good point. He's probably listening right now. Let's start with Jason in Mount Airy. Jason, ask me anything.
Hey, good afternoon, B. Wanted to find out, knowing defense wins championships, we haven't had a scary one in a long time, but that being said, what's your first hole to fill on this entire team if you're the GM?
Me, pass rusher. Somebody that could get out there by themselves, whoop a double team, and a one-on-one, they don't have a chance in hell. I would do that.
Thanks for the call, dude. When do you think the last scary Commanders defense was? They got kind of hot Ron's first year, but that was just, remember Ben DiNucci, man. They were just playing terrible quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you that we had some things back when Nor was around, a couple defenses that were good. I just always go back to that 91, man. They were crazy. They had what, they had 3 shutouts that year.
B, I'm not even talking about that good. I'm just saying like kind of good. I think
there was some, but not with Ron.
Greg Williams was running the defense.
Yeah, when Greg was running, Greg always had a good defense. I like Greg because Greg was a little crazy.
Yeah, he definitely was.
I like
the whole Shanahan era into the Gruden era, they just were subpar, man. Just like the whole damn time. All right, let's go. I mean, think about that. That's like 15 years of subpar defenses. Line 2. Steve
And
is in
the
Springfield.
more you get fantasy football, all you think about is offense.
That's true. Steve, ask B anything, buddy.
Hey, B, I just wanted to say, man, it's good to hear your voice on the radio, and it was awesome watching you play football. But, hey, I just wanted to say, man, it's good looking forward to the weekends again, and it's awesome that the Commanders are doing good, and I just wanted to share my thoughts on that.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, man.
All right. Thank you. That was a very pleasant phone call.
Yeah.
And I will not knock Steve for not having a question because it was so pleasant.
Pleasant.
Let's go to Jim in Manassas. Jim, what up?
B. Mitch Finley, Aquarium Boys. How y'all doing today?
We good, Jim. What's happening with you, bro?
Yes, sir. First off, JP, I know generally speaking it's been subpar football, but I do think 2 out of the 4 years of Ron, like 2020 and 2022, the defense was at least respected. Maybe not elite, but respected. But I digress.
That's fair.
Talking about the Eagles this past year, I'm wondering, and this could be a discussion amongst everybody, but out of the 59, it's 59 Super Bowl champions, where do you think this team ranks? I'm not saying like top 5, top 10, but I mean, if you look at the roster top to bottom and how they just steamroll through teams in the playoffs, maybe like top 20, top 25. What do y'all think?
I mean, of course they're top 25. I'll go with that, but I'm not going to throw them up there in the top. Not right now.
Yeah, you know what?
I thought as much as well.
It's interesting because they were really damn good. And especially if you start looking at some of the metrics. I mean, just think about they had the tight win over the Rams, but the NFC title game and the Super Bowl were blowouts. And I remember the stat we had be about the only teams that had blown out their championship game and Super Bowl teams, the only teams that won those games by big blowouts were like the 85 Bears, the 91 Skins, the 89 Niners, like some of the real elite teams in the NFL. I think the Eagles, roster-wise, had an all-time great roster. I don't think they'll be remembered, though, in some of these conversations about the best teams ever. Do you, Brian? I mean, they only lost 3 games.
Yeah, they only lost 3
them,
games, but I don't.
hurt.
You start looking at some of those other teams where they had some, elite offense or defense, and then you get a couple of them that they were good on both sides of the ball. So I mean, as it goes, people will start talking about it a little bit more, give them a little hype. We know if we go to Philly, they're gonna say it's the best all time. So
I think I wonder, a lot of Super Bowls are remembered for the quarterbacks in them. And I think if Hurts gets another one, that'll kind of change the conversation about Jaylen and where he starts to rank. You know what I mean? As good as he was in that game, to me, that was a defensive-driven Super Bowl.
I'm with that.
And even when Peyton got his second ring with the Broncos, that was Von Miller's team. And Peyton was kind of along for the ride.
Yeah, in that one, he was definitely along for the ride.
But we still kind of think of it as like Peyton's second ring, which it's like a weird quarterback framing of our minds.
I remember that game distinctly, and I said to everybody out there, don't try to say this was because of Peyton.
No.
Peyton was in the wagon. They were pulling him.
Yo, Peyton got benched that year for Brock Osweiler.
Yes.
People forget about that.
So I never felt like that was his. I thought he was along for the ride on that one.
Let's go out to College Park where the Terps are hot. Joey in College Park. What up, man?
Happy Friday, everyone. My question is, Mitch, if you could host a show with any athlete, dead or alive, who would it be?
Any athlete, dead or alive. Give me Muhammad Ali.
All right.
And I guarantee you we're going to have something to talk about.
That's a good one, man.
Oh, yeah. That's my favorite athlete of all time.
So, did you ever really get to see him fight?
No, I know. Not in person. Like on TV things like that, but like
I mean on TV because mean the end of his career was not. I mean, just age-wise, I feel like you didn't really get to see peak Ali, right?
No.
So did you see him kind of late when things were?
Well, I would watch everything that popped up. I watched it on TV with my dad. And then my cousin was working for him, and I got a chance to meet him later on. Dude, even though he was dealing with his issues, dude was sharp as a tack still.
Yeah, I mean, I heard stories of, as I think it was Parkinson's, right? Like as the Parkinson's came in and he couldn't really speak, he was still like, if
he
you
didn't
were,
lose much.
if you were close with him and you could kind of figure out what he was saying, he was still really funny.
Funny as hell.
All right, and it is Ask B Mitch Anything, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Let's go to Steve in Luray. Steve, what up, man?
Not much. How's it going?
Going good. How you doing, Steve?
And it's a pleasure speaking to both you gentlemen.
Oh, thank you.
And B. Mitch, you were always one of my favorite players. The last time I talked to you, I forgave you for going to the Eagles. That's how much I loved you. Anyhow, I'm an old man. I've been watching the Redskin team, since 58, been cheering for them. I grew up in Capitol Heights. I watched them build DC Stadium. And I'm so old, I believe your offense and defensive line, they're it. They are what matters. Everything else, you give me the best offensive line, the best defensive line, I can make everything else work. And I have my question for you. Is there anybody in the college ranks, because I can't follow them, that we can trade up for and draft to build our lines without going to free agency? Because free agency just costs too damn much money.
Well, I listen, I don't know if someone is up there right now where you go, well, I'm going to go sell it. Because if you're moving up, you got to give up stuff too. You know what I mean? And so it's draft picks that you got to worry about. And I don't know if it's somebody up there that we're going to just say, oh, you got to give up everything for them. So I think at the position you are, and maybe possibly a free agent, because I believe that the people picking are the key. We watch them pick people in the first round before and they didn't do anything. Now these guys come in and the guys are excellent. So I'm gonna go along with the crew they got picking them, and I think some good things will happen.
Yeah, I don't know that because of the Lattimore trade. I don't know that a trade up is in the cards. They don't have. This is an organization that wants to build through the draft, and they don't have a ton of draft picks. They don't have. Yeah. It's not like they don't have enough, but they're not swimming in them. And I think they have 3 picks in the top 80 that has a ton of value. But after 79, they don't pick again till the 5th round. And then of their volume of picks, they are very much heavily slated towards the end of this draft. So I don't – now that will there be maneuvering? Hell yeah. But a significant trade up to get one of these like top tackle prospects or something, I don't see that coming.
That's it.
Now, they go from 29 to 23. Is there somebody they really like? Sure. I think those types of moves could happen. And dude, once you get to draft night, it's actually pretty neat for them to be drafting so late, because on the one hand, it means you had a great season, which we're not used to. Yeah. But on the other hand, everything is open. Every possibility. There's not a single – outside of a quarterback, there's not a single position they ain't drafting at 29. Because we can say build in the trenches, but what if what if Ashton Genty falls to 29 or the running back from Carolina? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like a lot can happen, dude.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Let's go to Anthony in DC. What up, Ant?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Long time listener, long time caller.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for calling, bud.
All right. Hey, I got a name for you guys. Now we know that Chris Jones is the highest paid defensive lineman with the Chiefs making $31.75. If we do not get Myles Garrett, what do you guys think of calling Mr. Aaron Donald, saying we will give you 32 per year, sign up for 65 for 2, and making him the highest paid defensive player, highest paid defensive lineman, and tell him to come get off the couch?
I love Aaron Donald, but I'm going to tell you this. If you start thinking about retirement, I normally think it's over. He already set out for a whole year. He may not be the same guy he was when he retired.
See, Mitch, I think that Aaron Donald can play and be the defensive player of the year this season. That man's body is phenomenal. He worked 12 months a year.
Oh, I understand.
never,
I understand why you think it, but I'm serious, man. That dude sat at home for a whole year chilling. I don't know if he's the same guy that left the game.
I agree with
I tend to be
everything
closer to Anthony's line of thinking. Like I kind of do think if Donald came back, he could win another Defensive Player of the Year. But not to put cold water on this thing, the Rams still have his contractual rights.
Yeah.
I
So
see.
we got to give up. We're gonna have to still give up 2 first rounders for a dude that been retired for a year.
Hey, B, Ringo sat out for a year. Maybe DQ's just got to go to Aaron Donald's house with a 6-pack.
I think DQ would drink that beer with him, though.
Thanks for the call,
Thank you
man.
guys. Thanks for taking my call. I love y'all, man.
All right, man.
Well, we got our fans got some imaginations, boy.
Yo, I like that one.
Let's
That's thinking outside the box. Let's take one more here. I say we just take phones the rest of the hour if we can. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Call in, ask B Mitch anything. Let's go right now. Our guy Vinny is in Seat Pleasant. What up, Vin?
Doing today, my brothers, man. How y'all feeling?
We good, bro. How you doing, man?
Hey, it was great meeting y'all at Tally Ho too, man. I loved it. I'm glad I was invited out. I'm glad I was able to see you guys as well. Thank y'all, man.
I appreciate that.
Hey, B Mitch, I got an irrelevant question. You know, something to have a little fun with. But I'm just a little intrigued by it. So I'm gonna give you 3 Hail Marys, and you tell me which one's your favorite and why. I'm gonna go with Aaron Rodgers to Richard Rodgers over Detroit.
Tight end.
I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with Tyler Murray to DeAndre Hopkins over Buffalo.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go with us, of course, Jaylen over the Chicago Bears. Which one of those is your favorite and why, bro?
I'm going with the one with us because I was sitting in the stands and I'd already bumped my head against the wall and I was losing it. And then when it happened, I chest bumped this lady. I'm gonna knock her down. But for us to win that game like that, man, watching it, me being there and it's something that I feel good about. It's a part of me. You know, I feel like whatever they do, I'm having the success too. That has to be better than watching other guys do it.
Indeed, and I like the best. My favorite part of it is just the fact the time it took. That's all. You know, it was the length.
It took a long time, bro. what was it? 30-something seconds? 30-something?
Yes, man. I've never seen nobody run around that long.
13, 14 seconds he scrambled.
That was wild.
Yeah.
He went right and then came back left.
Hey, man.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate the call, bud. B, an astute listener did just point something out.
Right.
Now, I think it was Anthony in D.C. He's thinking outside the box. He said, what if they try to get Aaron Donald out of retirement? That's an interesting concept. The Rams do have his rights through the 25 season. I don't think that's going to happen. But I do recall somebody you and I both know, one and only Jeff Walker, who's riding a hot streak. He just went and found his car, okay?
Now, he's supposed to be getting in shape like Aaron Donald. Now,
Jeff had told us he was going to look like Aaron Donald months ago.
Looked like he ate Aaron Donald.
Jeff, how is the quest to become Aaron Donald going, pal?
He don't much know he's being talked about. I'm looking right in his face.
Maybe he's answering phones. If he's answering phones, I'm not going to give him a hard time.
I took my headphones off because I thought we was about to go to break because it's break time.
How's it going looking like Aaron Donald?
How's it going looking like going to break?
I think if Jay and DC is still there, stay there, Jay. We'll take your call as soon as we get back. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on the fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIN, for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In hockey last night, Canada beat the United States 3-2 in overtime to win the Four Nations face-off. Connor McDavid with the game-winning goal in overtime. The Capitals back in action tomorrow, taking on the Penguins at 3 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Then on Sunday, Canadian hero Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers come to town to take on the Caps at 1 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on the Fan as well. College hoops last night. Number 20 Maryland took care of business against USC, winning 88-71. Rodney Rice had 22 points to lead all scorers. All 5 of the Terp starters were in double figures. Some hoops over the weekend. Virginia Tech going to take on Miami on the road tomorrow night. 6 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game right here on the Fan after Capitals and Penguins. Georgetown in action on Sunday afternoon, taking on Creighton on the road. 4 p.m. tip-off for that one. You can hear that one on the Fan as well after Capitals and Oilers. In the NBA, the Wizards are back from the All-Star break tonight, taking on the Milwaukee Bucks at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Spring training action going to begin for the Nationals tomorrow. They'll take on the Astros at 1 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Then on Sunday night, Nats Spring Training Live with Charlie and Dave at 7 o'clock. Their guests this week are going to be center fielder Jacob Young and reliever Evan Reifert. Also in baseball, a big surprise today is the Yankees have changed their facial hair policy. You'll now see the guys in pinstripes having well-trimmed beards. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. Chilling. Shout out to my man, Michael Perry. Came and tried to fix the electric in my house. Thank you to Crop Metcalf. They're great. The wiring in my house is just from the 18th century. So appreciate your help, Michael. B, I know you had an event. You had some motorcycle in yesterday, right?
I went to Harley Davidson of Washington, down in Fort Washington, Maryland. Got my gear, helmet.
Law Tiger's going to get you right.
Helmet, jacket, some pants, shoes, gloves, ready to go to class. I got class. I got to take the motorcycle class training on, March 8th.
Good luck, man. Let's hit these phones. And
Good
I definitely.
luck. What you trying to act like I don't know what I'm doing, Jay? What the hell?
No, I know you do. That's just motorcycles aren't for me, dog. That is not something that I've ever been interested in. And I'm.
Well, you probably shouldn't be because you don't pay attention to nothing.
Yeah.
Consistently. So you don't need to be on the bike.
Yeah. No argument. It ain't for me, dude. It's not. But good luck. I hope it goes great. I'm going to get back to these phone lines. Jay and DC waited through the breaks. Starting with Jay. Jay, ask B. Mitch anything.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing today, man?
Doing good, brother. How you doing?
We're good, bud.
Hey, man. Hey, quick question, B. Mitch. Hey, I'm a fan of those wilderness shows, like Alone and stuff like that. I don't know if you're down with it, where you go in the wilderness and see how long you can make it out there in the wilderness. If they put you in one of them. If they put you in one of them situations, now how long you think you can make it out there in the wilderness?
I'm a creature of comfort, dog. I don't like that. I grew up in the country. We used to be in the woods all the time. You know what I do now? I sit in the house with air conditioning. How long I'm gonna be out there? None at all. I ain't going out there.
What if there's $100,000? You make it.
Nah, bro. Listen. First of all, they gonna have to let me know that they took care of all of the wild stuff. I don't deal with snakes whatsoever. So
you hate snakes.
If I see a snake, that snake gonna be cut up, and whoever around gonna be cut up too. I'm gonna cut them up.
I don't know if you've seen this. They got these shows now, like Celebrity Boot Camp. I'm trying to think. There was one on NBC. CBS.
I see a lot of that stuff, and I'm like, nope.
How much? Like Cam Newton did one where it's like Celebrity Special Forces and stuff. Like, how much cash do you think they're paying these guys?
I don't know how much they're paying them. I'm gonna just tell you like this here. Growing up with a military dad, I went through special forces type stuff my whole damn life. I'm tired.
I'm not saying for you, but Cam Newton has made so much money. But the fact that
some people want to try different things, and I can see myself getting in one of these. Somebody challenge me to something, and I'll try and do it. But they're gonna be like, "Man, y'all heard a gunshot?" Because I'm gonna sneak me a gun on me. I'm not be in no woods with a stick. That ain't happening, dog. No, I need something to help me out. And
I like the great outdoors.
They go to some of these crazy places where you don't know what kind of animals down in the woods.
Sure. I like the great outdoors. I hope I don't know. I always think I'd like to go on Survivor, and my boy
JP, you know, you talk about I love the great outdoors. No, where do you go outdoors and just hang?
Usually a round of golf at the country club.
Yeah, congressional playing golf is not the great outdoors, homie.
I did used to camp and
I
stuff.
remember a few years
when I was
ago,
a kid in North Carolina, it was very rural.
Yeah,
so
when
I
you were a
liked that.
kid, because you were stupid, just like I was stupid. I did all that stuff when I was young. But when you and Mitch talking about y'all gonna come to my house and y'all
we're gonna camp out,
pitch a tent and stay in my backyard, I'm like, no, you're not, because there's steaks out there and other stuff, and I'm not gonna be having that on my conscience. Y'all gonna stay in the house.
But then we almost threw Pete in the pool when he was asleep.
Y'all should have let me do that.
I didn't stop you. I think it was AJ. AJ's anyway.
Man, he should have been thrown in the pool.
Let's go. Let's go to Zeke in Southeast. Zeke, ask me anything.
Zeke, you up, man?
Zeke, you there, dude? All right.
Next guy.
Zeke's out. Let's go to Ed in Hagerstown. Ed, what up, man?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Hey, I'm a big Chargers fan. I would love to see the Commanders go against the Chargers at the, in the first game of the year. How would they prepare to go to a different country, and how many days in advance would they have to go to get acclimated to that environment? And then I know definitely you guys would be going, but for you, B-Mitch, when you did you ever do anything like that also to get acclimated to a completely different environment?
We played in London, I think my second or third year in the league, and we went over like that Tuesday or Wednesday.
It was preseason or regular season?
It was preseason, though, but we went over early. So, I mean, it's depending on the team, really. San Diego, if they were going, I mean, the Chargers, if they're going to Brazil, they may go 2-3 days ahead, maybe. I can see the Commanders going for the whole week, like they did when they played this other game right there in Arizona.
Yeah, especially because they're coming off of, dude, they could easily fly down Tuesday. Well, hell, it's a Friday game, so your schedule's off.
Yeah.
So a Friday game means Thursday's an off day, means Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday are your 3 practice days. They could fly down that Sunday and do the week there and then fly home, late Friday night, Sunday morning. I don't think.
Do you feel those teams would scrimmage against each other prior to their game?
Oh, no. That's regular season scrimmaging over at that point.
Yeah.
That's right. So they wouldn't do any type of scrimmage prior to the first game?
Oh, no, not at all.
No, they'll do. I mean, they'll do the preseason games, and I'm confident they'll have joint practices.
But that's a regular season game.
Yeah, they're not going to scrimmage the Chargers prior to the game.
No.
Okay, all right.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you now, gentlemen.
Thanks, buddy. I got a question for you, B.
Yep.
I'm checking in with some folks. Somebody named Aaron wants me to tell you they want to go on a motorcycle ride with you.
I just told him I'm going to learn how to ride. I ain't telling him I'm going to ride a motorcycle just yet.
I don't know. Aaron wants to go with you.
We got to go find country roads and ride bikes. I don't want no cars around.
I'm out on that. Got to tell you the truth.
Wow. Jay, I know, man.
Did you see?
You like outdoors.
I'm an outdoorsman. Did you see? Toby just mentioned this in the break, and I want to check on the 2 big Yankee fans there in the aquarium. The Yankees are now going to allow people to have beards.
Clean cut.
Well-groomed beards.
Yeah.
I know when you played for the Skins, you had that mustache going.
Yeah.
But in your pro football career, or hell, even at college, was there any sort of how would you respond to somebody telling you how to cut your hair or trim your face or whatever?
I probably wouldn't stand with that team. If it had to be if you were going to tell, I remember when I went to visit the Jaguars, and Tom Coughlin. He was like, when you're in the room, you got to have both of your feet on the floor at all times, and you got to keep your helmet on once you get on the field. I was like, dog, this is not no damn military, and this is not college either. So send me back to the airport. Let me go on back home. So
now,
some of that stuff is ridiculous to me.
Do you care, though, the coaches that are like, all right, suits for road trips?
Well, I remember Coach Gibbs said we couldn't wear blue jeans, and I quickly found out there was every color jean in the world because nobody wore blue jeans, but they had black jeans, brown jeans, green jeans. They had every color jean you could get but blue.
Those Carl Kanai
But
joints?
I didn't mind dressing up. You know, I really believe football, basketball, all that stuff, you're going on a business trip. On your way to the game, look presentable. Flying home, be comfortable. But you need to be presentable going to a game. When we can leave it out on that Saturday, dress up a little bit. That's the way I felt. I watched Michael Jordan. He had on a suit every damn time, before a game, after the game. And that's the way I picked it up. And like today, nobody expects you to do it because everything is so relaxed now. And then people wonder why everybody do everything they want to do because you know what? Nobody has discipline anymore. People just do what you want to do.
I shave. We live in like a beard tattoo culture nowadays, and I'm a shaved, no tat guy.
But if somebody
I just
wanted to
get
wear
itchy with
facial
the
hair,
beard,
they should be able to wear facial hair.
Right, I'm not mad at it.
I
Do
don't
whatever
want it
you
to
want.
be. I think you need to keep. I think you should keep it groomed. I don't think you should look like a damn like you're coming out of somebody got lost in the woods and then they found them after 2 years.
Coming out the bayou,
You know, but yeah, take care of it. But I think if you can grow it, grow it. And if you want to shape it up, do it. But I always thought that was crazy that they had that type of what you call them. Why did they change it? Because did they lose some free agents because of it?
I don't know. I
guarantee they did.
Landfill and Jeff are the Yankee experts. Of the
come
program.
on, no, Brian, come on.
Is he a Yankee fan too? Is the whole damn aquarium Yankee fans?
He's gonna let us know what happened.
Yeah, well, I'm a Mets fan,
and
it's some
that's
big
worse.
little brother energy from the Yankees because they lost Juan Soto. They're starting to lose bidding wars to Steve Cohen. So now they're like, all right, well, we'll let the free agents grow some beards, and maybe that'll make them come over.
I'm gonna let Jeff respond to the little brother energy from the Yanks.
No way he is sitting up here as a Mets fan saying we're little bros. Look, it's okay. It took
Soto
us,
did choose Queens.
Yeah, it's all right. Look, it's going to draw more people to the Yankees. It's okay. We finally, brought our rules back into the 21st century. It's all good, but I'm not going to sit here and take little brother talk from the Mets. Look, when you got as many rings as the Yankees do, and they just fit on your hands like that, it's not enough. It's not enough volume from Mets fans to hear that.
Can I ask a question, Jeff?
Yes.
Like Lou Gehrig won, I don't know, 4 World Series, whatever that is. Does that really impact you day to day that the Yankees won the World Series in 1926?
JP, the Redskins won a Super Bowl before I was even born. Do that impact me day to day? Yes. Do you know what I say every time I get into it with an Eagles fan? Yo, we still got 3 rings. Y'all only got 2. They always say, how many did you see? It don't matter. Y'all always tell us to look up the history of the team, know the history of our teams. I know the history. I know how many we won. It don't matter if I wasn't around, if I wasn't thought of when we won it. That's the franchise I choose to support. That's what I'm going to go with.
Who's clapping? Landfill?
Me.
B. Mitch.
Dude.
We do tell people know the history of their team, and then when they live on the history, we question them.
Landfill says he has seen 6. That is true. Like, you guys are both, Jeff's 30, Landini's 35 or whatever. I mean, hell, I've seen the Yankees win, what'd they win, 4 in the Jeter era, and then they won 1 with Sabathia, right?
And then you got to remember, there was no team here, right, except the Orioles, but I had family from New York. I wasn't watching the Orioles.
I mean, but I'm looking at the Yankees, like, stats over the years, dude, from 36 to 39, they won 4 straight, like 5 different times. That's pretty damn
We talking about 3-peats. They had 4-peats.
From 49 to 54, they won the
JP, they
World Series
3-peat 4 times. They did they 3-peat four in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the Paul O'Neill, Bernie, the hell was his name? The center fielder. It wasn't Johnson, was it?
Nah, not Johnson. Bernie. I know you're
Bernie
talking about
Williams.
Williams. Yeah.
Thank you. I obviously Jeter. I mean, those teams that early run around 2000, whatever that was. I was in college. Everybody's Yankee fans.
Hell, they should win. They pay everybody. They spend way more money than everybody else.
But that era, early on, like before they signed A-Rod and Johnny Damon and everything,
they've been paying people before then, Jay.
Most of that era was homegrown, and that Landfill, correct me if I'm wrong. You're the actual huge Yankee fan here that's being awfully quiet. Like the beginning of that run was like Pettit. It was like all homegrown guys, wasn't it?
I mean, I don't know that I would say all homegrown guys, but there were several.
People.
The Yanks do pay people.
They pay. That's their history. They pay. They might grow you, but they're gonna pay if they need something else. I don't have a problem with it.
You know what I look forward to, and I look forward to this every year, but particularly this year, especially if I got to deal with White Brian all summer. I look forward to the Mets' inevitable collapse every year.
Isn't Mitch Tischler a Mets fan?
Oh yeah, he drives me nuts with it. Danny Frank, all of them. Greg Papa,
I like Danny.
all
So I'm
of
not
them.
gonna say nothing about Danny.
I love Danny. I don't like Danny, the Met fan. I look forward to the Mets collapse even more now, knowing White Brian's going to be on this BS train. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. Maybe. I'm going through withdrawals. B. Mitch Finley getting ready for the weekend. Grant and Danny coming your way next.
Maybe.
Everybody's like, oh, you have a radio show. How cool is that? Well, let me tell you what's happened in the last commercial break. Danny Frank has sent me 7 pictures of the Mets, various Mets memorabilia. And Greg,
first one, just ignore him.
I reply. My new reply these days is just the John Wall bruh meme. That's how February is going for me. And Greg wants me to ride on the back of his motorcycle, and we can cruise around.
I don't think you should do that, dog.
I'm out on that.
Cardinal rule.
I'm out on that. Is that a hard no, Jeff?
That's a cardinal rule to any motorcycle rider. You don't put another man on the back of your motorcycle.
About a lady.
Hey, well, y'all drink mimosas together. Y'all may have ride the bike together. And J-Dog forever.
2 different things.
Yo,
J-Dog,
Brian's irrational hatred of mimosas is one of the best things in my life.
Are you going to put your arm around his waist or up on his shoulder? Which one are you going to do, Jay?
I'm not going on the motorcycle.
Hey,
you can't make fun of me for this because I'm not getting on a motorcycle with anyone.
You going to clap your fingers together?
He's going to wrap his ears around his helmet.
I'm not getting on the motorcycle. To hell with all of you. Let's make some bets before we run out of showtime.
We ain't making no bets. We just going to give out who won and who didn't.
Okay. Fire away.
Holla. Oh, boy.
White Brian.
Yeah, like the Yankees in the Juan Soto sweepstakes, we all lost.
White Brian decided to mix it up today. I like it.
I like it.
So
who won the week?
Who did win the week?
Looked like everybody was like 1 and something.
Yeah, JP, Jeff, and me went 1 and 2, and that was enough to win the week.
That's a hell of a win right there.
But I went 1 and 3.
You went 0 and 3.
I couldn't have gone 0 and 3. I won one day, fool.
You couldn't have won because you always put in parlays. So
no, one day I didn't put in the parlay.
What bet was it?
I don't remember the damn day, but he came back.
Then it don't
he
exist.
said I won. That's what I'm saying. See, Brian, I think Brian is as crazy as you, Jeff.
I got you losing 3 parlays in a row.
And I bet 4 days, though, son. Forgot about that, didn't you?
We were off Monday.
That's right. Make me understand, damn it. I'm just trying to find out.
What are the big college hoops games this weekend, Brian? Because Maryland's not playing, so I'm full focus on Sparty next week.
Yeah, there's Tennessee and A&M on Saturday. Iowa State and Houston's probably the biggest one.
When is that?
That's Saturday afternoon in Houston.
All right. So, and damn, I'm going to have a little bit of hockey withdrawal, but I guess the Caps are on tomorrow. You got Caps day games both days. So if you're looking for something to do, bang, there you have it. B, I got the father-daughter dance tonight.
All right.
It's always fun. It's funny.
One question, though. Can you dance?
That's a sober event, so I really can't.
I've seen you dance, man. Woo.
What's funny is I used to just take Shelby. Now I take both girls, obviously, and Shelby just will probably want to be with her friends the whole time.
Angel's gonna wrap around your leg. You got.
I don't know what she's gonna want, but we're all gonna find out together. What are you doing now, B?
Who?
You.
I'm looking at the computer.
I got to head to National Harbor. I might go see Bees for a minute. They're doing a special Caps tribute to the title team at National Harbor. I'm going over there live for Channel 4, and we're going to show some of this footage we got with Rigo last night, which was really cool. But I probably will have time for a beer should you end up in the National Harbor area.
What time you got to be there?
I'm live at 4, and I got to be back at Bethesda at 6.
Man, you always on the damn time. You time crunch. Dealing with you.
I'll call you.
Bye.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to PFT Commenter for joining us. Thank you to Joel Corey for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called. Fun show, fun day. Thank you to Crop Metcalf for setting me straight over here with the
Landfill, I see you at
electrical world.
Rooster House this weekend.
B. Mitch, Rooster, and Landfill will be live streaming Wrestling with Potato Chips from Rooster's house. I believe it's Chantilly. If you're looking for them, they'll be on these streets.
No wrestling and no damn potato chips.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Rooster owes you some chips.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Last night in hockey, the Team Canada beat USA 3-2 in overtime to win the Four Nations face-off for the NHL season. Get back underway tomorrow. The Capitals back in action, taking on the Penguins in Pittsburgh. 3 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Caps also in action on Sunday, taking on the Oilers at Capital One Arena. You can hear the game right here on the Fan at 1 o'clock. College hoops last night. Number 20 Maryland beat USC 88-71. Rodney Rice with 22 points. All 5 Terp starters were in double figures. College hoops over the weekend. Virginia Tech going to take on Miami tomorrow on the road at 6 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan after Caps and Pens. Georgetown on the road taking on Creighton on Sunday at 4 o'clock. You can hear the game here on the Fan following Caps and Oilers. In baseball, Nationals Astros tomorrow. The first game of spring training for the Nats. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 at 1 o'clock. Jake Irving going to start that game for the Nats. Shinosuke Agasawara, the new pitcher from Japan, going to start for the team on Sunday. Nats spring training live on Sunday at 7 o'clock. Charlie and Dave joined by Jacob Young and Evan Reifert. In the National Football League, the Saints are hiring Brandon Staley as their new defensive coordinator, and the Bengals released defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins. They'll save $9.6 million against the cap. He signed a 2-year deal with the team last offseason. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. We are Grant and Danny, and you are listening to The Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 today. In 1 hour at 3 o'clock, Matt Harmon covers the NFL and really specifically the wide receiver play in the league. Thinks that Deebo Samuel would be a really good fit for the Commanders. We'll ask him about that. And at 4 o'clock, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we've got tickets to see Joe Coy's comedy at Capital One Arena. What's up, Danny?
Not much, my friend. It is a chilly day, but I had my check-in this morning at Copair, our friends over there.
That's right.
Despite a bunch of missteps and not sleeping a whole heck of a lot because of the newborn, down 3 pounds, which is very, very good for your pal. That's what I'm going for.
Attaboy.
Yeah, man.
That is a good, strong start. Are you getting any sleep?
Some. It's the kind of, and I know you remember this because you've done the kid thing as well, and everybody that's a parent. Even when you're sleeping, you're not really sleeping. So some people can turn it off where it's like the radar, the concern, or the anxiety, or the whatever, where it's like, I'm so tired, I just go to sleep. But this is not good sleep. You know what I mean? Because you're so on alert that you're going to get woken up again, or, and every kid, it's not just the baby, but everybody's taking turns to bother me. We've had tummy aches. We've had announcements about needing to use the restroom at 3 a.m. Thank you for letting me know, but go ahead and use it. You know what I mean?
I think this all has to be remembered and shoved into the winter algorithm when we talk about seasons on this show.
Oh, yeah.
The amount of sickness and colds and flus and COVIDs and whatever else people are dealing with. It doesn't happen like this in the spring and the summer to the same extent.
It does not. You're right.
Next time we talk about seasons, for those people that are like, what's great is February.
And winter, and it snows, and it's beautiful.
Fall is the premier season. We should all acknowledge that.
Yep.
And next time that it comes up, just remember that everyone is sick for the entire month of February, basically.
Yeah, it starts kind of late December and then just carries right on through. It's delightful.
I want to talk about where we're headed with TV rights and sports with John Ourand, who's going to be on the show today at 5. One of our buddies who covers sports in the media. Because we just got the development now, Danny, that ESPN has opted out of its contract after this season covering Major League Baseball. And there could be a work stoppage. Maybe that's a factor in the decision. But is baseball headed to one of the streaming services for its big deal? How is this going to work out? We'll talk to Ourand about that coming up at 5 o'clock today. I wanted to start, though, really quickly with a story from last night.
Mm-hmm.
Your boy was driving home. I had a bit of a harrowing experience. Now, Ryan actually got tapped in the bumper and rear-ended. So there was actually contact car to car in his situation. So overall, as a show, it was not great last night driving home for the Grant and Danny radio program.
Yeah.
He just has a small mark on the back of the car. He's fine. Everybody's happy. Your boy was driving in the Springfield area on a 2-lane road, divided highway style. Okay. I'm going right around 55, 60 miles an hour, as was the speed limit. I'm in the left lane. Luckily, I am on a straightaway, and so I can see well out in front of me. There is a van that appears off in the distance, well out in front of me, in my lane, coming toward me with its headlights.
Okay, here we go.
Initially, it really didn't register because there are cars across the divided highway coming the other way, to my left, which is very common. And I initially thought, well, maybe that was a car in those lanes. And then I realized, nope, this guy's in my lane on my side of the divided highway. He's going in the wrong direction, and he keeps coming toward me. So I am pumping the brakes pretty good. I get stopped, and this guy just keeps slowly coming toward me at like 25 miles an hour, to the point where he gets like 15 feet in front of me, windshield to windshield style.
Oh, my God.
And it's a busy enough 2-lane road. Think like Fairfax County Parkway or one of these where, people are traversing, right? And everyone's now changing lanes from the left lane behind me to get into the right lane as they can to whip past me. So there's like 30 seconds where the car's lights and my lights are just
nose to nose
staring at each other.
Like a UFC weigh-in.
I can't see in. He can't see in. I don't know who's over there, what he's doing, what he's thinking, what he's up to. But I'm a little bit nervous because this is such a weird thing that I'm going, what in the hell is going on?
So real quick pause. You and I share that where someone else might just go, get out of the way, idiot. I'm going, am I in a jackpot? Am I now in like some sort of robbery where I get out and they got to deal with me? Am I now in like a setup? Like, am I the person they talk about on the news? Like, I'm terrified of this kind of thing.
I just didn't know what to do.
Right.
But I couldn't do anything for about 20 seconds because I can't change lanes because cars are coming pretty quickly and everyone's changing lanes and I can't get over anyway. So I'm just sitting duck here. And I'm thinking, if this crazy person jumps out, and like, are they pulling a firearm at me? What is happening? Why are they here? Why is this crazy person doing this? So eventually all the cars are gone. And it's just me and him sitting there still. And this guy is still not moving. And I'm like, okay, I got to move on with my life. So I change lanes when I can. And I start to go toward him, like past him. And so we get kind of door to door, and it's dawning on me. I'm like, I bet you this person's having some type of a medical emergency. They're either crazy drunk or they're having a seizure or something, or they don't know where they are in this moment. I need to at least check and see what I can see in the window. So again, this is probably stupid and unsafe.
Now, this is where you and I differ.
So I kind of get window to window. This guy is still not moving.
Yeah.
And I'm moving like 5 miles an hour, and I put my window down. So if he's going to hurt me, he's going to do it right now. And I look in, and it's just a really old guy. And he looks like he doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's a little too much for him.
He looks like he's like, why is this guy next to me? And why am I stopped? And how did I get here? And this isn't where I parked my car. And so I tell him, like, put your window down. And he kind of puts his window down a little bit. And I go, you've got to turn around. And he just looks over at me, and I go, you have to. And I'm showing him like with my fingers, like how to turn around. I'm like, you have to turn around. And he just goes like this. He's just looking over at me, and he just slams on the gas.
Slowly goes away.
Like,
yeah.
Not to turn around, mind you, but to keep driving in the direction where luckily right now, probably a light cycle or something, there's no cars. But as you keep going, there's a little bit of a hill. So if someone's coming over that hill at 50, we're going head to head here.
Yep.
So I don't know what to do. I am now not moving still. Now I'm in the right lane. I'm parked basically on this 2-lane road with no cars around. I'm watching in my rearview mirror this van drive in the wrong direction. And I just start laying on my horn. I'm just like, I don't know how I'm an 18-wheeler all of a sudden, but I'm like, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just laying on my horn, just hoping someone hears it off in the distance and starts slowing down, thinking something's going on. As all this is happening, this big-ass truck's kind of coming over the, I'll call it the horizon, but like the hill behind me. And this van where this old dude is driving is like going right toward it. This is a much bigger vehicle. Now, I don't know what you know about inertia and the Newton laws and stuff.
Oh, sure, yeah.
It's going to take that big truck longer than it took me to stop.
Yep.
So he barely stops, like basically right in front of this dude. And the guy is now doing the same thing with him, where their lights are on each other and they're just kind of looking at each other. And it got to a point where the cars are now catching up to my bumper, where I'm like, I'm now being nosy and I can't keep dealing with this. It's out of my control. I've done what I could do.
Exactly. You've done all you can. You got to get out of there.
I tried to tell my guy to turn.
I got to go home.
He did not want to turn. So I have no idea how it ended, other than that as I was kind of rounding the bend to leave, it looked like he was starting to turn his car around a little bit. But it was the weirdest experience I've ever had on the road.
Bizarre. I mean, again, the one point where you and I shtick aside, where we do part company is you did more than I would do. Like, in other words, is the instant I can get out of there, I'm out of there. Like, you addressed the person, got him, hey, man, try to turn around. You did all you could, and you were still fascinated by it. I'm going, I need to be away from this.
I always wonder, though, what is going on with this guy?
Yeah.
Is it just is he old and declining mentally? Is he on something? Like, why are we here? How did we get here?
Yeah, I've had too many things on the subway, too many, where I just go, I'm trying to rationalize what you're doing, and I can't.
No.
I'm out.
I'm
just not doing it.
It's a bad idea.
Yeah.
But I got home, and I got dinner, and I put my feet up, and I watched the Four Nations final.
Yeah.
And boy, did it deliver the goods. I know you're upset. The United States of America didn't win. I don't think that's the lead here. I'll be honest with you. What an unbelievable hockey game that everybody's been talking about today. How often does the hype end up being met with a great matchup? That was really, really good, fast, high-end, top-of-the-line talent hockey. Great night for the sport. We got an overtime game out of it. The United States was going shot for shot, stride for stride with Canada. That's a win, I think, for everybody involved. Now, unfortunately, Connor McDavid scored the game-winning goal and Canada beat the United States. But I got to be honest, Danny, I still, even though I was watching that game like a Capitals fan playing the Penguins in a Game 7 with anxiety every time Canada had the puck in overtime, and I couldn't believe I cared that much about this thing that does not matter at all. I mean, it really just doesn't. Who wins, who doesn't? Like the trophy? Come on. But I was so in, and it was so fun.
So you asked how often does the expectations meet the hype? Probably as often as too many men on the ice is not called against Canada, is what I would say, in terms of how frequently. And no, I'm not bitter about it. Wait, yes, I am. I'm furious. I'm livid. I have so much hate in my heart. I'm so pissed off, so irritated, so mad. I don't really have much else to say other than that. Like, this, obviously, the thing is a success. It got me to care about something I didn't care about 10 days ago. So it's a win. The NHL's won or hockey's won. Whoever's responsible, take a bow. You've done really well. I can't stop being pissed off. Every time I think about it, I'm in a worse mood than I was before. It basically somehow matched my pre-Capitals Stanley Cup win. Gut punch, anxiety, frustration, anger, sitting there miserable, stewing and miserable every second watching this game. That level of give a damn is very rare. Like, before the Caps won the Stanley Cup, like, it was like, it's never gonna happen, it's never gonna happen. Sitting there just miserable watching it. Now that they've won, it released the pressure valve, and it's like, yeah, okay, I'm bummed they lose, but it doesn't hurt as bad. But it hurt bad. This was the first time since the Caps won the Stanley Cup that I have felt the way that I felt last night.
So I understand the frustration with the loss and the heartbreak when that goal is scored, because everybody was invested and really buying in and excited about the game. I have a hard time, though, with that being the lead for you. In other words, like, your main takeaway from last night is your anger that America lost.
Yes.
Not how awesome this tournament or that game was. That one I struggle with.
Well, it's an emotional thing. Like, I can spin two plates. Plate one is what I just said, but plate two, yeah, it's a success. I didn't care 10 days ago. I cared desperately enough to feel the emotions I'm feeling.
I'm fascinated by you feeling like it's like a personal affront that you were angry and you personally lost.
That's right. This is me and my fandom.
Right.
Yeah, I am so angry. But again, the fact that I was moved to an emotion, to that level of emotion for the first time since the Caps won the Stanley Cup by hockey, on something I didn't really understand or care about less than 2 weeks ago, is a massive win for whoever's involved. I mean, take a bow. Gary Bettman, hold up your own personal parade. Whoever was responsible for it, kudos, you did it. But I'm telling you how invested I was last night.
Well, that's actually going to end up being our poll of the day here. You can go vote on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account. It's our Grant and Danny poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Will the success of this Four Nations tournament and the championship game that everybody watched last night that was so good, will that lead to added interest and added television numbers and ratings for the NHL the rest of the year? I was talking to Drabby about this today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that it's certainly not a 1-to-1. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's when you get your taxes back, it's not like every dollar that you ever spent, it ends up coming back.
Good. Yeah.
You know
I see what you're saying. I do. Yeah.
I don't anticipate that everyone who watched, who's not a big hockey fan, and I saw them all over my timeline. A lot of the NFL people and NBA people that I follow were admitting, hey, I'm not really a hockey fan, but this is awesome. Hey, I haven't watched a hockey game in 2 years, 4 years, 6 years. This is incredible. Is this what every NHL game's like? And the answer to that, sadly, is no. This is pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
The speed of the game, the talent on the ice, it's just better than what you're typically going to get in a regular season game. But I say all this, Danny, to just ask the question, is there going to be some carryover? I think there will be.
There's going to be some.
Drabby and I don't know if we disagreed on it a little bit or what, but he's like, I just don't know how much progress it makes for hockey. My point is this. I don't watch women's basketball. I don't have a problem with it, right? I just am not that interested. It's never really appealed or been something that has crossed my radar. There's only so many hours in the day. I'm obsessed with a lot of other things, and I can't really add one without taking one away. When the Caitlin Clark rise to fame took place at Iowa, and everybody was talking about it in our kitchen and in every studio, and we're talking about it on air, obviously, I started watching some of those games in the Final Four to go, she can't really be that good. They're saying female Steph Curry. Let me see here. You know what I did? I ended up watching her once or twice in a WNBA game. Did I watch every WNBA game? Of course not. Did I watch games when she wasn't playing? No, but that's still a huge win. Like there was still carryover by way of attendance and ratings for people that got in because of her and then cared a little bit more because of her. And I still think that's a win. And I think something like that could happen for this tournament.
That's a perfect analogy. So let's say, for the sake of argument, that buzz and that interest is a 10 out of 10 when Caitlin Clark, the phenomenon, was happening and whatever, right? If you give a 1 out of 10 in terms of casual interest, you're not sitting there breaking down Breanna Stewart's game or telling people how great Asia Wilson is, and that's not your prerogative, and it's not mine either, just by the way, as it happens to be. But 1 is more than 0. And I know that sounds dismissive, but that's the point. If you get a 10% bump, whatever that looks like, however you want to quantify that, 15%, 12%, 8%, yeah, it's a win. At a minimum, it's a great thing that we all enjoyed, and that's that. But at a maximum, if this is really done well, like if I'm the NHL, I've got to figure out a way to go see the guys you just saw in this tournament in a city near you or on television at these times. Like if you would like to say, like, Chuck, I remember or which whole Kachuk family from when I was a kid. I mean, in NHL '94, but I now care about Brady Kachuk. I didn't before. I do now. That head-button, goal-scoring, chucking and jiving Iron Bull. So I'm interested in that guy. So if I'm the NHL from whatever team he plays for, I need to market that. Do I trust them to do that? No, but it's because it's not a one-to-one. This is one of those, you've got momentum, you've got eyeballs that are here now that weren't there 2 weeks ago. What can you do to say, come see the American players that were in this thing and gave you so much here? Like, well, let me ask you here's your vehicle.
Connor McDavid's going to be at Capital One Arena on Sunday. He is the best player on the planet. He scored the game-winning goal for Canada. Is there somebody in this city who watched the United States and Canada play 2 awesome games in a week or any part of this tournament or the final, and maybe they weren't a big hockey fan, who might go to the Caps in the Edmonton game on Sunday afternoon?
Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah, there might be.
And I think that's the whole point. I just thought the passion on display was unbelievable. Yep. The buy-in, the give a damn from these players. I tweeted out a video of Brady Kachuk's goal after he scored last night when he was primal screaming. It was exactly the Michael Phelps on the outside of the pool. Like you tuck your elbows into your ribs and you're like, your chin is now opposite your chest up toward the sky and you're screaming as loud as you can. Like, you know, the Michael Phelps image.
Oh, yeah.
He's doing that after his goal last night. He claims it's the biggest game he's ever played in, and he's never played in the playoffs, so it actually kind of makes sense. I thought this was interesting from PK Subban, talking about the culture of hockey and why something like this is possible on the ice with these players and the pride they take, rather than maybe in other sports, and juxtaposing it to basketball, which has an issue with its fans at this point when you've got so many players taking healthy days off and seemingly a passion problem.
Well, listen, hockey's a different sport from the NBA. You can't compare the cultures because of the way the game is played. You can step on an NBA floor and go through the emotions. You can't do that in hockey. You can't. Like the culture of our sport, you have to play it with passion. You have to be willing to fight. You have to be willing to leave it on the ice. That's what fans are investing in. So for us, when we charge $1,500 for a ticket to come to fans know what they're getting. Cale Makar, the best defenseman in the world, wasn't in the lineup for this game. This was the most viewed game that we've had in years. And you see it, it's because it's not just based on the skill and talent. It's based on the pride.
PK Subban on ESPN went on to talk about playing through injury, playing through pain.
Mm-hmm.
They do it in hockey more than they do in other sports. Matthew Tkachuk's trying to talk his way back on the ice last night. And the only reason he wasn't able to is because his own team doctor from Florida was the doctor on the bench saying, dude, we're not letting you play again.
You can't move. I mean, it's obvious.
By the way, if he would have finished the game, I do think we would have won. But I won't go that route.
Oh,
no sour grapes here, okay? But that was a bummer that he got hurt. But there's just something to, I don't know what it is about hockey, but when you put the countries on the sweaters, these guys just care so much.
And in fairness to other sports, but I don't disagree with a lot of what Subban was talking about with basketball, but you get the same ramp up in terms of basketball too. It's a different game than hockey, but there's some passion when guys are wearing that jersey. But I do think it's a smart point. I mean, the biggest obstacle I think hockey had in the U.S. was it was an adopted game, kind of the same way soccer is, right? Kids don't, and so many huge parts of the country do not grow up playing hockey. Whereas you see football, baseball, basketball, tennis, whatever. You go, I understand that. I did it to some degree. There's a familiarity with it. And now that it's more ubiquitous, there's more play. Look at this area, for God's sakes. Used to be, if you wanted to skate, you went to Fort Dupont, or you had to wait for Georgetown to freeze in the winter, and you could go by the fountain where the Caps got hammered. Now there's like places to play. That's different than it used to be.
By the way, Matthew Tkachuk, who I mentioned, was playing through pain and through injury in this tournament. Played in the Stanley Cup final last year with a broken sternum.
That's a big one, by the way, the sternum. It's right in the middle.
Just a broken sternum.
How's your sternum? It's broken, but I'm going to give it a go.
Checking people, throwing his weight around. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Coming up in about 40 minutes, Matt Harmon, who covers NFL wide receivers, really likes Deebo Samuel as a fit in Washington's offense, so we'll ask him about that. But I want to actually try to figure out who you guys would rather have re-signed if you can only bring back one of the two veteran leaders. Zach Ertz or Bobby Wagner, who should be more of a priority for Washington? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my friends and my realtors. That's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams. If you're thinking about selling your home, give them a call. They sold my place a couple years ago. We got way over asking. The whole thing was done in a weekend. They are fantastic at this. Don't leave it up to your friends, buddies, former roommate, or that person you know that's on their second career and trying this out. It's too important. How many times are you going to sell your home? You got to maximize it. Let them use their database of over 16,711 qualified buyers to guarantee the sale of your home fast and for top dollar. Sound good to be true? Reynolds and Power Home team have countless reviews from families they have served and back up what they say. They get their sellers 6.1% more money on average. That's tens of thousands of dollars on average more in your pocket. They're so confident in their services that if your home doesn't sell for some reason, that means Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Do what I did. Give them a call. That is 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or just go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Baseball going to get underway for the Nationals tomorrow. Their first spring training game. They'll take on the Astros at 1 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Jake Irvin going to get the start for the Nats in that game. And their second game on Sunday, Shinosuke Ogasawara going to start for the team. Nats spring training live on Sunday. You can hear it right here on the Fan at 7 o'clock. Charlie and Dave going to be joined by center fielder Jacob Young and reliever Evan Reifert. In the NBA, the Wizards are back from the All-Star break tonight at Capital One Arena, taking on the Milwaukee Bucks. 7 p.m. tip-off. You hear that game over on the Team 980. In hockey, the Caps taking on the Pens. Their first game back from the Four Nations break. That'll be tomorrow in Pittsburgh at 3 o'clock. You hear the game right here on the Fan. Caps will take on the Oilers back home on Sunday. 1 o'clock puck drop also right here on the Fan. Last night, college hoops. Number 20, Maryland beat USC 88-71. Rodney Rice with 22 points to lead all scorers. All 5 Terp starters were in double figures. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making the show part of your day. 30 minutes from now, a wide receiver analyst covering the NFL who likes a fit for Deebo Samuel in Washington. We'll ask him why. Which of the veteran locker room leaders should be the bigger priority to be brought back? Bobby Wagner, who is the captain of the defense and the quarterback of that unit as the Mike linebacker with Frankie Louvu and at second level, or Zach Ertz, who was just a very steady Eddie, very solid 66 catch, 650-yard season, and then went out and went 11 grabs for a bill in the playoffs in Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game. That's his final game with Washington, a pretty significant one. These are similar guys, Danny, because they're both aging. Ertz is 34 years old. Wagner's also 34, but is going to be 35 before the start of the season. And both of them are declining physically in their skill set, but they can still help you. Wagner has played at a higher level. There's no doubt about that. But the question is, if you get to bring one of them back, Ertz, who more directly helps Jaden Daniels, Wagner, who was their leading tackler, which do you prioritize?
It's Wagner for me, and it's closer than maybe I thought upon initial inspection. As soon as I heard it, I go, oh, it's Wagner. I mean, Ertz got every ounce out of what he had left this year. The previous track record for him, and this is why I don't say I was dubious at the signing. It didn't cost very much, and I said that's smart. Give a young tight end a mentor in the room. It doesn't affect you. It's not one of those things where you're stuck with a $30 million dead cap hit or something like that if it doesn't work out over the next couple of years. Help Jaden Daniels, acclimate to the offense, familiarity with Kingsbury's system, no problem. But the track record was I want him to do something else because this guy always gets hurt. This guy's always limited, always has something nagging. He's always slowed. And all he did was show up and be second on the team in receptions, targets, the whole 9 yards. He was available and got better down the stretch. He was better in the second half of the year than he was in the first in terms of impact and some things he was doing. I mean, you heard it in the that Atlanta game that they won in overtime. This right here is where they look for Zach Ertz. They look for Zach Ertz, game-winning touchdown in traffic. Boom, you're going to the postseason. So it's closer than I thought. I think Wagner has more and offers more going forward. And that's kind of my only nod there. Both in leadership and in terms of quarterback in that defense, I think what he can't do isn't as big a deal as what Ertz won't be able to do. If that's how I'm quantifying it.
I actually think that I am leaning toward Ertz, and I'm surprised to the point you made. When we first thought about this, I thought, well, it's obviously Wagner. But my logic that I've come to is I think that if one of them falls off substantially next year, I'd rather have paid and kept Ertz around where I can plug in either Ben Sinnott or John Bates or some other speedy weapon type. Like they kept Cole Turner on their practice squad all year. I don't know if he can block or what he's good at or what he isn't when he's in line. But whether it's Turner or somebody else, you could stash a guy like that on your practice squad that could actually make catches and be an athlete and help you a little bit in terms of weaponry offensively. Whereas I think if Ertz hits that wall, you just kind of move him to the side. You've got 3 other guys at the position that can fill in, and you got running back and receiver and other ways around. I think that if Bobby Wagner were to run into a wall next year, it'd be a big problem defensively. So I almost don't want to be left holding the bag in an age 35 season for that year where the regression happens. because it's not always a staircase, which you could make the case with both of these guys. We're kind of on the staircase anyway, but it doesn't always mean, well, they're in a good place now, so 2 or 3 years from now is when they're not going to be able to play well. Like, it could be October and Ertz could look nothing like he did this season, right? I mean, it could be November and we're going, that's not the Bobby Wagner that was on this team making 132 tackles last year. Now, make no mistake about it. We are choosing one of the two.
Mm-hmm.
And so by nature, when you juxtapose these two options, we're kind of arguing against one. I would bring them both back if the price is right.
Same here, by the way.
But I think my answer on Ertz is I'm a little less worried about him biting me in the butt than Wagner, because I'm preparing for a fall off from both and that age, and I could just better prepare for it with a tight end.
I don't hate that reasoning. I mean, to me, I'm going off the fact that I feel like we just got really lucky with Ertz playing all 17 games. I don't see that happening again. And maybe that's not fair. Maybe he's found something. Maybe he, whether it's an offseason or different training regimen or whatever, but you look at games missed over the last several seasons, significant. You're talking about 5, 6, 7, 10 games at one point getting hurt, and now he's about to turn 35. Same with Wagner, by the way. They're the same age. So I don't know. That's my skepticism there is if I get what let's say for the sake of argument, sight unseen, if I get what I just got, you can guarantee me that for both guys, what's more valuable? It might be the tight end, might be the safety blanket. It might be that, 3rd and 4 when everything's close, or that goal line type stuff. Yeah, that's really, really helpful for a young quarterback that's going to have bigger challenges even maybe next year in terms of schedule, defenses, the league making adjustments against you, et cetera. But I just don't buy it. And maybe that's not fair.
Ertz and Wagner are both leaders of men. They're both also vocal and outspoken when needed. Supposedly, Wagner is a little more diffident than you'd think. Like, when he gave that big speech where he stepped up in front of the team and gave the really nice, like, let's not let this season go off the rails, rah-rah speech, he was basically asked to, in a sense. And it was important and significant because he normally doesn't do it. If you've seen after the game, a couple of times when he got a game ball and they toss him the ball and they're all yelling speech, 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 he's like, oh, y'all know me. I already spoke a couple weeks ago or whatever. Like, he doesn't want to be this loquacious guy who's out there just screaming all the time. I think Ertz, well, he's a little more selective. You see him doing a lot of interviews. He's on way some more podcasts.
Sure, yeah.
Like, he's out there a little bit more. This is from earlier today on The Fan. Joel Corey with B. Mitch and Finley discussing the possible contracts. He's a contracts expert for these players. So let's start with what he said about Zach Ertz.
Yeah, Ertz was practically the lowest paid starting tight end on a veteran contract at $3 million last year as the base value. And if you look at him statistically, he's not going to get this type of money, but it compares very favorably to Pat Freiermuth statistically. Hunter Henry, who is an older guy, Freiermuth signed for $12.1 million per year, but that was an extension of his rookie contract. Hunter Henry's at $9 million per year. I don't think you're going to go there.
That's Joel Corey on Zach Ertz as a potential AAV. He ultimately said $7-8 million for a 1-year deal, which seems rich to me. I mean, he made 3 and change, I think, last year. So doubling that plus feels like a lot. I know he stayed healthy finally, and he put up some decent numbers. So what about Bobby Wagner? I mean, if Ertz is making $7-8 million, Wagner's probably in line to make more than that. Coming off
6.
Yeah, not only did they make 6, but he was a Pro Bowl player who was a second-team All-Pro.
Last year, you had Levante David sign a 1-year deal for $8.5 million, up to $10 million with incentives. You had Demario Davis signed for 2 years, average $8.625 million per year. Almost 14 was fully guaranteed at signing on the 2 years. Bobby's better than both of those guys, always has been. The cap has gone up 10%. At a minimum, to me, you adjust that deal for cap inflation and go from there. To me, I think he could ask for more, but to me, that should be his floor.
$10 million maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a 10% raise over what he just did, or if it's a raise over Levante David or otherwise, it makes sense to me as the cap has gone up. I mean, again, the track record here is he's missed 1 game over the last handful of seasons. One was rest, as Seattle had either all been eliminated or clinched a playoff spot. Since they've gone to 17 games, he doesn't miss time. He's a tackling machine. He is who he is. What he doesn't do anymore that well, you're still getting something positive. Does that make sense? Like, this would be, who knows? Let's say he was in his prime at 26 years old with 170 tackles, where he's ranging all over the place, doing everything under the sun, Swiss Army knife, who's just destroying people. That doesn't exist anymore. What you do have, though, is still a very useful player that's dependable. The variable for me is the availability. Now, of course, freak stuff happens. It's sports. It's football. It's such a violent thing. But at that spot, to be that durable kind of tells you got a durable guy.
Well, he made more impact plays for Washington this past season than he did the year before with Seattle, when he led the NFL with 183 tackles. Think about that. He made 50 fewer tackles. 50. That's like 4 or 5 games worth.
Yeah.
Fewer tackles despite playing in every game both seasons from 2 years ago to last year. But he had more passes defended, batted balls. He had more forced fumbles. He had more fumble recoveries. His sack totals were down from 3.5 to 2. But otherwise, tackles for loss, quarterback hits, like almost every category, the numbers went up in Washington. Andre in Woodbridge, you're on Grant and Danny. If you can bring back either Ertz or Wagner, who would you prioritize?
Guys, this is a very easy question for me. I mean, who's the future Hall of Famer?
Wagner.
Who's the person? Yeah, who was the person who led the team or was amongst the team leader when it comes to tackles?
Well, by the way, I think they're both future Hall of Famers, but I get your point. Is Wagner's one of the great linebackers ever?
Who recovered the football against Tampa Bay, in the divisional championship?
When none of that's speaking to 2025 and being 35 years old. I mean, we're not paying him
Here's
based
my
on
last
his
question.
resume.
Here's my last question. Who's the guy who tripped over his defensive lineman when he was trying to catch Saquon Barkley? I can't unsee that. I got to go with Ertz. There's no way we can beat Philadelphia. Again, if we have to choose two, there's no way. I mean, the elephant in the room, literally and figuratively, is Philly. And we can't beat Philly as is with Wagner in the middle.
Oh, so that was a swerve there.
I didn't see that coming.
I did not either.
Pulled the rug from underneath me. I'm like, yeah, all right, so he's going Wagner. He's like, we can't do Wagner. How about that?
I mean, but he's referencing, he mentioned the play where he the first play of the game against the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to judge him on one of his worst plays. Unlucky play at that, by the way. He kind of stumbled and fell. And who was it? Who was the D lineman that fell down that he tripped on? Was that Dante Fowler or Cleveland Farrell? I
can't remember.
It was Fowler?
Fowler, maybe.
Fowler fell on the ground. Wagner got scooped up.
Yeah, it was like bowling pins colliding.
Exactly. That's the question for you guys, though. 800-636-1067. You get to keep one of the two veteran leaders that are free agents. Who should be the bigger priority? Who is more important to bring back? Ertz at tight end or Wagner at linebacker? You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
So about 10 mil for Bobby, and then does that sound like
that's the floor? I think he could justify more because all he does is get honors each year. And if you put any stock, and some people don't, into the Pro Football Focus grades in their rankings, if you're the 42nd best player in their top 101, then you got to throw some of the age stuff out the window of him.
Joe Corey earlier today here on The Fan on B. Mitch and Finley was talking about the contracts that could be due for Zach Ertz in free agency, Bobby Wagner, if Washington wants to keep their future Hall of Fame linebacker. The question we're asking you guys, because they're very similar, different sides of the ball, like veteran leaders, aging, probably in some way at a slow pace in Wagner's case for sure, declining skill sets, but still very, very helpful. Which one would you rather keep? If they're going to re-sign one of the two, Ertz or Wagner, you're going with Bobby.
I go with Wagner. It's dependability for me. We just saw Ertz play all 17 games and get better in the second half. I just don't believe that's going to happen again. That's kind of what's my tipping point here. Now, again, I'd bring both back. I absolutely would. But if we have to pick one, it's Wagner, who's missed, I think, one game over the last handful of seasons, sat out one for Seattle. But this is an everyday Eddie that's going to make you 140 tackles for you.
Wagner costs more money. I think if both of them were to take a step back, Wagner doing so would hurt me more. And the last thing I'd point out is the direct link to Daniels. This offseason, to me, should be not only about getting better on defense and trying to win more games, all those things are true, but really trying to supplement and be additive to your quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can keep his safety blanket and his safety valve, who he's got a great relationship with, the invaluable help that Ertz provided pre and post snap and on the sideline, I don't want to lose that if I can help it. Let's go to Jim, who's in Tyson's on Grant and Danny. How are you?
Hey, I love you guys' show.
Thanks
for taking my afternoon and making it enjoyable. The way I actually, honestly, when I look at the salary cap, I've heard about that and how much cap space we have. I've been really concerned, and just like I think I listened to someone on your station the other day about how many players we need to replace. And I also kind of go into next season thinking about the Eagles and how we match up with the Eagles from a skill position. And if you look at Goddard, and I don't know, you guys would have the statistics there, who outperformed who. They have 5 incredible skill positions. They're number 1, number 2, running back, quarterback, and Goddard. We really only have, a number 1 and a quarterback. And then we have Ertz. I mean, we don't have a number 2. We don't have a running back. So that's why I look at Ertz, and I think we really need to try to roll the dice on him and see if we can at least cancel Goddard out and then through free agency pick up a number 2 so we look like we're competitive.
Thanks, buddy. So I don't know if the comparing position by position is always the best way to go about like beating or getting as good as the team in your division.
But I see the point there, yeah.
Totally.
Right.
But I love that both of our calls back-to-back here have mentioned the Eagles because I think that's the right way to also think about the offseason.
Right.
That's the team you're hunting. Going back to what Dre said to kind of play off of that call a moment ago, he referenced, can you beat the Eagles with Bobby Wagner at linebacker? And I think it's a good question. It's not to say that like he holds you back, but in terms of trying to get this defense faster, you're not going to get faster. He is really smart. He's a sure tackler. He's always going to be in the right place. Like, look at Zach Bond. They're all pro linebacker who's like all over the place, knocking balls to the ground and picking passes off. I don't know if you can go find that guy, but I'd be willing to try. I think that's what an elite defense looks like. They were the number 1 defense in the NFL this year. And a big reason why was they have a linebacker who's all over the place.
Yeah. I mean, I think that same thing, you could do a Mad Lib and change defense to offense. I want to get faster on offense. And that wouldn't include Zach Ertz gaining a step at age 35. But I think it's a good point.
It's not normally the position where you get faster.
No, I agree.
Or it doesn't have to be.
I know.
It's hard to be a fast defense and have a middle linebacker who's getting a little bit slower.
100%, because he's at the center of all of it. Yeah. So I think it's well seen. I mean, I'm looking at Philadelphia going, what's my best recipe? What's my priority? And I'm the one who's beating the drum for two of my 3 biggest needs for them are offensive. And that under that subheading is 3 new players on the offensive line. So like counting that as one unit, looking at 5, 6, 7 new folks there to help Jayden Daniels, which I like the sentiment.
For the people that are just starting to listen to the show now, either on 106.7 The Fan all over the DMV or on the Odyssey app or watching us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, it's not like either of us is suggesting or arguing that we don't want Wagner or Ertz resign. I think we both think that it'd be nice to bring both of them back. The question is just you're picking between two guys that we both want to see on this team. Who's more important to retain, and who would you rather pay good money to? And if Joel Corey is saying Wagner could get $10 million a year, at 35 years old at linebacker, I'm leaning toward Ertz. Danny's leaning toward Bobby Wagner. Let's go to Luke in PG County. What's up, Luke?
How's it going, guys? It's my first time calling for the show, so glad to be here.
Oh, we appreciate you making the call, man.
Very
Thank you.
much, yeah.
What do you got?
I'm taking Wagner, and this is only barely. I think that, and this is no slight to Earth, I think that Wagner provides you a little bit more of a help just in terms of continuing to build that culture for the team and being a steady force of leadership. Not that Ertz doesn't do that, but just from the outside looking in, it seems like Wagner has a little bit more of an impact in that regard. And honestly, like Danny mentioned, his durability, I think he's more likely to be able to continue to produce similarly to what he did last season. So
The durability is a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, him and Ertz are night and day in that regard. Like, the scales are tipped heavily toward Wagner. I like the point of the culture, too. I guess I would ask rhetorically, like, how much of that is
so hard to quantify.
Is still necessary this year? How much of the foundation that got laid last year, that was the point, to lay that foundation to build on now? But maybe, Quinn and Peters and company would say, no, we're not there yet. We still need Wagner to help us police everything. Let's go to Vinny in Seat Pleasant. What's up, Vinny?
Hey, Vinny.
What's going on, guys? How y'all feeling today?
Good, buddy.
All as well.
Doing good.
I'm about to go with Danny, man. I think we have to keep Wagner around. Now, Zach is great. I'm not going, discredit Zach at all. But I think Ben can step into that role and become a tight end of tomorrow. Someone who can come in, block for us, help us in the passing game as well. Now, Bobby Wagner is more, I want to say, important because why do we want to give up a field general, someone who commands the defense, someone who gets respect from the players, and try to find something else? I don't think that's smart at all. I think that we should hang around with Bobby. I think Bobby will still produce. I mean, he's the leading tackler last year. I don't want to give that up. I don't want that big of a drop.
Well, he should be, though, as a Mike linebacker. I mean, before that, Mason Foster was and Will Compton was. I mean, when you play that role, you're going to lead the team in tackles. But yeah, he made 130 tackles. It was the impact plays, aside from that I cared a lot more about, probably, but it's a good phone call.
No, for sure. And if you go that way, I'm just sort of speaking anecdotally here. If you go that way with Bobby Wagner, not a terribly dynamic sideline ranging guy, you need to pair him with a coverage linebacker or a hybrid safety that can do certain things. So maybe that changes other personnel, but I like his point about being kind of that defensive captain, not just in terms of seeing the opening coin toss and calling heads or tails, but like, you line up here. I've seen this coming. I've seen every play that anybody's run over the last decade. I know my computer tells me we're going this way, we're doing that. I don't want to give that up unless I've got a ready-made replacement.
I am hopeful that Ben Sinnott could step up and help replace Ertz. He had 5 passes thrown to him last season in 17 games. So I'm not confident in that yet. They obviously didn't see something that they were hoping to get him more involved as the year went on. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Matt Harmon covers the NFL and the wide receiver position very closely for Yahoo. He likes the idea of Deebo Samuel to Washington. We're going to ask him why next, right here on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards are back from the All-Star. Grant and Danny welcoming you back live on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 today, brought to you by our friends, the law firm, Condori and Murad.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
Matt Harmon of Yahoo covers the NFL and wide receivers, going to join us in just a couple of minutes. We'll talk to him about a take I saw that he had that Deebo Samuel would be a good fit for the Commanders. But I want to give you a who's hot and who's not. Really, in this case, it's a what's hot and what's not.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
What's hot? Beards.
Oh.
Beards are hot.
Okay.
And the reason is that they are back for the New York Yankees. The Yankees have changed their 50-year policy that we talked about last week. They heard us discussing it, I suppose. The Steinbrenner family came out saying that they've talked to a lot of players, current and former, over the last couple of weeks. They've decided it was time to amend their policy to allow their players to have facial hair. The facial hair policy is gone, and you can now have a manicured beard if you're a member of the Yankees. But you got to keep it tight.
Yeah, none of those. Brian Wilson was that the closer for the Giants back in the day with like the giant black beard or nothing crazy,
right?
So that's one of those things where now is someone going to come up to me and be like, "Hey man, tighten that up." You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's easier to have an all or nothing policy. Yeah, exactly.
Like a 2-guard or closer to the skin is better or good, but if it's a 3-guard, now it's too much facial hair.
Is the assistant to the traveling secretary, George Costanza, going to come up to you and be like, "Hey, Aaron, by the way, could you tighten up that beard for me?" Are we really doing that? I don't know, but it is what it is. We're getting with the times. I understand why the policy was put in initially way back in the day because of what was in vogue in terms of facial hair. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a bummer. It's a time gone by now.
So what's hot? Beards. I'll tell you what's not a little bit later on. But we got to get right now to the Rude Guest Hotline, because on the Rude Guest Hotline, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV Rude, we've got our guy Matt Harmon, who I mentioned has been talking wide receivers and all things NFL. And had a take I wanted to discuss with him about Deebo Samuel. Matt, it's good to have you back on Grant and Danny. How you been?
Always good to be here, boys. Appreciate you having me. Yeah, things are good. You'd think it'd be the downtime in terms of NFL content creation. No, completely the opposite. You go from Super Bowl, 2 weeks later, It's all draft, it's all combine, trying to figure this thing out. And you also have free agency looming over us as well. So I've never been better to be alive, that is for sure.
There's a lot of ground to cover with you. For those of you that remember Matt being on the show over the years, talking wide receivers, created reception perception. He's writing and analyzing the ball at Yahoo now. But I want to start with Deebo Samuel because I saw a conversation you guys were having, and it seems like you like the idea of him to Washington. Can you expound upon that?
Sure. So, I mean, number one, starting just kind of big picture, I think it's an interesting offseason for Washington because obviously the team exceeded expectations by leaps and bounds. You're making it to the conference championship game. But you come into this offseason, and there is a lot of needs on this team because there are so many veteran free agent rentals that they hit it out of the park with last year that they need to kind of now decide, like, okay, the Zach Ertz signing worked out really well. Is he a part of our future? Are we bringing him back? Bobby Wagner on the defense. You can go down the list for all these kind of guys that they brought in on 1 year or short-term deals and kind of deciding, like, how much of this era of 1 year are we keeping around? But hanging over all of that is the fact that they have an abundance of cap space and I think a real need to make this offense as dynamic as possible. It already felt incredibly dynamic because Jaden Daniels is that guy. And also Cliff Kingsbury, I think, was excellent as the play caller and offensive designer. I mean, him just being focused on ball plays and not everything, all the BS that comes with being a head coach, I think was a great fit for him. So you already have this very dynamic offense. How can we make it better? I think you make it better by essentially bringing in just more pass catching juice. To me, that's like priority, maybe not priority number one for Washington, but it's certainly up there. It's a draft where there might be some guys like maybe 3-4 first-round picks, but it's not necessarily the strongest wide receiver draft. There's going to be a lot of these kind of veteran free agents available who maybe are past their best days, and I think Deebo Samuel would be among those. However, I do think what makes him interesting for this team, and while honestly, like, I think there are, to be frank, I think there are receivers I'd probably like better for Washington than Deebo, but why I think he just makes sense as a player that could land there, and as a guy that's difficult to project where his next team will be because he's so hyper-specific. There's a connection in the front office with Adam Peters, the Commanders GM. He spent time in San Francisco. That always just kind of helps things get done. I mean, it is a relationship business. If there's some familiarity there between Deebo and Peters, just him being familiar with the front office, that can help get a deal done. Secondly, again, there is a big need there at wide receiver. Deebo's not really a traditional wide receiver, but he's somebody that could be deployed well on some of these layup concepts that Cliff likes to have in the offense, quick hitters, screens. There was always the joke about he ran the horizontal raid in Arizona. Obviously, Deebo on those quicker routes, that's where he's best. And secondly, they've got a lot of cap room. Like, even if Deebo is overpaid and you probably have to take on a contract you don't necessarily want, they're one of these teams that has more cap space than they could possibly spend. So that's why just kind of connecting the dots. Again, there are receivers I might like better, types of receivers I might like better, but I think that's a spot that might make sense for a guy like Deebo Samuel.
So, Matt, I'm a Deebo Samuel guy. I've always been enamored from afar, but then you look at, his games played is deceptive because he'll have that game where he like gets one target and then sits down or whatever. So it seems like he's always banged up. And here's my very poorly drawn analogy. Let's say I love sports cars and I get a sports car and then my job changes and I'm just like Commuter Craig. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just taking it to and from work and up and down the cul-de-sac, dropping my kids off at school. I can't drive 195 anymore, right? Like, is that a consideration for Deebo Samuel? In other words, if you've got him, the temptation is to use him like Deebo Samuel. That means 5 carries a game. I'm throwing this close to the line of scrimmage or doing this, that, and the other with him. Maybe is there a way to keep him healthier and you don't get the full experience, but you still have a nice sports car?
Right, and I think that's probably the way to look at this because I'm not here to say that Deebo is still the prime player that he once was. I don't think that's the case. I think it's pretty clear that he has taken a step back physically from an explosiveness standpoint. We also should, at least to be fair to Deebo, mention that he had pneumonia last year. Like, that could also be a part of why he certainly did have that down season overall. There was some just kind of general discontent around the Niners. I mean, this guy was about to fight the kicker and the long snapper at one point during the year. You can't tell me that, like, everything's good in the building when one of your best offensive players is trying to fight the kicker and the long snapper. That's not necessarily a great sign there, but just kind of general discontent there. Maybe that's part of it, but I do think that the amount of hits this guy's taken has added up. He was pretty adamant at one point when he was negotiating the contract that he's currently on that he didn't want to sit here and take a bunch of hits like running backs do, because that's where your body starts to wear down over the seasons. And I think you have seen that with Debo, that he has started to still continue to do that running back work, and he's taken a lot of hits as a wide receiver too. So that punishment has definitely, I think, taken a toll on the body. But to your point about the sports car, yeah, I mean, look, you can still use him and sprinkle him into certain packages and concepts. And that's why I like this idea with Washington too, because he doesn't have to come in here and you got to build the whole offense out of Deebo Samuel like the Niners have done, maybe to a fault at times, I think. You've got a number one wide receiver in Terry McLaurin, and their roles could not be more different, right? Like McLaurin is a perimeter receiver. You can line him up at X every single snap and never have to think twice about it. You're not going to do that. You're going to move him around a little bit, and they were better as the year went on doing that. But that's not Debo at all. He's a guy that's going to be detached from the line of scrimmage. He's going to move around between the slot and flanker position. So, again, he's not a guy that you got to come in here and say, we got 10 touches to Deebo Samuel. I'm thinking more like 5 to 6, and that could add just another option in the offense.
Matt Harmon is with us from Yahoo on Grant and Danny. In a world where Debo, let's say, gets cut, and so you're working on a new contract with him, and the same happens for Cooper Kupp. There's no takers for either of those guys. Who are you more interested in? And then also, if you could piggyback that with some thoughts on if Kupp's got anything left.
Yeah, I think between the two, just all things being equal, like you said, no trade, no contract, new deal. I think I'd probably rather have Cooper Kupp, especially for this team, because I know this is not what gets what puts butts in seats or anything like that. We're talking about wide receivers, but this is a run-heavy offense, and I think it's going to remain that way. It should remain that way, even if Jaden Daniels is an incredible quarterback. Like, Cliff's run games have been very, very good over the years, and I think from a design perspective, they did some good things. Kind of fell off towards the back half of the year, so that is on my radar. But a guy who could line up in the slot and really do some almost tight end things at the wide receiver position from a blocking standpoint, I think Kupp brings a lot there. And he also just brings that kind of veteran safety valve as well. So really, especially if you're not going to bring back Zach Ertz, which if I'm the Commanders, I'm probably interested in bringing back Ertz. And if I'm Ertz, he had a very telling quote after the NFC Championship loss where he said, I just wish, and this hit me when I read it. I just wish I had more time in my career. I wish I was playing with this guy and this team in this locker room in my 20s, not deep into my 30s. I probably think he's back there, but if not, I think Kupp can bring you that sort of safety valve type player. And again, they just have an abundance of resources. So I do think even if you overlap between Ertz and Kupp, he's probably the guy I would pick there.
Matt Harmon with us here, invented reception perception for years. I have been reading his stuff and passing it off like I thought of it myself here on the radio. Always a pleasure to have him come on. So you mentioned earlier, Matt, that there are a couple other receivers you preferred. Maybe Kupp is one of them who you just went into. Are there other guys you say, hey, this might actually be a great fit? Doesn't have to be instead of Debo, but could also include that. Give me some other guys you think would be good fits that Washington might be able to target.
Yeah, number one player, and I have been talking on my show about this potential fit, and while also acknowledging that it's probably not going to happen. So let me get people excited here, and then probably just mention that I don't actually think this is going to happen. But to me, this has made sense for a long time now. Chris Godwin to the Commanders, I think would just be a perfect fit for a variety of reasons. Number one, I mentioned that blocking that is going to be critical for these wide receivers. Godwin's probably, if not the best blocking receiver in the league, he's definitely in the top 5, top 3 conversation. Such a smart veteran player who is always in the right spots. He took on a lot of responsibilities as that power slot player for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense last year, not just what he did from a production standpoint, which, by the way, he was one of the most productive receivers in the league before he got hurt in week 7. He was also key in getting guys lined up in the right spots, and that's an offense in Tampa Bay under Liam Cohen, now Jacksonville Jaguars head coach, where they put a lot on the receivers in terms of motions and splits and pre-snap alignments, and Godwin was really the current offensive coordinator, who was the pass game coordinator last year, talked about it as being that coach on the field, basically, getting players lined up. I think a smart player like that, who is, when healthy, still super explosive and brings you an addition in the run and pass phase, he would be a perfect fit for this Washington Commanders offense. Now, the problem is here, I don't know if he gets out of Tampa Bay. Right now, if I had to predict it, I actually predicted he's back in Tampa Bay. But even if he gets to the open market, this is a guy that I would think, like, even though he's coming off of an injury, which, I don't want to sit here and yada the injury, but he is definitely a player that I would sink multiple years into, like commit a big contract to, as opposed to these guys like Debo or Kupp, who might be 1-year rentals, because unlike those guys, he was having one of the best seasons of his career before he got hurt last year.
Matt, it sounded like when you talked about the draft, just for that moment that you did, maybe we're going to come back down to earth a little bit after a couple of years of a heater at the wide receiver position.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, it's hard not to be spoiled with the wide receiver position that we've had really the last 5 seasons. Since 2020, we've kind of been on a heater in terms of wide receiver classes. But to me, and look, I'm very early into my prep on these guys. I've just kind of started taking a look. I've got about 3 games charted. Usually reception perception, the full sample is 8 games, which those will be up on the site as we get into March and then into April and obviously draft time. Right now, I'm still kind of early prep on these players. I think it looks like more of a class like the 2023 class, where we had 4 guys go in the first round. We had JSN, we have Zay Flowers, we have Jordan Addison, we have Quentin Johnston. Those guys have been varying degrees of success in the NFL. I think it looks like a class like that. There are definitely players that I think if they get to that back half of the first round that I think Washington could be looking at. I'll talk about Luther Burden here as a player that I think can beat man coverage, which is super exciting for a team like Washington that, you already have a ton of answers when it comes from man coverage, right? Like, you got a man coverage beater in Terry McLaurin. You've got a quarterback who, if he doesn't like what he sees downfield against man coverage, he can scramble. This is another guy who can beat man, but even more importantly, he's also a player that maybe he's not the same yak threat that Debo was in his prime, but he's somebody that if you get him the ball in space, he can make plays. And that is also going to be key when we look at this Washington offense with just getting guys into space, what Cliff Kingsbury likes to do. So there'll be options there, but I definitely think it looks like more of a 2023 class as opposed to what we've gotten last year or even the year before that.
When you say 3 receivers-ish in the first round, is that McMillan, Arizona, Burden from Missouri, and Egbuka from Ohio State? Or like who are those?
Those are the 3 I think I will probably have as, to me, at least tier 2 or 3 prospects, which in my rankings on the site, a tier 2 prospect, tier 1 is a top 10, like, ready-made superstar. Think about like Malik Neighbors and those guys last year. Those were all tier 1 prospects to me. Back in the 2022 class, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Drake London, those guys were all tier 1s. I didn't think anybody from that 23 class, as much as I like JSN, was a tier 1 player. And I'm not sure, McMillan maybe. McMillan and Burden are the 2 I've liked the most so far, but those guys would be maybe candidates. But right now, I'd probably bet they're more so just the way the charting data looks so far. And again, it's still pretty early. I think these guys are maybe tier 2 to tier 3 players. Tier 3 players are fringe round 1, like late round 1, early round 2. The guys that, Jordan Addison was in that bucket. Zay Flowers in that bucket. These are still really, really good prospects. And I think that guys like Egbuka could be in that group. To me, I'm curious if anybody else kind of jumps into that. If I had to bet, I would say we'd probably end up seeing 4, even if I don't think there are 4 round 1 receivers. The reality is that this is a premium position, and we're talking about some of these names on the free agent market. I'm having to give you a lot of caveats, right? Like, okay, if Chris Goddard is healthy, if this guy is, can recapture his form from a couple of years ago, I think teams will still look at that if they don't get one of these veterans that they like. They'll look at the draft and say, hey, yeah, maybe this is a round 2 player, but there's not a lot of first-round grades in this class anyways. Let's take the stab here, late in the 20s.
Matt, I want to go back to the other end of the spectrum with some veterans. We talked about this with Washington a bit. There was kind of a soft market for some of these guys, in their 30s on some of these short-term deals where they got great value out of Fowler, Wagner, Ertz, and company. 3 pretty big-name receivers, all north of 30, with I'm sure their best days behind them. I want your evals super quick here. Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen, and Stephon Diggs. Might they be a bargain for somebody? And I'm putting bargain in quotation marks, obviously.
Sure, yeah. And obviously, Cooper is tough, man, because I loved that trade at the time that Buffalo made. I was like, that's exactly what they need. Perimeter guy that can separate, right? Because they had kind of 2, I would say there's like twin towers receivers, right? Keon Coleman, Matt Collins, who really are not separators. I thought Cooper was a great addition there. Just didn't work out from a health perspective. He was kind of in and out of the offense generally, was never really like a true focal point. that concerns me, right? That dip in production, that dip in playing time, and I think dip in the play on film too, is a problem. He's probably somebody who deserves, to get a roster spot this year, but I wouldn't be counting on him as anything more than maybe like a number 3 at this point. With Keenan Allen, Keenan Allen's been in kind of like a steady decline, and this is why. So this offseason is going to give me fits because the number one thing I say about wide receiver play, the hardest thing to predict is the age cliff. Like sometimes you see it. I'll go back to Dez Bryant with the Cowboys. Like I was saying in his final season in Dallas, like, oh no, this guy has gone off a cliff, right? And like he really never recaptured any sort of form. He waited till like November to sign with the Saints immediately towards Achilles. And sometimes it's like that. Other times it is kind of like a steady decline. And I think Keenan Allen's been kind of on that steady decline for the last few years, but he's still a useful, productive player. He's not a blocker. He's a slot only guy. I think he makes sense for really specific teams, and it's kind of difficult to identify exactly which team that is. Diggs, I think is another guy who's, he didn't have his best season his final year in Buffalo. I thought he was playing pretty well as the Texans slot receiver, but I think he's more of a guy you want on the outside because, yet again, not a blocker, but still somebody who can get open and beat man coverage. But once again, let's talk about the big if word here. He's coming off an injury. He's coming off a torn ACL, now into his 30s. So he's another if candidate. So, yeah, I think all those guys, varying degrees of interest. Diggs probably, I think, has the highest ceiling left remaining, but is also coming off an injury, which is a big question.
Stunning and just a fascinating market. I think it's going to be really compelling because of all the injuries, the age, and some of the star power, the big names that are going to be available on the wide receiver market. Matt Harmon, check his workout at Yahoo. And, of course, he's on social as well at @MattHarmon_BYB. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Matt.
Appreciate you guys. Yeah, super interesting team to talk about this year. Very much enjoying watching them. Thank you guys again for having me.
Yeah, my pleasure, man. It's awesome to chat with you. There's Matt Harmon on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. He's actually a Virginia guy.
I didn't know that.
Remember, he told us before he was local and I think grew up a Commanders fan, but now all of a sudden he gets to talk a lot more about them nationally.
I know, it's pretty neat, right? And not nay, what the hell are they going to do? And what's wrong with them? It's hey, they're in a good spot, which is pretty rare.
So I told you what's hot was beards.
Yes.
What's not hot, I will tell you that next. And then I want to try a new game on Grant and Danny. I think there's a really good chance the game doesn't work.
Okay.
And we never play it again.
I love this.
But I came up with it last night. I thought it would be fun. And we'll try it. And we'll see what happens.
That's what you got to do. You got to try stuff. Sometimes you get a Four Nations.
Occasionally you do. Sometimes nobody watches and you never do it again.
Yeah.
And that might be what happens next. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The NBA, the Wizards are back from the All-Star break tonight, taking on the Milwaukee Bucks at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear it on the Team 980. The Capitals return from the Four Nations break tomorrow, taking on the Pens in Pittsburgh, 3 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Then Four Nations hero Connor McDavid and the Oilers come to town on Sunday. You can hear the game right here on the Fan, puck drop at 1 o'clock. College hoops last night, number 20 Maryland got it done against USC, 88-71. All 5 Terp starters in double figures. Rodney Rice leading the way with 22 points. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Astros, their first spring training action tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Near the game over on the Team 980. Jake Irvin going to get the start. And in football, the Saints are hiring Brandon Staley as their defensive coordinator. A couple of player moves today. The Bengals released defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins, and the Bears are going to release tight end Gerald Everett. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're Grant and Danny. This is the Fan. Taking you up to 6:30. In a half hour at 4, we've got the last pair of tickets to see Joe Coy at Capital One Arena that we're giving away this week. The show is actually tomorrow, so you might have some date night Saturday evening plans and have to get yourself a babysitter if you listen at 4 o'clock to this here program ahead of the Beltway Blitz. All right, last segment before we talk to Matt Harmon. I told you that what's hot is beards. They're back. The Yankees' facial hair policy is gone. What is not? Hooters. Sounds like Hooters is going to be bankrupt. I was seeing online today.
No way.
Yeah, man. Did you ever do Hooters for like a buddy's birthday
yes,
party?
Yes, is the answer.
So my parents would not have done that bit. I didn't even ask them. It would have been too awkward. The conversation would have been weird. And I just think my parents would have said, absolutely not. We're not doing that. But my buddy Jeff Howell's stepdad, Brian, took us to Hooters for his 13th birthday. And it's a hurting thing to do because they put you up on this chair and you got to do this chicken dance. And these two, gorgeous chicks who aren't wearing a whole lot are like dancing with you. And if you're 13 years old, it's super embarrassing.
It's pretty, yeah.
But it's still a pretty cool thing to do when you're 13 to go eat at Hooters for your birthday. So we went and saw, this is going to date us a little bit. I think it was the original Transporter movie. I'd have to look at a year on that. Can I get a year, Darius, on the original Transporter so I could check my deep cut here? If it was around 2001. It's delicious. It's saucy.
Well, you've met my wife. She loves Hooters. Loves it. Even after the point that we're like together and fianced and then married. Yes. And she's like, let's go here. I'm like, are you sure? Like,
well, I didn't mean to say that. Like, did she like Hooters over the restaurant? What I meant to say was certain food on the menu or like the
whole thing. And thinks it's funny that I'm like mildly uncomfortable because like she's there.
That's
like,
wacky.
It is a good wacky. Now we haven't been in some time, obviously, but
does she like the wings or
yes,
like what does she get there?
The whole deal. Like she wants the wings. We obviously pay up, no flats, because they're nubs. Let's go with the drums.
I always just got so sized. Every single Friday night when I was in high school, me and a few buddies would drive up to Fredericksburg. We'd go to the Hooters in Massaponax, and then we would go to a movie. Maybe not every Friday night, but we did it a lot.
Many Fridays.
And those girls, they liked us. They would tell us.
They sincerely liked you.
Just us.
You could tell.
They're flirty, and they really thought we were like handsome, attractive, fun young guys.
They would say stuff like, "Hey, hun," and you're like, "Me?"
Yeah. They would sit down next to you and touch your leg, and I mean, it was just a cool time for everybody.
And and it was like it wasn't just because of that I would give big tips. You know what I mean? But it was like tips. Tips.
Be careful with that.
Yeah.
Big tips.
That's a very. I emphasize the P right there. Right.
Yes.
Right. Anyway, what were we saying? Oh yeah, like
any Hoodles,
any Hoods. Yeah, we every time. Like we'd venture around. Like we get like something else that wasn't wings every once in a while. But then you'd go right back to your safe space, to your 50 wings.
So Hooters not right now. What's not hot?
I can't believe that.
Darius, I need some game show music, please. I've come up with a game. This could go badly. Danny's definitely going to hate it, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it again.
Right,
He hates most games.
Mm-hmm.
So I will be leading you guys through this round of a game called That's My Quarterback. Okay? It's called That's My Quarterback.
That's My Quarterback. Okay.
So it's Danny versus Darius versus Toby versus Ryan. Every man for themselves.
Oh, no.
Here's what's going to happen. I will be giving you clues, and you have to figure out which NFL quarterback I'm talking about. The game is called That's My Quarterback. Now, here's how you play.
Okay.
When you know who it is, you have to say, That's my quarterback. When you say that, you get to guess. If you're wrong, whoever's closest to you gets to punch you in the arm.
So you're going to come around and hit me, or is like Ryan going to come in?
Ryan can come punch you.
Okay.
And I only added that because I just don't want people to be guessing wrong constantly. We don't really need to punch anybody.
Right.
But I think, how about this? If you're wrong, you're out for that round.
Ooh.
How about that?
Okay.
We'll do it.
Yeah.
That way there's no physical violence.
Right.
Because as a show.
So I can be eliminated?
We don't believe in physical violence. All right. So let's play the first round of That's My Quarterback in the history of Grant and Danny. Are you ready?
Quick question.
Yes,
please. Are we talking current NFL quarterbacks? Are we talking some history here? What are we doing?
Good question. Perhaps in the future we can up our game and go all time. These are current NFL quarterbacks.
Love that. Love that.
All right. I was drafted out of the SEC. I am 28 years old. I have had 3 30-touchdown passing seasons. I've only played 17 games one time.
That's my quarterback?
Ryan, first man in. Joe Burrow. Let's go. Clary's the first one on the board with a point. All right. That's how the game is played. That's called That's My Quarterback. All right, next up. I am 26. I have led the league in passing before. I have been to a Pro Bowl. I played at a national powerhouse.
That's my quarterback. Justin Herbert.
Wrong. Although he may well qualify based on those tips, but the clues. But I this is not the man that I'm looking for. I'm looking for one of the 2 top receivers on my team was my college teammate.
26.
People worry about me.
That's my quarterback?
Darius?
Derek Carr?
No.
He's way older than that.
It's not.
He didn't say 36.
Yeah.
I thought the last clue is kind of the one that should have given it away. All right. I'll give you one more here. I've played 5 NFL seasons.
That's my quarterback?
Yes.
Trevor Lawrence?
No. Ryan, you're the last man standing. Oh, jeez. I play in the AFC East.
Keep going.
Keep going? I
don't want more hints.
A head coach took over the job and made me better than I was before.
That's my quarterback.
Yes.
Tua.
Clary is the big winner so far of That's My Quarterback. So you guys see how the game is played, right? And is it fun? Is it not fun?
This is fun. I'm having a terrible time, but I think it works.
I like this game.
What's
Personally, I think the game's horrible.
I
don't think it's getting good.
Okay, I understand.
The only guy that likes it's corporate. All right, how do you feel about that?
It's not a great start. Let's see if Tobes has a little more fun here. Ready? I played in a now defunct college conference. I've been on multiple NFL teams. I am 30. I am 6'4". I've caught a pass in 2 of the last 3 seasons.
That's my quarterback?
Yeah.
Jared Goff?
Let's go.
Because I'm going, what conference doesn't exist? The Pac-12?
Danny, do you like the game a little better now?
I'm still hurts.
Okay.
I'm not having a great time.
Danny answering a question on Jared Goff is hilarious, by the way.
So good.
Did you get to the part where I'm so overrated and look like a praying mantis? Do you have that down?
I was going to say, I've had 5 seasons with 4,400 passing yards. I grew up in California. Those are the ones I didn't get to.
Yeah. I have a bunch without when I don't have a genius offensive coordinator. Do you have those?
I thought that would have been Clary's, but Clary got all the other ones. All right, here's the next one. That's My Quarterback is the name of the game, right? I'm 29 years old. I have played for 4 teams.
That's my quarterback.
Yes.
Baker Mayfield.
Yes.
Oh, Danny.
Baker Mayfield. You guys should be doing what Danny's doing, which is I'm literally looking at the NFL passing chart, and I'm just kind of working my way through here. All right, let's see. I'll give you one more.
Mm-hmm.
I need to pick a random one because the next one is too high on that list. Now that I know that you're looking at it. Okay. I think I got one for you. I am 24 years old. I've only ever played for one team.
That's my quarterback.
Yes.
Jaden Daniels.
No, but that's a good guess.
That's my quarterback.
Yes.
Bo Nix.
No.
Damn it.
That's my quarterback.
Yes.
Bryce Young.
All right, Darius, you just have some time.
I can't wait to hear all these clues.
Yeah. I only completed 57% of my passes as a rookie. I only played in 6 games as a starter last year.
That's my quarterback.
Yes.
Damn it.
Anthony Richardson.
No.
No. I know who it is.
Are we serious?
I know who it is,
What
and
are we
that kills
doing?
me.
Danny, you're back
No,
in.
Toby's got a guess, right? Toby
He
had a
already
guess
is
yet?
out. He said Jaden Daniels.
Oh, so we're all back in? That's my quarterback.
Yeah.
Spencer Rattler?
Spencer Rattler.
What the?
Wait, this doesn't seem fair that Danny just gets to start guessing again.
Well, no. I mean, that one doesn't really count for a point, if we're being honest.
Okay,
The round
fair.
was over.
Okay.
But yes, that's the way the game is played, is theoretically Darius should have gotten it because he was the last man, and then he made a bad guess. I don't know why exactly. I said he had played 1 season. He picked a guy that had played 2 seasons for some reason. But hey,
Was one of your hints he's Toby's quarterback for some reason in Madden?
right. Yes, that was next.
Yeah.
That's my quarterback. All right, what do we think of the game, guys? We could refine it a little bit. We could
Size.
workshop it.
I like it.
We could possibly play That's My Wide Receiver in the future.
Yeah. I think there's ways
think
we can do things.
I think I
with
like
this.
it. We can introduce it with Big Voice Guy and Terrell Owens crying.
Right. That's my quarterback.
That's my quarterback.
That's my quarterback. I wanted to go Kirko. I thought that would be too obvious.
Yeah, I mean, we got to play it a couple times before you go Kirko. This is my favorite quarterback ever.
Just drop
That's
a
my quarterback.
Kirko clue or two in there.
Yeah.
Got railroaded by the Falcons after I signed a $100 million contract. Nothing? Nobody? Okay.
Nobody? Anyone know who it is?
That's my quarterback. Double play is next. Our blitz at 4:00 on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. One of our listeners hit us up and made a good suggestion for That's My Quarterback. They said based on when in the collection of clues you get the answer, you can get more points. It's almost like one of those trivia games you play at a restaurant.
Oh, yeah, where it's like 5, 4, 3, 2. Yep.
Yeah. I think that plays. We'll bring that back at some point. It is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
GP, as you know, and this is something that you introduced me to, I only played it because you gave me such a good recommendation. The video game series, it's been a long time since you played it, but Elden Ring, one of the great games of all time, huge open world RPG, all the different character classes. I think you told me you beat it and Shadow of the Erd Tree, both as a scholar, a samurai, and what was the other one? What was the other class you used?
It was just scholar.
Just
and
those
samurai.
two? Okay, yeah. I mean, you did a faith build, you did a dexterity arcane build.
I did a faith build
with the scholar, obviously, right?
With the samurai.
Yeah,
I did the faith build.
You did a faith build with a samurai.
I did.
That's how expert level Grant is.
Yes.
Okay. So obviously, it was incredible. The DLC was incredible. That's not up for debate. No one's debating that here on this radio program. Okay. The game did millions of sales and billions of dollars worth of revenue. Blah blah blah. George R. Martin, who you know from writing Game of Thrones books, A Song of Ice and Fire, and then not doing anything else to finish the series. You know him from short stories, other things that HBO has turned into television shows, the culture phenomenon that is Game of Thrones that Martin gave us, okay? So here's what he says. There are talks about making Elden Ring into a movie. That's cool. He's involved in it in some way. That's awesome. You know what else would be awesome? Finishing the books. 2011. The Winds of Winter is a couple years away. What year is it? 2025. Do we have the Winds of Winter? We do not. Do we have a Dream of Spring? Once again, I submit, we do not. Finish the books. George, you are a lovely nerd. You have given us nerds and us dorks so much. The gift you gave us, a culture phenomenon, some of the best books I've ever written, a redefining of the fantasy genre to make it mass appeal. People who don't care about fantasy, people don't care about anything other than like your normal playing Call of Duty or yelling at each other about sports or booing anthems. You gave casual fans something to care about. Dragons, kingdoms, romance, all that other kind of crap. You did it. You're amazing. We owe you so much. You know what you owe us? The books. Please stop doing everything else and finish the damned books, George. George, look at me.
How old is George?
Old.
He's still with us?
Yeah.
What if he doesn't finish them?
This is the concern we have had.
Who's
since
we?
The dorks. All of us are sitting here going, anytime, hey, bud, we've been Batemaning this guy for 12 years. I understand it takes a minute. Nobody's saying you rush these things out. What we are saying is get to work. What happened is he toiled away in anonymity, released the books. They did fine. The first one, Game of Thrones, was released in the mid-90s. I didn't discover this series till well into the 2000s, right? When it sort of, caught fire again, gets in front of HBO. They turn into this giant epic show, this cultural phenomenon with a bad last season, but whatever. It's mega, mega, mega huge. So that spinoffs are happening. Multiple series have come from this thing. It's a cultural phenomenon, a touchstone that everybody knows about. This dude did this, and he's enjoying his success, right? Everybody wants a piece of George R. Martin. I get it. You know what we want? The people that filled those pockets. You know how you can't walk so good? Because your pockets are full of the money? The people that put all that money there want it, and we needs it, George. Just sit down in front of that little keyboard and start banging away in them keys.
I don't want him to finish it.
I know what you're doing.
I just don't. I think that it would be funnier if he didn't.
Exactly. I get that. And thank you for that. Yes. I really appreciate you saying that. Finish the books, George. You've had some time. We gave you a grace period. Hey, it's going to be longer than we think. I get it, man. Sure. You want to get that story nice and tight. What's going on with Jon Snow? What's happening with Daenerys? You got a marine problem. I get it.
You're like extra careful when he's driving around and putting him in a bubble all the time.
I mean, he can't stop doing things that aren't the books. The books, man. The books. Everything but the books. Here's my suggestion. Flip that. The books and then nothing else. You had your publicity tours. You had your moment in the sun. You had your 10 moments in the sun. You had 100 moments in the sun. HBO's consulting. Can we turn this short story you did into another TV show? Sure. Please and thank you. Count your millions. Deep dive into them like Scrooge McDuck. You sit that butt down in that chair and you write them books, George.
It's time for my double play. I'm going to give you the plot of a movie. I want you to tell me what movie this is.
Are we playing That's My Movie?
Kind of, yeah. But no, I'm going somewhere with this. This is not a game. We don't need any music for this. I mean, I guess we could have
Yeah, we got a game.
If you want to. All right. So this plot of this movie is that a bunch of people are at an event inside of a skyscraper, and then bad guys take them hostage, and then someone who's not really supposed to be there is the only hope to try to help all the people that have been taken hostage by the bad guys in the skyscraper.
Come out to the coast to have a few laughs. Die Hard.
Wrong.
What?
The movie is called Cleaner. It's coming out in theaters as an action thriller 96-minute film this week.
Do you mean Die Hard?
I am psyched to see this movie. Now, if I'm being honest, I would have loved like a Jason Statham or a Liam Neeson lead. The lead, as far as like the badass who's going to save everybody, is Daisy Ridley. I'm pretty sure is the girl from Star Wars.
Yeah, played Rey.
And I'm sure she's going to do a really good job, and I'm a big fan of her work. Yeah, I think so. Why not?
In that role?
Yeah, sure. But here's what the movie's about.
Okay.
She was a former soldier of some type, like a badass soldier. Now her job is she cleans windows on a skyscraper.
Seriously?
Scariest job in the world, right? Scariest job, man. So she's on a bungee cord, just kind of doing the windows thing on the skyscraper, and hoping to expose some corruption. Radical activists take 300 hostages at an energy company's annual gala in a high-rise building. But she's cleaning the windows when this happens. And so there's no way for anyone to get in to help them. But then they find out that this soldier is up there cleaning the windows. And she's got to like kick her way into the building. And now it's her against the bad guys. And it feels very Die Hard.
I was going to say 2 questions. Is it at Nakatomi Plaza around Christmas time? That's question 1. Question 2 is, are there any lawsuits pending?
I don't know about the second one. I don't believe it's at the same tower or around Christmas time. It looks like it's a warm weather time of the year based on the trailer. I think I'm going to go see this. It sounds like an awesome plot, and I just love the creativity of the film.
Yeah, I was going to say the ingenuity is amazing.
Yeah.
Daisy Ridley throat chopping. You feel pretty good about it? Like she's going full Liam Neeson.
Again, would I prefer Neeson? Yes. Should this be Jason Statham? Absolutely. Could I have given you some young ascending badass actors that could do this? Sure. But we're going with the female lead to go chop some throats, and I'm going to eat some popcorn and check it out, and I'll get back to you. Also, I already know a movie's terrible when it's 90 minutes long, just so we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Like, I do think 3 hours, which is what every big-time picture is now. If you're trying to win an Academy Award,
you got to do the prestige.
It's got to be 120-plus minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're up to 175, 180 minutes for these movies. But when I go see a movie and it's like the movie with what's the actor's name who played Data? He's in a movie right now as the lead with Marshawn Lynch. It's like an action movie. Do you know about this?
No.
Yeah. So Marshawn Lynch is like a bad guy who's like hunting down.
It's like Kihei Kwan or Ki Kwan.
Exactly.
Something like that.
Yeah.
He was
the
in
movie,
Temple of Doom.
The movie is called Love Hurts. It's out right now.
Love Jaylen, yep.
And I'm like, should I go see this? I was thinking about this the other day. And I looked it up and I saw the runtime on that movie was like 79 minutes. And I was like, if they could only put together 80 minutes they really liked, I probably don't need to go see this movie.
You want to be cutting stuff. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like we have too much good.
An hour and 23 minutes, that movie. Like,
I'm sure there's a slow credit on either end. Like they changed the font size, like my paper that I had to turn in.
How sure are we that movie's really good with Marshawn Lynch as one of the lead characters? But anyway, cool plot.
Yeah.
New kind of idea in Hollywood.
It's a great idea. Someone should have thought of it before now in 1988.
Check it out. The Beltway Blitz is next. We'll give away our last pair of tickets to see Joe Coy doing comedy right at the top of the hour as soon as we return on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals will have their first spring training game tomorrow against the Astros. 105 first pitch. Near the game over on the Team 980. Jake Irvin going to get the start for the Nationals tomorrow. On Sunday, Shinosuke Agasawara, the new pitcher from Japan, will get the start for the Nats. Nats spring training live Sunday night at 7 o'clock. Charlie and Dave will be joined by center fielder Jacob Young and reliever Evan Reifert. In the NFL, the Saints are hiring Brandon Staley as their new defensive coordinator, and the Bengals released defensive tackle Sheldon Rankin, saving $9.6 million against the cap. He signed a 2-year deal last offseason. The Bears are going to be released tight end Gerald Everett. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Bucks tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off. Near the game over on the Team 980, Kyle Kuzma returning back to Capital One on the other team this time. College hoops yesterday. Number 20 Maryland beat USC 88-71. Rodney Rice with 22 points. All 5 Terp starters were in double figures. Tomorrow, Virginia Tech taking on Miami on the road at 6 o'clock. Sunday, Georgetown taking on Creighton on the road at 4 o'clock. In hockey, the Capitals back in action tomorrow, taking on the Pens in Pittsburgh. 3 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. On Sunday, the Canadian superstar and hero for the Four Nations, Connor McDavid, and the Oilers come to town. 1 o'clock puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. Last night, Canada beat the U.S. in overtime 3-2 to win the Four Nations face-off. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
One final time this week. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win tickets to see Joe Coy at Capital One Arena. This is the Just Being Coy Tour. This is Saturday night tomorrow, February 22nd at Cap One Arena. For tickets and more event information, please go to thefandc.com/events.
This show right here, when you're listening to, we're sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Mora. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
Beltway Blitz coming up in moments. We'll be covering the Nats and the Caps today. We'll give you some Commanders' thoughts before we're done as well. Should let you know the lay of the land moving forward, though. In about an hour at 5, John Oran stops by, talk sports and media with him after ESPN and Major League Baseball broke off the remainder of their contract to televise baseball games on ESPN after this season with a few years left on that deal. What does that mean? And we're taking you up to 6:30 tonight, so we'll hit the headlines before we say goodbye in the 6 o'clock hour. But it is Blitz time, so let's get it started right now. Chelsea James will spin us around all things baseball, but we'll start localized with the Nats. Chelsea, what do you make of the offseason they had? There was a lot of hope they'd spend money. They did not really do that, but they are a slightly better ball club than they were last year because the baseball ops crew made some savvy moves.
Yeah, I think it's another offseason of, Mike Rose's company trying to improve at the margins and on a dime. I think this is kind of all that they could do. If their first baseman this year is Nate Lowe, like it looks like it's going to be, then that means they couldn't pay one of the many other options they had and probably preferred from what we heard. So, I think they worked within what seems like it was a tight budget. And I think you're right. If the young guys are there, it's a team that's going to make it interesting.
Chelsea, I want to get your perspective, both someone that's covered the Nats and now Major League Baseball at large. Do you think a salary cap is coming? Like, how bad is the fight going to be? And do we even need it, just given how much parity there's been at the top of the sport in terms of World Series champs?
So I don't think it's coming. I don't think Major League Baseball is going to miss games over a cap. I am curious to see if there is a new system that they come up with and try to work within to kind of even out, the payroll disparities. That being said, personally, I don't know that it's that necessary. I think until the Dodgers are winning, 3 in a row, 4 in a row, then, you get worried. But thus far, the playoffs continue to be such a wide open experience for everyone, regardless of what money they've put in, that for now, it doesn't feel catastrophic to the competitive balance. But, I think there's going to have to be some really serious conversations, especially as the teams that have lost cable revenue continue to fall further and further behind the teams that are still getting cable revenue.
Chelsea, back to the Nats for a moment. If they surprise and impress and just have a better year than everybody thought they were going to, how'd they do it?
I think the young guys just pitch. I think last year was a huge moment for them because they hadn't developed pitching in so long, and I think there are reason to believe they've got 5, 6, 7 young guys, 5 of whom should hit well enough, Gore being one of them. He's good enough and can be an ace. So I just think if the young guys continue to take steps forward in the rotation and don't step back as the league adjusts to them, they're going to be in great shape because they did pretty well last year, and if those guys improve, they're in a better spot than I think we maybe could have imagined on the pitching side.
A little bit of a crossroads, Chelsea, for C.J. Abrams, right? I mean, it worked out well for Luis Garcia the year before. They sent him down and had a heart-to-heart, Danny Tanner style. Hey, you got to get in shape, dude. You got to take this more seriously. He had a pretty good season. That's a little jumping-off point for the rest of his career. Abrams, well-publicized incident last year. They dismiss him. Seems in good spirits now. Rubber meets the road. What are we expecting from him?
I think pretty much everything's in C.J. Abrams' hands right now. I think, as you said, it seems like everybody really wanted to move on from that, didn't want to further alienate someone who they still have at times have believed will be the kind of cornerstone of that infield. So, I think they're going to give him every chance to put it behind him. And the question is just, which C.J. Abrams is showing up this year? Is it first half C.J. Abrams or the guy who, got named an all-star and seemed to kind of lose track of his place in the world? It's just, he's still got a lot of work to do. And I think if he remembers that, everybody's going to be in great shape. And if he gets caught up in kind of everything that's happening around him, then, obviously they're going to have to, figure out what they think he really is.
Chelsea, I am elated to see that Major League Baseball this spring is testing the challenge system, which I've seen many times now, from futures games to the fall league. They've done it in the minor leagues. And finally, they're going to test it out in big league spring training. We've already seen it. Give some thoughts not only on how it's worked so far and what the expectations are for baseball.
Yeah, I love it too. I think it's such a fun thing. They've been working on figuring out how to use technology on balls and strikes for 5 to 7 years now. They tested full automatic umpires in various leagues in the minors and independent ball, and nobody, felt comfortable. It felt like too big a change. So they kind of tested this challenge system alongside it. And I think everyone kind of realized it added, it didn't subtract. It was fun. There was a whole nother psychological battle that would go on with these challenges, and it would allow the rhythm of the game to continue with human umpires. And, I'll be really interested to hear player feedback in spring training, because from my perspective, it's a slam dunk, but I do think Major League Baseball will want to be as comfortable as they feel they can possibly be with the accuracy of the technology, and that they've got it right and they've got everything calibrated where they want it. So for me, if it doesn't happen next year, the reason is going to be that MLB is not comfortable with the technology yet, not that people don't want it, because I think it's going to be a hit.
Chelsea, you may have already referenced this here with the starting pitching, but it could be that answer, it could be something else. Your biggest question for the Nationals entering the season is?
I think my biggest question with them is will they spend? And I know that doesn't apply to a regular season, but will they spend if they're in it at the deadline? Like, what if we're looking at a team with a chance to wild card spot? Do you add then? Because I thought maybe they'd add this winter, and it seems like, no, that wasn't the right time. So will they spend? I think that's, their young guys are only, even if they all hit, you're still at some point going to need to go get somebody. And if they all hit sooner than later, that question's going to be relevant sooner than later.
Chelsea, we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chelsea.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk some hockey. Caps getting ready to get back to work after the Four Nations tournament came and went. Their first game is going to be against the Penguins tomorrow at 3 o'clock in Pittsburgh, nationally televised on network TV. And then they're back home the following afternoon on Sunday, hosting the Oilers at 1 o'clock on Capital One Arena. Let's talk Capitals hockey with Sammy Silber, who's one of our regular Caps contributors and analysts here on our Beltway Blitz. So let's start with the Four Nations. What did you think of the success of the tournament and the game last night?
Yeah, I thought it was great. I thought it was an awesome approach to best on best hockey. You had the All-Star game for how many years, and it was something different. Obviously a lot of talent from so many different countries, but to, see some of the top go at it and, those rivalries heat up, like U.S. Canada, and the obviously 3 fights in the first 9 seconds of the game isn't bad, but I think you saw the players really get into it and give it their all. So it was awesome to see, a full, consistent effort from so many players and so much dedication, and it was just a really well done event.
Sammy, OV goal chase, sort of, I don't want to say it takes center stage because the Caps are good, but it's still taking center stage, if that makes any sense. Like, I think there are 2 spotlights here. Just sort of walk me through it. What do we expect? How close does he get, et cetera?
Yeah, no, I mean, you said it, right? Like, it's not, the team, doesn't, they don't sit in the room every day and they're like, oh, I wonder if Ovi's going to, get closer today, just because, when you have a team with so many talented players and they're doing well and succeeding, and he's not limping to the finish line either. He's still red hot, so it's not talked about daily by them, but at the same time they're all rooting for him, and it is like an elephant in the room kind of, right? So he's 16 away. You saw him come out of last year's break red hot. I think he had 22 goals in the final 36 games of the season, so he's refreshed, he's ready. He's not putting too much pressure on himself, and you can't bet against him. So I think, you'll see the team make a push here, and you'll also really see him just – I personally think he still has his best hockey coming this season, so it'll be exciting to watch.
Presumably Sidney Crosby is going to play tomorrow in that game at 3 o'clock in Pittsburgh after he played in 4 Nations, although it's going to be odd to see these guys almost like tone it down a notch, getting back into the regular season out of the break, if I could say that. But what else should we know about the Caps Penguins tomorrow?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think both teams are going to have some rust to shake off. I mean, like you said, Crosby just got done, playing at 4 Nations himself, but you also have, the Caps team being well rested, but at the same time having to get back in the sync of things. And the last 3 days have kind of been utilized by Carberry as a mini training camp. So I think you'll see both teams kind of shaking off some rust and getting their legs back under them. But at the same time, rest works wonders for the body. And I think you'll see Washington really trying to play a more consistent 60 minutes and trying to break out of those patterns and, bad habits that seem to creep in a little bit, before the break. So definitely a lot to watch, and it'll be a good rivalry game because they still don't like Pittsburgh. So
is there any chance that they benefit immensely from none of their guys being the only team that didn't have anybody participating in that tournament, or do you think that's not really a big deal down the stretch?
No. I mean, I think it's a balance, right? I think, you have guys, Tom Wilson kind of pointed out to us when we came back and we asked him the same question that, you have guys that they played in the tournament, they haven't missed a beat, right? They were still playing hockey and it was the best on best. So it's not like they were playing in games that, didn't matter, were slow paced. They were playing fast paced hockey. But at the same time, when you get that rest in, injuries, bumps and bruises, which every player gets along the road, those start to heal up, and, you get the time to kind of just clear your mind a little bit, hit reset, and then get right back into the throes of things. So I think you'll see Washington kind of benefit, but at the same time, there's going to be rust. I mean, you haven't played in a week and a half, so definitely a lot to see.
Sammy, thank you as always. Have a great weekend.
All right, thanks, guys. Catch you later.
You got
Good
it.
insight as always.
Hit that NFL sounder, Darius. We're just going to talk about the league.
The league has announced that it is now investigating the allegations against Justin Tucker, sexual misconduct. This is very Deshaun Watson-y for Justin Tucker. We haven't talked a ton about this since the first couple days, Danny, of this story, but now up to 16 massage therapists from 8 high-end Baltimore area spas who have made allegations of inappropriate behavior about the kicker for the Ravens, Justin Tucker. All these allegations stem from the era that was 2012 to 2016. I kind of wonder what happened and why did he stop in 2016, and if these allegations are all true. But that was his first 5 seasons in the NFL. 16 different therapists have come forward.
Yeah. Obviously, no one knows anything right now. These are accusations, and these are serious ones. They should be treated seriously, which always means it may not work out the way you think. It may be real. It may not be. I have no idea. We should, wait and see. People shouldn't be speculating and reacting wildly, whether he should be cut or he's innocent. I have no idea. I have no clue what's happening, but it's disturbing, seriously, to read the story. You kind of go, oh, here's another 7, or here's another. It's like, wow. It's just the pile-on is very real.
I don't believe he should have been released to this point. I want to preface what I'm about to ask you with that, because I believe in due process and figuring things out and what happened and what didn't, and doing not only your own research into this and investigations, but seeing what happens civilly, legally, what have you. But this is the antithesis of kind of the Commanders with Brandon McManus. McManus, and I don't want to belittle that situation that has since been dropped and he's no longer in trouble for, but there was an allegation of like one incident on a plane that one time, and they immediately cut him. Now, he had no deposits in the bank with Washington. He was just brought in and hadn't said anything to them, but they immediately cut him and then went through kicker hell the rest of the year.
So a big part of that, if I can just jump in super quick, I'm going to let you finish, I think was timing, right? In other words, if we wait this out and then, oh no, now we're without a kicker, there's no chance to fill that void. I think that was an unfortunate
What
part
do you
of
mean
it.
no chance to fill that void?
Well, in other words, like
you wouldn't be able to sign Riley Patterson later?
Yeah, I mean, it was still like right lead up to the season where the carousel's happening, you're in a much lower tier potentially. Like it was we don't want to count on the guy and then have to release him later. I think timing was a part of it. I think now, beginning of the offseason, Baltimore can afford to be patient.
Well, I'll disagree. I think it was that Washington had just had the Dan Snyder situation and had been viewed as the bad team in the league in terms of treatment of females and people in the workplace. Because I would agree with you if they went and signed some veteran kicker that was available that wasn't going to be available later, like Greg Zuerlein or something. They went through 6 kickers the rest of the year precisely because there's no one available at that time. But regardless, my point is, it's interesting to see how different teams handle this. I think it comes back to, though, Tucker's a Ravens legend. He's going to be, or would have been, I don't know how to call it now, but a Ravens Hall of Famer, right? This guy has made some of the biggest kicks in team history, kicked in Super Bowls. He's the most accomplished kicker, was the most accurate kicker at one point recently in the history of the National Football League, whereas McManus was a hired gun, had been around for a few weeks, and Washington felt like he had hid some information from them. But I can't not think about that, where 16 people have come forward weeks and weeks later. He's still just kind of a Raven. And the moment that all of this hit the fan with Brandon McManus, Washington said, "You're gone."
Yeah, it is a dichotomy. So again, I don't know. I don't know what the Ravens know. And the thing I always say about this, not about this specific incident or these sorts of things, is the NFL does a lot of things really, 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 really well. Investigations aren't really one of them. Like, they're not an investigatory body. They are a football league that puts on really good football television. They're great at it. They do some big events, and they're awesome at it. This is not their strong suit. So you're under no obligation to talk to the NFL, right? It's not like the police knocking on your door with a search warrant. It's like, hi, I'm from the NFL. So what?
I'm an independent investigator working on behalf of Roger Goodell. Cool. See you later.
Sounds great. But now, if folks are wanting to come forward and tell their story, I mean, again, we have no idea what we don't know here.
To Football Matters, the Saints have hired ex-Chargers head coach Brandon Staley as their defensive coordinator. I think this is a much better fit for him based on what we saw.
Yeah.
He might have success as a head coach down the road in a second go, but we've already seen him be a really high-end coordinator. And for New Orleans, they're moving on without Dennis Allen, who was not a good head coach, but was a good DC. This was a big hire, I think, for Kellen Moore, the first-time head coach and offensive play.
It's a really good hire. There's certain guys that are just better as coordinators, and that sounds like an insult, and it's not. They're better fits. They're different roles and different things, right? And Brandon Staley, no thank you as a head coach. As a DC, some pelts on the wall. That's a interesting young staff right there. Like a combined age as old as some of the older guys in the NFL, right? The Andy Reids of the world. It's a dynamic group to try to turn this ship around in New Orleans.
Big name got cut today by the Cincinnati Bengals. Sheldon Rankins has been released. The veteran defensive tackle was one of their prized free agents a year ago. 2-year deal for a little over $24 million. But he and the team are parting ways. Sheldon Rankins hits the market. Big body, space eater, run stuffing presence. Depending on how Washington goes about reworking its D-line and Payne and Allen and their futures, it's a name to monitor because he is a big dude who can clog up the middle. Washington obviously could not stop the run last year.
Sheldon Rankins from
Louisville.
That's correct. Yeah, this is again, I'm so old. I remember his draft prospects going to the league, et cetera. Only in Cincinnati for one season. I didn't realize that. I thought he'd been there maybe for a couple of years. But yeah, you just don't know. I mean, in terms of what someone's willing to accept, like if you got to break the bank and win a bidding war for Sheldon Rankins, I probably don't want to do that. But there is a role for him, just a year removed from having 6 sacks as an interior defensive tackle in Houston for a pretty good pass rushing group. So I'm intrigued by that name, is what I would say.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. That there is your Beltway Blitz. Next, I want to get into brother tandems in sports who have done cool things after the Kachucks led Team USA to the final in a championship game last night in 4 nations. 5 o'clock, we'll talk sports in the media with John Oran, baseball on ESPN breaking off their deal moving forward. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Hey, it's Grant. March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching the best time of the year and its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel, that could be you if you get in on the action, you're going to get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who is going to cut down the net. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there is no better time than right now. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP, FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the college hoops action ahead of March. Must be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet. Expires in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. Thank you, Toby. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Much appreciate everybody making the show part of their day. We know you got options. You can, of course, watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app. We are live all over the DMV on 106.7. We are, of course, live in Richmond for 3 hours every day as well. And right now, we are available to you in Richmond on AM 910 FM 105.1. Danny, the Kachuk brothers were a couple of the stars of Team USA's Four Nations run in hockey. They got to the championship game last night. Millions of people watched. Was a smashing success for hockey. But I think that when those two brothers fought back-to-back in the opening and the second of the U.S.-Canada game over the weekend, I filed that away as one of the coolest accomplishments.
Never seen anything like that.
For brothers in sports that I've ever seen. It would be the equivalent of going back-to-back with home runs or, alley-ooping to each other in basketball. Like, just think about dudes being dudes, just being a bros in your backyard with your brother, and you're competing for Team USA in a game everybody cares about and is watching, and then you're getting in back-to-back fights in one of the coolest, center ice showdowns that's happened.
Like, I can't remember seeing anything like that. There have been unique moments where Ken Griffey Jr. steals the fly ball from his dad, or honestly, LeBron playing with his son now in the league. I mean, there have been some of those individual things. Brothers have been teammates before, but I've never seen that. You know what I mean? I've never seen representing your country against a hated rival going, you know what we should probably do within the first literally 3 seconds of the game is get some 5-minute majors for throwing hands. Never seen that.
I thought we could open up the phone, though, to talk about brother accomplishments in sports all time at 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor Listener lines, 800-636-1067. Most famous, most accomplished, most successful. We could start there, and there's a couple other avenues we could drive here. But I think when I start thinking about a tandem of brothers in sports, I think any current list right now, this moment, has to start with the Mannings.
Of course, yeah. They're famous for it. Right?
Peyton and Eli, Super Bowl champions. Peyton, 2 rings. Eli, 2 rings somehow. Both are going to end up in the Hall of Fame somehow. And now they're ubiquitous in media. Eli's hilarious on television, is a really fun watch on the Manning cast with Peyton. Peyton, understandably, is a rock star in everything he does, whether it's hosting SNL comedically or TV shows as a pitch man. I think he could be, will be, if he wants to be, a GM, a team president, some type of role like that, John Elway style in football. You see Tom Brady already kind of becoming that while he's one of the lead color commentators. Peyton's doing it his own way, creating his own company and media empire without really going to one of the networks. But it's hard for me to imagine any list wouldn't start with the Mannings.
That's where everybody's minds jump to, I guarantee, right at the top, right? And for good reason. You said it. They also played quarterback. There have been other great football pairings, or even a set of siblings, like the Watt brothers are all superstars. I guess Derek's not the fullback, played in the NFL. But you first, of course, you're going to jump to the marquee spot where the pregame's about, during the game, the story's about, post-game, it's about, media empire, etc.
The Watt brothers is actually good. I didn't jot them down. They've got to be very high on the accomplishment list.
You would say, right?
JJ is going to be a Hall of Famer, and TJ is going to be a Hall of
TJ's
Famer.
on his way, right?
Are they number 2 in terms of the best brother tandem ever? I'm thinking about the Sedins in hockey, Henrik and Daniel Sedin. I think both Kelseys will end up in the Hall of Fame.
I agree with that.
Jason and Travis. But the Watts might be the second best brother duo.
So I've got a bunch.
Actually,
I want to throw at you.
Okay, I'm here for it. But real quick, are the Watts not better than the Mannings in terms of overall quality? Because Peyton Manning is a greatest of all time caliber quarterback. My Eli correctness is going to show here for a second. A little bit jaggy. He was good, and he won 2 Super Bowls.
Sure.
J.J. Watt and T.J. Watt are both going to go down as one of the best players in their era at their position.
2 of the top, we'd say, 25 pass rushers ever.
So I'm going to put Manning's more famous, Watt's better brother tandem.
More accomplished? Let me throw some curveballs at you. Ready for these?
Go.
What about Vitaly and Vladimir Klitschko?
Vitaly Klitschko.
A pair of brothers who were both world heavyweight boxing champions.
Very good.
How interesting is that, by the way?
Yeah. Vladimir and Vitaly Klitschko. That's a really good one.
Yeah. I thought that would be pretty special to break on you.
How many brothers have ever both been champions in boxing?
I couldn't tell you.
Is there
Benny.
another? I need a boxing listener here. I can't think of anything top of my head where you're like George Foreman and Bo Foreman.
And Steve Foreman.
Yeah, we're not both champions.
You wouldn't think so. Bruce and Clay Matthews, before your time, but both really, really good offensive linemen. One Hall of Famer, one Hall of really good.
Absolutely. That's a good one. I would put them behind the Mannings and the Watts, but up there for sure.
I've got for you Steph and Seth Curry. So Seth, way down the list, NBA players. Steph, game changer.
So we just fell off considerably.
Yeah.
Now, great brother duo, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Steph Curry, top 10-ish player ever.
Yeah.
Seth Curry also played in the NBA.
Seth Curry played in the NBA.
He did.
Yeah, but still a good career, right?
So we're there. How about Devin and Jason McCourty?
They're
who
the
we can't
McCourty
tell
brothers.
apart
That's
from?
next. Yep.
And also at Media Empire. You got to give them credit for their fame. You got to give them credit for their post-career success.
Let me throw this at you. The Harbaugh brothers, not for on-field. They met in the Super Bowl. You got a Super Bowl champ and a guy that's done everything else.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
Very good. Here's a good one, actually. This is NBA. These two guys were both awesome. Pau and Marc Gasol. Marc Gasol had less of a wick.
Less ceiling.
To burn, so to speak. It was a quicker deal for him.
A good player, man.
But Pau Gasol was a beast.
Hall of
and
Famer.
Marc Gasol for a few years was a star.
Yeah, both really good.
If we're I'll put them up. Can I go above the Currys? Like Steph's a 10 and Seth is a 3. Both Gasols were like 6s or and then a 7 or
Pal
7 and 8.
7.5, Mark 6. Fine.
Yeah.
Bigger numbers.
I'll
I'm with
put
you.
those up there.
Let me throw this. Here's another curveball you weren't ready for. What about Venus and Serena Williams? Champions.
So we're going siblings now.
Yeah.
We're going sisters.
You wanted a pair of brothers. I morphed it into siblings, sisters.
I mean, if you want to look, you want to play that game, I'll play that game.
Because my other one was Reggie and Cheryl Miller. So if you only want to do brothers, that's fine.
No. We don't have to just do brothers.
All right.
You want me to be the bad guy on the show? You're trying to get me canceled?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Like
Yeah.
you're dismissive, and I saw what you did.
No, I am very much pro the Williamses. I will give you Venus and Serena. If we're going siblings all purpose, would they take the entire cake? So I know Serena is the greatest female tennis player that ever lived, or right there at the top. I think Venus is in the conversation of like top 5-ish. Maybe I'm off base.
Then maybe overestimating, but I don't think it's crazy. Top 20.
My lack of tennis knowledge is showing.
Yeah.
Darius, look up a list of the best female tennis players all time and let me know where Serena and Venus come in on that list from someone smarter than me. I think there's a chance then that the Williams sisters are number 1 on the list ahead of the Mannings.
In terms of accomplishment?
Or the Watts or the Kelseys. What about if we're going super old school, the DiMaggios?
Yeah. Because now, Joe, obviously, that's your headliner.
Yes.
Should be. Dom
56 game hit
wasn't bad, dude.
Look up Dom DiMaggio's numbers. I do this like once. I don't know why, but every several years I end up stumbling onto his
Dom can
baseball
play.
reference page. And you're like, this is Fred Claus. Just completely slept on. Led the league in runs multiple times. Led the league in stolen bases.
Led the league, Grant. It wasn't just like a passenger on team. It was a good player.
A career 298 hitter.
Come on, dude.
With an 802 OPS.
802 ops.
He's Fred Claus, man. He gets no love.
One last one I want to throw at you. You don't like it, throw it right back. Rondé and Tiki.
The Barbers.
Highly accomplished.
I think they get a bonus point like the McCourtys for being twins, too.
There's a bonus there.
You got to get a bonus point for
Both
twindom.
Really good players.
Okay. I will see that. I will raise you. Well, this is not a raise, but I guess it's just adding to the list. Chris and Kyle Long.
Chris and Kyle, damn it. That was my last one.
Chris and Kyle Long. Vernon and Vontae Davis, both in the NFL.
Oh, good pull.
Local kids. Let's see.
Trayvon and Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, good one.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of locals. Corey and Kyle Seager in Major League Baseball.
One last nomination. Sorry, I keep saying one last.
I was going to say, you've done that 9 times.
I'm
but
first team, one last.
For the record, you don't have to make it your last.
I know.
You're acting like you aren't allowed to keep
I know this is
giving
the
them.
end of the list. No one gets
Right.
anything else after me. Not all football. Chandler, Arthur, and John Jones. Chandler, Arthur, and John Jones.
So that's Bones Jones from the UFC and Chandler Jones. Those guys have gone through it mentally and had some baggage and some issues.
Yes.
But they are very accomplished athletes for sure. How about Justin and BJ Upton?
BJ Upton never did it. Like played in the show, obviously was really good.
I will disagree with
Justin Upton was a really excellent player. BJ never fulfilled the promise. Like there was more hype for him, I felt like, than Justin. Is that crazy pants?
No, Justin was the number 1 overall pick. I guess so was BJ. He was drafted number 1 in 2002. But yeah, I mean, was he a little bit of a disappointment because of that? Probably. But he had some really good years with Tampa Bay. Never an all-star, though. Didn't hit home runs like Justin did. Another Virginia tandem of brothers. So, all right, the Kachucks, Team USA, leading the way. We're talking best brother duos in sport. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. In honor of the Kachuk brothers leading Team USA's top line all the way to the Four Nations Championship game last night, we're talking about some of the great brother tandems in sports history on the Fan, although we've widened the scope a bit to include siblings, because the Williams sisters are probably, when you look at the rankings, I mean, Darius is seeing places where Venus is ranked all the way up into the top 10. Serena's obviously number one all time. So as a phylogynist myself, I'm going to support the Williams sisters here, Danny. We're going to do that as a program, and we're going to say, yes, we will accept siblings of all kinds.
Siblings. We'll
in
allow
this
it.
conversation. And if we are, then they're number one probably, and everyone else is competing for second.
Yeah.
Because I don't know any other situation where the two siblings are both among the 10 best to ever do it.
Yeah, number one all time, and at worst, what, 12? You know what I mean? It depends on your rankings. So yeah, I mean, that combined score is pretty good.
I don't have a ranking, so it depends on someone else's ranking.
There you go, right?
But wherever you say that she ranks, again, there are not siblings that rank that high. Let's go to Matt in Southern Maryland. Hey, Matt, how are you?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking a call. I got a good one for you, a little close to home here. How about the Cal Ripken and Billy Ripken third or short and second base combination?
Let's turn double plays with our brother on a big league game.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think to add a little spice on top, I think that Cal Sr. was coaching them at one time in their career too.
He was their manager, and then the two brothers played for the Orioles for their dad.
Perhaps Billy was never the same player Cal was. That's hard to do. That's a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest of all time. But 12-year major league career, right? And never had any of the highs. I think his career high in homers was 4, if memory serves. Looking things up, but could play, man.
Let's go to Bryce in Columbia on G&D. Hey, Bryce.
How you doing?
Hey, man.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Well, thank you for making the call. Listening on the Odyssey app. How are you? What brothers did you think of?
I'm thinking of James and Dalvin Cook.
Ooh, very
How did I
good.
not think of them?
Dalvin Cook, for a short time, was one of the best running backs in the league. James Cook is now becoming a star in his own right. I don't know that I would put him in the top 3 or anything like that, top 5 maybe even, but he is not far from that, and he's a stud. 2 guys, same household, same position, both became Pro Bowl running backs in the same era. That doesn't really happen. The Etienne brothers, right? Travis.
Yes.
Now his brother, I don't know if he's going to end
He'll
up
be a pro,
becoming a good NFL player or not. So maybe they'll be a poor man's version. Let's go to Jordan and Ward Off. What's up, Jordan?
Hey, it's Waldorf. How you guys doing today?
It's Ward Off?
Waldorf.
In Maryland, right? Down by La Plata.
Yes, down by La Plata.
Yeah, no, I'm from King George. I'm familiar with. It's Ward Off, right up
I
past
was,
La Plata.
I was at Tim's 2 in Fairview Beach yesterday and passed your high school visiting an account.
All right, yeah, I used to go through the Ward Off area all the time.
Yes, sir. The Red Lobster and Olive Garden capital of the world.
No doubt.
The greatest.
Some good spots over there in Ward Off.
So anyway, my submission is Kurt and Kyle Busch. 97 career wins as a brother tandem, the most in NASCAR history. 3 championships. And Kyle has the most wins in all 3 NASCAR series all time.
Dominant brother duo.
That?
By the way, Kyle has not won in forever and is now doing his own thing outside of Joe Gibbs Racing. Kurt Busch similarly is like into retirement and no longer really a factor. He was driving the monster car a couple of years ago. But I actually think they're probably closer to the Williams and the Mannings than they are like the average brother, like the Cooks or somebody we're bringing up. I mean, Kyle's an all-time great. I don't think Kurt's that far behind him. They're not Williams sister style, top 15 each, but they're probably top 25 each, top 30 each. Like they're maybe near the top of this list.
Pretty significant, right?
Let's go to Travis and Culpeper. What's up?
What's up, guys? Thanks for the call. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Hey, how about people
We're
like
playing on
talking
the
about
first time,
siblings, it seems like.
Keeping Zorn busy. I love it.
Yeah, Jim, stay close.
So what about Devin and Jason McCourty?
So we talked about the McCourtys both for their playing career, and now they're media darlings, and they should be. They're great on television and in media. They do some really, really good things.
Another brother to add to this list is actually the Holiday brothers. One, they both could be number one overall picks potentially this summer.
So I think that's someone that you can add in there.
So a little early, but you're 100% right. You got Jackson Holiday, who went 1-1, and Ethan Holiday, who the Nationals could take 1-1 this year. They would be the only brothers to go 1-1 to my knowledge, other than the Uptons.
Well, and you also have the Holiday brothers, Drew and Aaron, and the basketball players that went to UCLA.
Ooh, good call.
The pair
What's
of
up with the
siblings,
Holiday brothers?
the pair of
Drew's
siblings
excellent.
that I was going to bring up is Sebastian, Nelly, and Jessica Corda. Jessica Corda, at her height, was the 13th ranked women's golfer. Nelly is currently the number 1 women's golfer. Sebastian Corda is currently number 22 in the world as a men's tennis player.
Damn, all three are
Just
famous athletes?
Honing country club sports.
Nelly Corda is the golfer you get steamed up for,
Yes.
right? Because your swing is like perfect.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. You like them.
both of their swings are incredible.
Really? And that's why you like them so
Yes.
much.
Great golfers.
Are there any other reasons?
Great golfers.
Let's go to Andy in Alexandria. Hello, Andy.
What's up, boys?
Hey, man.
Got a couple here. They reminded me of the tennis. The Bryan brothers were the best doubles tennis, but very low on the list.
Don't know them. You're educating
no
me.
file
I've
there.
never heard of the Bryan brothers.
Yeah, I think they were actually twins and were men's doubles champs for
That's kind of cool.
15 years, ranked number 1.
Colin and Ben Johns, top of the pickleball rankings as 10
Well,
brothers.
that's
Yeah.
very similar.
Right?
Yes, sir. But my good one was, I appreciate the Klitschko reference there, Danny, but I think the most famous brother duo would be Leon and Michael Spinks.
Good one. Yep. Now, were they both title holders?
They both won the championship.
I know
believe.
Leon had it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe they did.
So then there's multiple boxing brothers that did that. That's pretty good. He mentioned the Bryans, so I didn't know. How about the Ryans, Rex and Rob?
Sick.
And their dad, obviously.
I mean, they look exactly alike.
Yeah. Oh, well, minus the long hair.
Sure.
But their dad is one of the most legendary coaches of all time. It's a whole family operation with them. Let's go to Tim in Haymarket on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good man.
2 Hall of Famers, Sterling and Shannon Sharp.
And Sterling
How
just
did I
got
miss
in.
that one? Yeah.
Shannon Sharp, one of the greatest tight ends to ever live. Sterling Sharp, derailed by injury, but if you go back and look at his numbers, was on his way to legend status himself. And now that doesn't need to be something that anybody's educated on, because his story will be told forever in the Hall of Fame. Just got inducted, and he'll be in this year.
What a good player he was, Sterling Sharp. He sort of suffered from that lack of, a Tyreek Hill buzz or lack of downfield type thing, but he was like that Art Monk school of tough interior when they were still clotheslining you and late hitting you and helmet to helmeting you and everything else. That guy was really good.
I'm sure a lot of these guys have some story like this, but I also have seen some of the pieces that are done on how they came up and like what they overcame to make it as well. And it's pretty stunning and awesome to see their background. But back-to-back years, 108, 112 catches, 1,400, 1,200, 1,100 in a 3-year stretch for Sterling Sharp. In fact, over a 6-year span, he had 5 seasons where he went for 1,100 or more and twice 1,400 or more in an era where it's not like now where receivers are going for 1,900
Yeah,
yards.
it's early 90s, not late 90s, not 2000s, like early.
John's in La Plata. What's up, John?
What's going on, Grant and Danny?
Hey, man.
How are you, buddy?
Good. I got 2. I'm going to go with Juju Reese and Nathan Reese. Cheryl and Reggie Miller.
Yeah, we mentioned him.
Boss Bailey and Champ Bailey.
People
Boss
sleep.
Bailey.
Boss Bailey, and they had a third brother. I'm pretty sure his name was Jumper, he never made it in the league. But my buddy lived in, it was North Georgia, barely out of Florida, or wherever that would have been. I guess Southern Georgia, wherever they were. And he saw them all play in high school, and it was like Jumper Bailey, Boss Bailey, Champ Bailey.
Boss is kind of a linebacker, right? One of those, like an Isaiah Simmons before Simmons. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Cedric in Manassas. Talking brothers in honor of the Kachucks.
What's going on, guys? I was a little disappointed, man. You took so long to talk about my Barber brothers, man. It took a little long for that, man.
Tiki and Rondé?
Yeah, man. I was like screaming at the radio.
Yeah,
like, what about
I mean, we're ripping through dozens
There's
here.
a
There's
long
only,
list, man.
There's only so many.
Yeah,
Like, I haven't said any Molinas yet. Like there's plenty.
Yeah. It is a long list. Probably not Hall of Fame. My two brothers probably not Hall of Fame worthy, but the Lopez brothers, Robin and
Brooke.
Yeah.
Brooke?
Again, bonus points for
Wizards
looking the
greats,
same.
I believe.
Both of them?
No, just Robin.
I was going to say
For like an hour and a half.
only one of them. Was it not Brooke?
No, Brooks. I don't think Brooke ever played here.
He didn't. So it's Robin Lopez that
It was
played
Robin
here?
Lopez, yeah.
The worst of the Lopez brothers.
The lesser Lopez.
Yeah. Phil, Fredericksburg.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good man.
Good. What's up?
Hey, how about they're a little bit younger. There's three of them. How about the Hughes brothers?
Yes.
In hockey.
So damn good.
Jack Quinn, and I can't remember the other kid's name.
They might actually be better in terms of skill than the Kachucks, I think.
They probably are. The Kachucks are more of a physical type, flashing kind of players, and Quinn Hughes is considered one of the hardest guys on a power play to control.
Yeah,
He's very good.
Maybe that one of the best, defensemen in the National Hockey League at this point. And you saw Jack playing, and Quinn, when healthy, was involved as well. Should have been a big part of that tournament and wasn't. But yeah, that's a great one. They're still coming in. People still want to hop in. You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. If we get something particularly memory jogging, we will throw it out there. But we got business to tend to next. John Oran's going to join us. He covers sports in the media and the business of sports. ESPN and Major League Baseball have cut off their relationship after this year. ESPN taking an opt-out. Why did that happen? We'll ask him next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals will take on the Astros in their first spring training action tomorrow at 1 o'clock. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. Jake Irvin going to get the start for the Nationals in their first action of the spring. On Sunday, Shinosuke Agasawara is going to get the start. Nats Spring Training Live Sunday night at 7 o'clock. Charlie and Dave going to be joined by center fielder Jacob Young and reliever Evan Reifert. Also, big news in baseball today, the Yankees changed their facial hair policy, so you'll see the guys in pinstripes with some well-trimmed beards. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Bucks at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 o'clock tip-off on the Team 980. The Wizards returning for their first action since the All-Star break. Also, the first time back at Capital One Arena for Kyle Kuzma since he was traded to Milwaukee. In hockey, the Capitals back on the ice after the Four Nations break, taking on the Penguins tomorrow in Pittsburgh. 3 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. On Sunday, the Caps welcome the Canadian hero Connor McDavid and the Oilers into town. 1 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. College hoops last night. Number 20 Maryland beat USC 88-71. All 5 of the Terp starters were in double figures. Rodney Rice had 22 points to lead all scorers. In the NFL, the Jaguars are going to be hiring Rams Director of Scouting James Gladstone as their new general manager. The Saints are hiring Brandon Staley as their defensive coordinator. And a couple of players released today. The Bengals released defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins. He was signed to a 2-year deal just last offseason. They'll save $9.6 million with the move. The Bears are going to release tight end Gerald Everett. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As Washington prepares this offseason to protect star quarterback Jaden Daniels, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori & Murad, will help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. There's a ton going on in the sports media landscape. We wanted to get one of our favorite guests on to discuss those matters. John O'Reilly, sports correspondent over at Puck, joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. John, I want to start with kind of off the beaten path here from why we got you on. The TV numbers that just came in this afternoon for last night's championship game in the Four Nations tourney. 9 million Americans and 16 million North Americans, when you include Canada, watched that game last night. How about that win for the National Hockey League and the sport in general?
You know, for the past month, I started out writing about the NFL Pro Bowl, writing about the NBA All-Star Game. In previous years, we talked about the NHL All-Star Game. Finally, like one of these leagues have figured out how to make their mid-season break just something that their fans want to watch. I take my hat off to Gary Bettman. Gary gets a lot of grief in a lot of circles, but yeah, he came up with this idea when it started. Nobody knew if this was going to, instead of being one All-Star game, if it was going to be like 10 All-Star games and people and the players not really caring. But you could tell. I think that the moment that I told was the first U.S.-Canada game. It was, what was it, 3 fights in 9 seconds? And, it announced to the crowd, to the viewers, and to all the teams, like this is something that the players care about, which is, I can tell you, Adam Silver and Roger Goodell, they're dying to create something that the players will care about, because then the fans will care about it.
So it's getting better, John, in terms of marketing and things. I thought the NHL was, there with baseball, holding hands, Thelma and Louise style, going off the cliff in terms of their ability to reach fans and sort of provide some context and glory to their sport. Is this an opportunity then to kind of capitalize on this momentum, or is it like some other things where it's the Olympics and I'm going, man, I love track and field, but I'm not watching the Diamond League every night? You know what I mean? Is this a one-off thing that's great, or is this something they could build with?
I think the hope is that there's something they can build with. But what you bring up is a problem when they would stop the season and then go do Olympic hockey. And the idea was like, you'll start to know these players, and then you'll watch them when you came back. Well, when they came back and they had the season, and that never really happened. And it hasn't really taken off for MLS with the ratings after the World Cup. This seems to be a little bit different, though. This was an an NHLPA sponsored event. We'll see with what happens. There's not a lot of great history that it's going to benefit a lot. I think for my purposes, just the fact that they did something in the midseason break that the fans cared about is a big deal because, like I said, the NFL and the NBA. Well, the NFL it's not midseason, but the Pro Bowl. They haven't been able to solve that, and NBA playoff ratings and end of season ratings typically are good regardless. So I'm not sure if that's going to be what happens with this.
John Oran, sports correspondent at Puck, here on Grant and Danny. All right, I want to get into the divorce between Major League Baseball and ESPN. They're going to stay together for the kids this baseball season, it sounds like, but then it is all over after that. What happened?
Yeah. So what happened was basically ESPN is paying $550 million a year for Sunday Night Baseball, for the Home Run Derby, and for the wild card playoff series that they have exclusively, all the wild card games. They also get a couple of streaming rights and some highlight rights. And ESPN was happy with that. And then in terms of getting this deal, they gave up Wednesday Night Baseball, and they gave up a couple of other rights. And Major League Baseball turned around, and they ended up selling those rights to Apple, the Friday night rights to Apple. And they sold those for about $75 to $80 million a year. And they turned around and they cobbled together a package of Sunday morning rights that they sold to Roku for $10 million a year. And so ESPN's board of directors, they looked at Jimmy Pitaro, who runs ESPN. They're like, why are we paying over $500 million a year? And the Major League Baseball essentially reset the market at those prices. So ESPN had an out that they could exercise, and they told baseball, we're going to take the out and we're going to try to renegotiate a lower rate. Well, baseball, in its most recent deal, ESPN was paying $750 million a year. In its most recent deal, it said, okay, you can pay less. So ESPN paid $550 million a year. And then baseball's owners watched ESPN fall over itself to pay, the NFL $2.7 billion a year. And they're paying the NBA $2.6 billion a year. And the owners are saying, well, why are they coming to us now and crying poor? We're not giving them another discount. And so that's where the two sides are. It's really hard to see a middle ground. I can kind of see both sides, to be honest with you. Like if I was running ESPN, I would say I'm out of here. And if I were baseball, I would say we can't give you another discount. So we'll just take those and shop those somewhere else. And right now that you say they're together for the kids for one more year, I would be really surprised if ESPN's able to do anything to bridge that gap and get the games after this year.
So where do they go? And we were talking about this before the show. My point was, how does ESPN replace that? But basically, it's just Wednesday night, Sunday night, or something along those lines now. So what does Major League Baseball need as a replacement?
Okay, so let's start with the ESPN. Have you guys been following the TGL? The video golf.
We're familiar with it. Yeah,
familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, Tiger Woods and all that. ESPN pays a fraction of what it pays for Sunday Night Baseball. Sunday Night Baseball averages about 1.2 million viewers per week. That TGL, they're getting like 800, 900,000 viewers at like a fraction of the cost. They're going to be able to bring Caitlin Clark and WNBA games that when Caitlin Clark plays in those games, they get bigger ratings than Sunday Night Baseball. There's a lot of stuff that they could bring out a 30 for 30 rerun and put it on ESPN, and that would probably get 500,000 viewers. So they feel like they can do something more economical in terms of getting it out there. Baseball thinks that there are a lot of media companies that are interested, particularly in the international rights. If you think about, a company like Netflix, and you take a look at the local ratings over in Japan whenever they show like a Shohei Ohtani game or a Dodgers game. The World Series over in Japan last year set massive records in terms of viewership, even though it was on in early morning hours over in Japan. Is that something that one of these international streamers would be much more interested in and potentially paying up for and getting, possibly. You take a look at somebody like NBC. They have Sunday Night Football. They have Sunday Night NBA deal. Could they do a Sunday Night Baseball as well and make it sort of a year-round Sunday night programming? You know, there are companies that are out there that are still interested in Major League Baseball at pretty big rates, more so than ESPN.
John Oren with us here on G&D. John, were you a Seinfeld fan?
I know all about it. I wasn't a big fan, but I it's quoted all the time to me.
Well, of course. So there's a great episode where the surprise Jerry and George are at the coffee shop, and George is thinking about breaking up with his girlfriend, and Jerry's going, "You're lucky to have anybody that likes you at all. You're nothing." Like, it just basically going on. And I feel like that would be me talking to Major League Baseball. Not that they're nothing, but I'm going, you sure you want to break up here? Like, I think you may be overestimating I mean, to me, this is a regional sport now that is not going to get the eyeballs with John Miller and Joe Morgan doing Sunday Night Baseball, where I would have had no chance to have seen the Minnesota Twins or the San Francisco Giants in my marketplace when I was growing up. This is now something that I don't know. I feel like they're over their skis or they're trying to outkick their coverage, whatever the analogy I'm supposed to be using here, John. This seems to be very risky to me to just sort of say, we'll hold out for something better. Are we sure something better's coming?
Outkick the coverage. I think that's a football term, but I see where you're going on this. Yeah. Baseball, that's been a big problem with baseball. Like, look, I'm from DC. I grew up an Orioles fan. All I do is watch MASN. I barely watch ESPN. Certainly not the Fox on Saturday. Most of your listeners watch the Nats on MASN and don't watch. And that's been a big problem. I will say that baseball over the past couple of years has instituted a lot of rule changes, like the pitch clock or getting rid of the defensive shift. And it's sped up the game. It's led to some more offense in the game, and MLB can cite statistics that show that the fans are getting younger. Even though ESPN's walking away from it, they can cite stats that say that the ratings for Sunday Night Baseball are getting better. They've understood the idea that it's a regional sport with the RSN with the Regional Sports Network. The whole industry around regional sports networks going, up in smoke right now. This is an opportunity for baseball to more mirror the NBA, become a lot more national. And so, what you described was accurate 5 years ago. It's probably still accurate this year, but there is movement to making it more national. And when one final point on that is, in 2028. That's when the Fox deal is up. That's when the TBS deal is up. And so baseball's hoping that in 2028, they're going to be able to come to market with all these national rights deals, with most of their local deals as well, and be able to fashion a rights deal similar to what the NBA just did last year.
John, along those lines, MLB teams going direct to consumer. It feels like there's a bunch of them now. The Nats are not one, which draws my ire. But how prevalent is that, and how far out are we?
Yeah, Orioles aren't either. It's crazy, isn't it? Right now, the way that I would view it is that it's still like it still feels to me like it's in a testing phase. So right now, there are probably 22, 23 teams out of the 30 that have that can allow cord cutters to stream the games.
It's that many already?
Yeah, it's happening in most markets. That's a problem with the Angelos run MASN, and so MASN is sort of a lot slower in terms of getting out there with stuff like this. So it is happening. I'm really circling 2028 because in 2028, that's when potentially Major League Baseball can have an entire package of local streaming rights that it can sell to somebody like an Amazon. And then you can just go, or you can watch extra innings, and there's going to be, no blackouts. So you'll be able to stream games here in DC if you pay for it. And that's going to be something that the sport is moving to. There's still a lot of hurdles to jump over to get there. Like, what's going to convince the big market teams like the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Cubs or the Red Sox to get involved in something that benefits the Royals and the Twins that much. That's a real thorny issue to get by. but that's where all this is headed, and that's the ultimate goal of Rob Manfred and MLB executives, if not all of the team owners.
Does a potential work stoppage or collision course between owners and the players, does that hang over this at all, or are they two separate silos?
Two separate silos, okay. But it's something everybody knows about.
So why wouldn't that be effective, I guess, or why wouldn't that be part of a discussion then? Because it's one of those things where if I'm an ESPN executive or a TV executive, I'm going, this is how I'm booking my spring through summer. This is, I'm going to have X number of inventory, and then that might be taken away from me. I might be hesitant to commit. So that's not related, I guess.
It's not related because right now in every single sport, there's always a specter of a strike. Okay. Generally, they don't occur, and sort of getting involved into the nitty gritty of that is something that the media companies they take care of themselves. To where if there's if ESPN had the rights and there was a strike, there would be rebates, or there would be pro rata that was associated with it to help out the networks. But they wouldn't fall into this overall deal.
A last one for me, John. If you had to buy and sell stock in terms of some of these apps or applications just getting more sports on their platforms over the next few years, whether that's Netflix, YouTube TV, or Apple, any of these, like, who are you buying and who are you selling on?
I'm selling on Apple. I don't understand what Apple's strategy is. I'm not necessarily. I'm holding on Amazon. Amazon has been the best one so far in terms of having a sports strategy. I can understand their sports strategy. I think their sports strategy is smart, but I don't know how much more they want to invest. The two big buys, though, Netflix. When that company gets involved, it's going to get involved in a big way. And the sleeping giant to me is Google YouTube. When Google YouTube decides it wants to get involved, it's not going to be interested in these smaller leagues. But when some of the real big leagues come up, I can see Google.
Is that different than YouTube TV?
Google YouTube TV. I'm using them as the exact same.
Got you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. No. I misunderstood your question. YouTube would be it's like a streaming service as opposed to YouTube TV, which is almost like Comcast.
Right. So I have YouTube TV. You're talking more about the internet. Like, I get on YouTube and then go to YouTube TV. You're talking about the actual landing webpage YouTube.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So so if I was going to say buy stock in sports, it would be Netflix and it would be Google YouTube.
How about that?
Sneaky one just for you, John. Excited about your Terps?
Oh my God, are you kidding me? Finally, what is it? 8 of 9 now. It's so good to see the Xfinity Center just jumping again. And they even the games that they lost early in the season, they weren't getting blown out. They just kept going. I'm feeling. It feels like an Elite 8 team to me. So
starting 5 is
really
good. They're good.
The Crab 5. You haven't started calling them the Crab 5 yet?
I guess we might have to. If they're deep into the second weekend, we might have to do that.
Yeah, I'm buying whatever paraphernalia has the Crab 5 on it. Absolutely.
Love it.
Thanks, John. We appreciate you, buddy.
See you, man.
Good to talk to you.
See you, man.
John Orand, local guy who knows more about sports media and sports on media networks than anybody. So we love having him on now with Puck. Does a great job breaking the industry down. All right, next, we were just talking about baseball's TV deal. How about a rule change that could be coming, a way of operating that could be coming? As far as balls and strikes go, they are testing the challenge system in spring training. We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny. Hey, it's Grant. When the game tips off, the NBA action is only beginning on FanDuel. FanDuel's America's #1 sports book. FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or you want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, You can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. FanDuel customers, if you are new to the game, get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to join today. FanDuel.com/GP for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com, promo code GP. Must be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus, but expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In hockey, the Capitals coming back from the Four Nations break. They'll take on the Penguins in Pittsburgh tomorrow, 3 p.m. puck drop. Near the game right here on the Fan. On Sunday, Connor McDavid and the Oilers come to town, 1 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. In college hoops last night, number 20 Maryland beat USC 88-71. All 5 of the Terp starters were in double figures. Rodney Rice had 22 points to lead all scorers over the weekend. Virginia Tech going to take on Miami tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Georgetown going on the road to take on Creighton at 4. In the NBA, the Wizards back in action tonight. They're back from the All-Star break. Kyle Kuzma and the Bucks come into town, 7 o'clock tip-off. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals' first game, if spring training is tomorrow, taking on the Astros, 1 o'clock first pitch over on the Team 980. Jake Irving going to get the start for that one. And in the NFL, the Jaguars are hiring Rams Director of Scouting James Gladstone as their new general manager. New Orleans Saints are hiring Brandon Staley as their defensive coordinator. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
It's such a fun thing. They've been working on figuring out how to use technology on balls and strikes for 5 to 7 years now. They tested full automatic umpires in various leagues in the minors and independent ball, and nobody, felt comfortable. It felt like too big a change, so they kind of tested this challenge system alongside it, and I think everyone kind of realized it added. It didn't subtract. It was fun. There was a whole nother psychological battle that would go on with these challenges, and it would allow the rhythm of the game to continue with who's human umpires. And, I'll be really interested to hear player feedback in spring training because from my perspective, it's a slam dunk.
Chelsea Janes of the Washington Post on today's Beltway Blitz here on Grant and Danny. For 150 or so years, baseball has asked human beings behind home plate to orbit balls and strikes. This spring, for the first time in the sport, players are going to be able to challenge the calls of those human beings. And to that I say, thank God.
Yep.
The time has finally come. So this is me, guy that wants balls and strikes automated, meeting you guys who don't want it in the middle. Here's what we're going to do. You don't want all the calls correct. You don't want the electronic strike zone, which is seamless and you won't even notice and will only enhance the product, but it's too big of a change for you. It's the monster under the bed. Here's how I'm going to meet you in the middle, folks. Here's how Danny Huhe will meet you right halfway between where he stands and you stand. The automated ball strike challenge system. This is the ABS challenge system that Major League Baseball has used at futures games that I have been at and watched, at minor league parks where I have been and watched, in the Arizona Fall League out in Phoenix, where people have seen this and it's gotten rave reviews. Here's how it works. In spring training this year, they're doing this. You get 2 challenges. If you correctly challenge a ball or strike that gets overturned, you win that challenge and you get to keep it. All right. So basically, it's like you never challenged.
So you get 2, but it could be 52. Like, in other words, you keep getting them right.
Right.
Uh-huh.
It won't be, but it could be.
Right.
Right. Generally speaking, in the minor leagues, you may not use the 2 because you have to be ultra selective. Like, you can't just on the first pitch of the 3rd inning miss off the plate, have it called a ball or a strike in this case, and then the batter goes, actually, that was a ball. You got to be selective. You only get 2 of these. You're waiting normally until a huge spot or the late innings, and then maybe there's not a missed call in that sequence. But the bottom line is you're going to get 2 challenges. You've got to get them right to keep them. You lose them when you don't get them right. This is only going to be done so that a play can be challenged by the pitcher, the catcher, or the batter. 3 people. You got to be at home plate as either the catcher or the hitter, or you've got to be on the mound. No one else can challenge. You're not allowed to get any feedback from the dugout. It's got to be immediate. So the umpire makes the call, and before you walk down the hill or do your lap around the mound or whatever, you have a second or 2 to basically say you botched that and challenge the call. Bang, bang. The whole process takes about 15 seconds. The only other thing I want to explain really quick, Danny, is how it works. And for those of you that haven't seen it, I've tweeted out videos of this over the years because they've been doing this now at different levels for a couple of years. It's so amazing. So it relies on technology, basically like what you see in tennis, whether a ball touched a line or
the
not.
old Hawkeye, yeah.
Electronically. So what happens is as soon as there's a challenge, the umpire points up at the press box to whoever's running the system. They hit the button, and on the big screen in the ballpark, for every fan to see, you now get the strike zone. You see the ball come in. You see where it crossed, whether or not it was in the strike zone or not. And then there's actually a really cool reaction in the stands. And for the players, you see whether it's a ball or a strike, and then either the guy walks to first or is struck out or whatever. It takes 15 to 20 seconds tops. And that's long. Sometimes it's shorter than that.
The minor league ones I've seen are even quicker.
You don't even notice it.
Yep.
I mean, and it involves the crowd, and it gives you something to cheer or jeer because it's on the scoreboard. So you're included in the process in a way that you're not with a normal review. It's such a no-brainer. It's actually fun. I think it's additive to the game. And I know people don't like this or care about this, but I do. We get more calls right. This should be the goal.
Yeah. The arguments against the fully automated are typically like, well, it's not perfect. Okay. It's way better than we got. That's number one. But number two, the human error part is instrumental, and it's a big deal. And there's something romantic about wrong. I don't know. I'm not romantic about incorrect. I've never been. I don't think that's a thing. So this is a great first step to where we should be one day, where when this game was invented, when people started playing it, and Stockings McGee was throwing 74, 75, and he's a real fireballer, throwing 81, throwing 199 pitches per outing every other day. This is a different time now, right? Pitching is too nasty. Pitching is too good. The human eye can't really comprehend some of these things. The way catchers are trained now is if you go to spring training and watch catchers do drills by themselves. The way they take a pitch isn't just, I caught it and I stuck it. Their gloves are starting down, and a pitch that's barely knee high looks like it's right down the middle of the plate because it's almost like a sleight of hand, like they're doing a card trick.
Everything's about framing, receiving, presenting.
Yeah, totally a thing.
And you're tricking the umpire.
It's too hard to do. Even the guys that are great at it miss a ton, and the guys that aren't that good at it aren't in baseball anymore, Angel Hernandez. But the point of the dude's story is
that took 30 years.
Yeah, it took, but only 30 years too long. But there's still a couple guys that can't do it at the highest level, and it's hard. It's really hard. I have some empathy there. What I have no empathy for is the arm folding tantrum of, no, let's not improve it. This is a great first step. It is. It's a great first step. So your point about it being judicious, where you have to use it. You can't, like, for example, today, we're getting used to it. I happen to be watching in the studio during a commercial break, a Yankees spring training game, right? Where I think it was, I can't remember who they're playing. It was the Rays, Royals. Does not matter at all. Pitch is not close. Like, everyone in the ballpark knew it was a ball except for the pitcher. And the pitcher tried to sell the walk off the mound thing for a strike three. It wasn't. Probably about 3 inches high, which I know it didn't sound like much, but in baseball at that level, that's plenty high. It was up. There was no question it was up. Catcher turns, taps his head. Umpire goes, okay, we challenge it. It's not close. And guys are chuckling in the dugout, laughing about it because everyone's getting used to the system. And it was like, dude, why'd you challenge on that one? You just wasted one because it wasn't even close. Guys will work out the kinks. Remember the initial complaints about the pitch clock or how this is going to go. There'll be so many problems. It took, a month to learn about disengagements and some of the things. Now it's part of the furniture. Everybody gets used to it.
So I wonder why I'm so fervent about this. I think part of it is that I know that if people just gave it a shot, it wouldn't bother them. If what you guys are really worried about, a lot of you that don't want this, is legitimate, and it's not just, I don't want any change or I don't want to lose the human element. Those two things I can't help you with. That's your prerogative. I think you're wrong, but it is what it is. But for people that go, oh, it'll take too much time. Oh, you just can't get enough of the calls right. It's not going to work on television or it's not going to work in the crowd. Just please once give it a try. I mean, we had this same kind of conversation with the pitch clock, by the way, which has been a rousing success. Mm-hmm. Now, there are still people, I'm sure, that despise it and think it's terrible and is ruining the game. And they're just kind of, I don't know, complaining about something that obviously has been additive and actually an enhancement. But a computer animated replay playing on the scoreboard, announcing the outcome of the challenge seconds after the challenge to the entire crowd adds to the entertainment in addition to getting the call right. Like, I didn't even know how cool that part would be until the first time a couple of years ago at the Futures game I saw this. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Getting the call right is all I ever cared about. That was it. But when I saw then that, like, I would do it, a challenge, and I don't even have to see it. You just point up. They tell me ball or strike. He tells me if it was a ball or strike, and we go. The fact that they do it in the stadium so you can see it on the screen and everyone reacts and you get the or the big playoff game. Think about this. 40,000 people, huge spot, bases loaded, challenge comes back. You're waiting a few seconds. Ball's coming in, touches the strike zone. He gone, and it's a strikeout and everyone goes nuts. Like, it is going to be a cool thing. But most people, they're just afraid of the change or don't want the change, and they haven't experienced it. They haven't watched it. They haven't seen it. So I like that baseball does this, Danny, where they test these things in spring training.
All about it.
This is not going to be a regular season thing yet, sadly. I wish it was. But hopefully next year.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully by next season, if there's any kinks to be worked out, I'm not sure that there really is, that they can continue to iron those out in anonymity and A-ball and in AA, and that we're having this ABS system rule the big leagues next year.
Just as a quick tangent on this, my favorite part about it is we're not looking at the dugout. We're not having a manager hold his hand up to say we're looking to decide if you challenge a ball or strike or not. It has to be immediate. I think that is a huge, awesome thing. And I wish, by the way, they would see how successful this is if and when it's implemented, and then convert that also to the regular challenge system. Like, to me, you're heading in the wrong direction there. In other words, I need that bang, bang play. You got to challenge it right now. There's no, my manager's holding his hand up. We're all sort of sitting and looking at the dugout.
Right.
Some guy's on the phone with his hand up. I'm not doing that. If you think it's blatant, let's go. Yep. If not, you got to wear it.
Make one argument why this isn't a good thing. I don't mean you, because we're in lockstep, but the phones, fine. 800-636-1067. It takes no time. It adds to the entertainment of the game visually. More calls are going to be correct. The only case that can be made essentially is, I like the human element. You still have the human element. You still get calls wrong. Don't worry. There's going to be plenty
of mess ups to make you happy.
The umpire will still bleep up constantly. I only get to fix 2 of them potentially. Settle down and calm down. I only get the 2 challenges. That's the other thing. It's not like it's just ubiquitous where you could challenge every single pitch for 9 straight innings. There's 2 of them. Now, to your point, if I get 2 right, then I have 2 I can use later, what have you. I would even work with people because they're so scared of this big bad monster under the bed. If you only want to have 1 in the first 5 innings, and then you can use the other 1 in the last 4 innings, or you get 2, but if you get both of them right, you only get 1 in the last inning of the game or something. I will continue to meet you in the middle and work across the aisle on this because I want you to see the light. I want to help people see that they shouldn't be afraid of this. And the more that you're around it, the more that you experience it, the more I think you're going to like it. 800-636-1067 is the number. Here's another question I would pose on the phones. For the people that don't want this, are you open to being won over? Are you open-minded on this in any way or not? Do you, if you're acknowledging you don't want this, like you didn't want the pitch clock.
Yeah, did you hate the DH, the pitch clock, no shifts, no disengagements? Did you hate all that stuff too?
Will you at least give it a shot and possibly be won over, or is it just a bridge too far for you? MGM National Harbor listener lines, Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. I'm a Ted Britt man. Here's what happened. They won my business. Think about that. What was it, 2014, maybe 2015? I can't remember. It's been so many times I've gone to Ted Britt Ford for a new ride. They're tremendous to work with. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, okay, you get Ted Britt for lifetime vehicle coverage with every new and pre-owned purchase with less than 100,000 miles. Think about that. You get a pre-owned vehicle, 78, 93,000, 88,000. It doesn't matter. Anything in there, you get Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage, peace of mind, powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and so much more. In fact, I think it was a couple of months ago, I needed routine service done on my Mustang Mach-E, which is and it wasn't one of those hassles where it's like, drop it off and, figure it out, dude. They came and picked it up, dropped off my rental car, my loaner car, and they didn't exchange when I was ready at my convenience. All they want to do is take care of you. Please let them. Go see them in Fairfax, Chantilly. Click away at temperate.com. And when you go, please tell them Danny sent you.
But I do think Major League Baseball will want to be as comfortable as they feel they can possibly be with the accuracy of the technology, and that they've got it right and they've got everything calibrated where they want it. So for me, if it doesn't happen next year, the reason is going to be that MLB is not comfortable with the technology yet, not that people don't want it, because I think it's going to be a hit.
That's Chelsea Janes of the Washington Post earlier today on Grant and Danny. We're discussing the challenge system of balls and strikes that's being implemented this spring in Major League Baseball. We're taking your calls at 800-636-1067. This is a long time coming. Teams are getting 2 challenges. If you get your challenges correct, they are replaced with another opportunity later in the game. Got to be selective, though, right? You want to save them for a big spot. Only a pitcher, a catcher, or a batter can challenge. Nobody else, and you can't be told the challenge from the dugout. You can't check with the dugout. It's got to be immediate after the call. If you think it was missed, you get basically a second, a beat, before the rhythms of the game start again to challenge the call. We've asked you guys about your thoughts at 800-636-1067. Danny and I are very adamant, have been for a long time, about helping out umpires with technology, getting more calls right. This seems like a good way to meet in the middle. If you're against the ABS system, I'm curious if you will give it a shot, if you'll be open-minded about it or not. We'll take the calls in just a moment. But whenever we start discussing this as a show, Ryan starts pacing in the production room.
Oh, it gets frantic.
He gets really, really upset. He's team umpire. He's defended guys like Angel Hernandez and Laz Diaz on this show in the past. He gets very bothered by the idea of any kind of technology being used to help them. And he did request during the break that he was given the floor. So without further ado, Ryan, go ahead and tell us why this challenge system is a bad idea.
I think the challenge system is a bad idea because my number one reason for it is that it's going to take away the skill of framing a pitch. And that is a crucial part of being a catcher. Like Keibert Ruiz here in our hometown with the Nationals, unfortunately, is awful at it. So this would help us in that case. But other than that, like I think that with having this ABS system, it really would not fix that many issues. Like, can you think of one season where you're like, this team missed the playoffs because
hang on, before you go there, I want to go back to your first point and just discuss it. I disagree with the logic that it takes away from framing. 98% of pitches are still going to not be challenged. So you're still going to get a ball or a strike based on your framing, based on how you're receiving the pitch. Also, I might be less inclined to challenge it as a pitcher, let's say, depending on the frame job my catcher gave me and how it looked from the pitcher's mound, or as a hitter, as an example. If the umpire, with no hesitation, was authoritative and was like, bang, went up with the arm because it was a really good frame job, maybe a little different than a little hesitation and he wasn't quite sure. So you're talking about not even 2 per game probably on average that we're going to get. Every other pitch is still being framed. Now, if you went to a full automated strike zone, then that argument actually is true that the catching art goes away. But this doesn't take that away. I think that's why some of the catching instructors and things are pro this answer.
Yes, and you're right on that, because I do think at first they will kind of go out with like, oh, you'll have 2 to 3 challenges a game that you can challenge this call. But we all know down the road, eventually it's going to be like, you know what? We got to get all calls right, which is fine. Like, I'm not arguing that like, oh, no, there should be calls wrong in a game. But with that said, also some of the fun stuff of baseball is it's a 162-game marathon, man. All these games blend in together. Having Davey Martinez in an umpire's face, yelling at him, being on the ground, swiping dirt on home plate. I mean, GP, over the last few seasons, being at that game when Davey Martinez got all up in the grill of the umpire.
The best.
It was awesome. You're not going to get that as much anymore. And you don't really see it as often anymore with the challenge system as we speak here today. So I think with this now in place, this may kind of hinder that as well. And I think that kind of bothers me because I like that stuff. I think it's fun.
The once a season yelling at the umpires, it might go away based on balls and strikes.
Well, for our team, yes. For our team,
but just general. I mean, Aaron Boone gets thrown out a lot.
Exactly.
He gets thrown out 4 times a year, probably on average. I mean,
More.
We're talking about once every couple of months. By the way, it's still going to happen because there are other ways that you get angry at umpires than just balls and strikes. And again, it's not the every pitch ABS. There's still going to be plenty of times where a guy's missed 6 or 7 calls early in a game and Davey's barking from the dugout, get your rest together, strike zone's awful. You're still going to have some of those interactions.
Yeah, and so I guess at this point, like my argument, I'm chasing Bigfoot here a little bit, but I just know down the line that is what's going to happen. It's like at first, for the first 3 years.
So you're afraid of the slippery slope of...
Yes.
But I think it's inevitable because umpires have now... They cannot do this at a high enough rate. Even though they're great at what they do, they just can't.
Yeah, they're better than me, but it's hard.
If I was you, I would take this and just say, hopefully this appeases everybody. Because if not this, you're going to lose everything.
Well, there are so many other sports. There's no great analogy because the pitch coming to the batter is the single starter for the game. But imagine a guy was really crafty at shooting a 2 but making it look like a 3. Imagine a receiver was out of bounds but could make it look like he was in bounds. And you're going, yeah, it's going to take away from the fake toe tap. It's going to take away from the shooter that was actually shooting a 2 but made it look like a 3 because they step back a certain way. That's what you're talking about with framing. Framing is a lie. Like, it's a ball or strike. It's a cool skill, but you still have to be able to receive the ball. You still have to do a whole bunch of things as a catcher. It's hard enough as it is, but I don't need the deception to be brought back.
Let me ask you a question. And this is what I want to hit on the phones with people next. 800-636-1067. If you're against it like Ryan is and has always been, are you going to be open-minded to it, or are you just out? Because like with the pitch clock, you hated it. You thought it was terrible. And now you acknowledge that it was a good decision.
Yeah, so I will be open to this. I will accept it. It's going to come eventually. It's going to come in 2026, no matter what. So I will be open to it. I'll see how it goes.
You're going to love it. The first time at Nats Park, you see on that big screen that ball coming to the plate, and it was a ball, and now the bases are loaded because James Wood just walked. You're going to be steamed up.
I mean, we'll see. I don't know.
You hate it. I remember he hated the pitch clock.
Hated everything about it.
All it is win.
We'll see.
A big, fat, juicy victory for old Rob Manfred, who you can't stand.
I don't know.
800-636-1067. All right, let's touch the people next. You giving this thing a chance? Do you like this for baseball? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. The Nationals will have their first action of spring training tomorrow as they'll take on the Astros at 1 o'clock. You need the game over on the Team 980. Jake Irvin is going to make the start for the Nationals. Their first game, their second game, Shinosuke Agasawara is going to start for the team on Sunday. Nats spring training live on Sunday night at 7 o'clock. Charlie and Dave will be joined live by center fielder Jacob Young and reliever Evan Reifert. The NBA, the Wizards back from the All-Star break tonight, taking on the Milwaukee Bucks. Kyle Kuzma making his return to Capital One Arena as a member of Milwaukee. 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. Also, a pair of the trade deadline acquisitions for the Wizards, Chris Middleton and Marcus Smart. They're going to make their Wizards debuts tonight. In hockey, the Capitals back from the Four Nations break. They'll take on the Penguins tomorrow in Pittsburgh. 3 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Then on Sunday, Connor McDavid and the Oilers come to town at 1 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan as well. In the NFL, the Jaguars are hiring the Rams director of scouting, James Gladstone, as their new general manager, and the Saints will be hiring Brandon Staley as their defensive coordinator. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. It was sponsored by IT Cadre. I'm wearing my IT Cadre hoodie that they sent us.
Mine is in the laundry. It'll be next week, part of the rotation. So let's not wear it the same day.
We could. It could be a fun activity.
Are you going to double now? You wearing it Monday?
Probably not. I alternate between this and cap
your cap sweater? Okay.
But I got to say, this is as comfortable a sweatshirt as I've ever had.
It's rough and tumble on the outside. And I kind of went, uh-oh, am I in for something bad? Could not be more comfortable inside.
The inside, it hits different.
It is great.
I don't go full Clary where I wear hoodies without undershirts, but I could definitely wear this one without an undershirt. I would never do that. Just not in my DNA. I can't make it happen. I also don't have the body to do it. I don't
think it's a body question. Is it a body question?
It's a little bit of a body question. You don't want to be the guy who's,
wearing a sweatshirt with no undershirt?
Yeah, showing some chest and moob or whatever they call those, or just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, well, we both of us have the bearskin rug up top too, so that's kind of tough not to hide that.
There is a lot of rug up top for your boy. All right, let's pay off our poll of the day here, which is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We asked you guys today about yesterday's championship game in the Four Nations tourney and whether or not it was going to be a factor for the remainder of the season in elevating the National Hockey League. Will the TV ratings be up? Will the interest climb? Right around 46% of you said yes, that the interest in hockey will carry over to the NHL season. 54% of you said no. Pretty close poll and probably fair. I think it's a good debate. I mean, we talked about it at the start of the show. I think it'll be good for hockey. There will be some carryover, but it's not going to be massive. By the way, the numbers, if you guys didn't hear them, 9 million people over that, but over 9 million people in America watched the game last night, over 16 million between the U.S. and Canada.
That's incredible. That number is awesome, and I called my shot there. So that'd be well over 8, 9. I said you might even approach 10 at times, and it sounds like that's what happened. One cool thing I want to share with you guys, you can win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Flights, hotel, and $20,000 in spending money. Just download the free Odyssey app, listen to The Fan for at least 1 hour, listen tomorrow for at least another hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. For more info, go to odyssey.com/slamdunk.
All right, we'll hit the headlines before we get out of here at 6:30, but we're talking about the challenge system being implemented this spring in Major League Baseball. Looks like maybe in line if things go smoothly for full implementation next regular season. Joe is in Waldorf on Grant and Danny. Joe, what do you think?
Well, I'm not a big fan of it. My feeling is something such as this should improve overall ball and strike calling. And this doesn't do that. All that it does is create a situation where 2 times a game, their ineptitude gets highlighted in broadcast. I mean,
you're forgetting the part where the call gets overturned and the correct call now affects the game in the correct way.
Yeah, but I mean, the point is they miss 50 ball and strike calls a game. Maybe
it's
30.
actually not that many. I mean, I'm not arguing with you.
It depends on
I'm
your
gonna
ump.
let you go,
Yeah.
but I mean, by and large, it's actually more like
miss,
10 or 12 a game. Is a high number.
They miss 10 or 12. I'm a proponent of technology and not even having a guy behind the plate other than to watch people try to slide into home plate. And to me, this just for the umpires, it just highlights that they make mistakes, and they know they make mistakes. So why not eliminate mistakes and just go all the way in with technology?
Oh, so you're saying
that's where we're headed. Yeah, but we need to drag the Ryans kicking and streaming along. Like you
can't go 0 to 100.
Right.
We got to drive 45 first on the shoulder.
Now I would. You remember those things that used to be on like ESPN2 late at night, like the drag racing with the afterburner type cars that go so fast you have a parachute come out?
Of course.
I would do that with this. Like I would say your job as home plate umpire is to report what the computer told you. From here on out forever. You'll call somebody safer out at home plate, and I'll probably have to overturn that in a second.
And that technology's existed for years.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I ever saw the tech, Eric Burns was involved in helping this technology, the former major league player. And he was on Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel, and it's probably been almost 10 years ago. And he was umpiring a game in like some independent league, and he had an earpiece in where some guy was sitting in the press box looking at the chipped data and telling him ball or strike. And no one even knew the entire game that he wasn't calling it in real time because of how fast it went from ball crossing plate to the button being touched above him that buzzed down to him to say ball or strike in his ear, and then he would call it, and it was seamless. Now, they have used that in the minor leagues as well, but I guess to the caller's point, like, why do it this way? AAA last year did an every other week simulation, and I've interviewed so many players about this, where they would go for a week fully automated. They'd go for a week with the challenge system, a week fully automated. And what came out of it was that the players, mostly, the coaches, mostly, people in baseball, mostly, liked this one better. They thought that this was better because you get some of the crap that I don't care about that Ryan wants, which is like the human element and the umpire behind the plate and the relationship between pitcher and catcher and umpire and all that stuff. It doesn't all go away. The framing of the catcher, you're not, the union likes this better too, because you're not taking away part of a job. And, if you're K-Bert Ruiz, a big part of what you do doesn't, get taken off your plate, so to speak. But you still have the implementation of the technology and the ability to not have the game completely screwed up in a huge spot, which is really what we're looking for. In that bases loaded situation in the 7th inning, when the 3-0 count is called a strike, and then I'm out 2 pitches later, but I should have walked in a run, that goes away now. And so they feel like this is the happy medium where everyone can kind of have more of what they want.
I mean, how many times has your team, if you're a baseball fan, been hosed where a pitch is obviously strike 3, the count continues, then the guy homers? The San Diego Padres get to the World Series. Tino Martinez is out. That guy is out. I think it's Chuck Finley throws a fastball at the knees. Martinez is frozen. He's out, except umpire calls it a ball. Second later, upper tank at Yankee Stadium. Yankees going to win. World Series ends up becoming a boat race. The Padres have that game in hand. I just remember that because I was watching in my dorm screaming at the television. What if there was a recourse?
So
if there's a fix?
Not to go in on our guy Rhino, but one of the things he had said last segment we never even addressed was he's like, when have you ever seen a game decided by dot? It happens all the time. Every single game, every single inning, every single at bat is altered by calls. And at a, I don't know what the percentage would be overall, but let's say a 10 or 12 or whatever percent clip, those calls could be wrong. But Watch one playoff game. Like, let's do it. This will be a fun exercise. We'll get some wings. We'll meet up at, you want to do it at your apartment or my house. We'll watch one playoff game from last year, and let's see how many times a screwed up call changed the complexion of an inning in a playoff game. Newsflash, it's going to be every playoff game and most innings. Let's go to Michael in Alexandria. What's up, Michael?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
As I've been paying attention and listening to you guys, I have a lot of mixed thoughts. I think this generally will be a good thing, as long as it's quick and as long as it's fast. And more importantly, I hope this forces the other leagues, mainly the NFL, to speed up the reviews. I absolutely cannot stand when I'm sitting in my living room
100%.
and I can tell it's a catch or not a catch in 3 seconds, and then we go to a 3-minute commercial.
100% agree. It is my number one gripe right now about replay. To me, it's tied for 2 right at the top, but that is the biggest one. Where if we can't tell after minutes, then it means you can't tell. Like I'm sorry about that. If there's no better angle, then you have to live with it. I'm willing to live where in a place where things didn't happen or or they did. I can deal with the fact that we can't get it perfect. Some people can't. If they go, if any technology is involved and it's not perfect, then we have to abandon it. I will not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, to me, the delay is infuriating and ridiculous. I'm 100% with you. As long as it's efficient, and by the way, I think it can be even more efficient. I think it should take a microsecond, right? Where you tap your helmet, the umpire taps his helmet, they kick it up to the big board, they show it in real time, you're back in the box. What I just said took about 10 seconds. That's how long it should take.
I know I'm in the minority on this. I don't really care about time as much. Like, your annoyance with replay. If I could touch a button and fix it, I don't want the managers holding their hand up for the extra 45 seconds either. And there are certainly a couple of times a year where I'm sitting there going, are you kidding me? This has been 6 minutes or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
What are we doing? I think that is more an issue in people's minds than it actually isn't in execution. An extra 30 seconds, an extra minute, even 2 minutes here or there. We've shortened the games. I'm there anyway. Some of these games are flying by. I'm barely getting my money's worth as it is because the 9 innings are happening in an hour and 59 minutes. Like, a challenge of a minute or two while I'm sitting there eating my hot dog in section 317 really does not anger me in any way. I know I'm in the minority on that. But yes, efficiency in all things should be something that we crave and care about. And the more efficient we can make things, the better. And I think that's one of the things people will like about this a lot, honestly, is how quickly that it happens. In addition to, and I know I've over-talked about this, but the interactive nature of this is very fun, more so than you will think with seeing the call, because it's kind of like the umpire at that point getting to flex on you or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, are you right? You just burned 50% of your team's opportunity today to correct this guy. You better be right.
It turns out it was a strike, dude.
And there's some strategy to it as well. Let's go to Louis in Bethesda. What's up, Luis? How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
Good. So, very quickly, I very much agree with you guys. But when I first called in, I was going to disagree and say that you take away an aspect of the game, which is, an umpire's strike zone is inside, right? So then hitters know that, he's got an inside strike zone. And then you get rid of that piece where he throws, a ball that should be a strike outside, and then you get the fight. But then Grant says it's only 2%. It's only 2 calls, and you're absolutely right on that. You don't get rid of that aspect of the game, and I'm all for this. If there's a critical call, make it, but you still keep that strategic aspect of the game.
And it's kind of why, honestly, Luis, I think this is perfect to your point. Like, we used to have Max Scherzer on our show every week for years when he was winning his Cy Young Awards here in DC. And I remember you and I talking to him about this. If we talked to him about it once, we talked to him about it 20 times. And his point was always, there is this romanticism for him to like his rapport with the umpire. And the fact that the strike zone is this nebulous thing game in and game out, and the idea that I'm working with that guy and he's giving me a ball off the plate because I'm able to locate every pitch. Like, he doesn't want to lose that. He loves that. You're still getting some of that you don't lose all of that. Now, I personally, me and Max will disagree. I'm not a pitcher on the mound for the Toronto Blue Jays. I don't care about that. I want the calls right. I want a uniform strike zone. I think that's better. I don't want a nebulous end zone that changes all the time based on the referee and his relationship.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to the
player.
90s highlights of Greg Maddux, and Eric Gregg is ringing people up when he and Tom Glavine are pitching in the other batter's box. I don't want any of that.
No.
So, I mean, I can't – the thing that hitters – and to the old way of doing
just to
it –
finish
oh,
the
sorry,
point
please,
really
yeah,
quick.
go ahead.
No, you're good. The point I'm making, though, is you still get what Max wants at a really high rate, except the biggest moments of the game, if you screw me over, I get to say, sorry, umpire, you're wrong about this one.
So as a, again, I obviously wasn't close to the major leagues, but had a pretty decent career in my own right. And the thing that every hitter wants and every player wants on the field, whatever, is consistency. If it's a strike for the first pitch of the game, it needs to be a strike in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs and the bases juiced. And vice versa. Balls are balls, strikes are strikes. The problem is that no two pitches are identical. No two situations are identical. And it drives you crazy when the time-honored things, like the leadoff hitter sees 7 pitches, comes back to the dugout. What's he got? What's the umpire calling? Hey, he's calling 2 balls off the outside corner, so you better be ready for that. Or he's calling 3 balls off. And so now you count on that, you deliver it, and you don't get the call this time. Whether it's, for your team or the other team's furious. You can eliminate so much of that. And what's so challenging about this is, again, this game was invented when guys couldn't do what they can do now. There were no labs. There were no pressure plates. There was no, you needed to supinate your pronation and hip drive your back shoulder into the a prone position to now every dude that has ever picked up a baseball, those are 100 bleeping miles an hour. This is too hard. This is too much. There were no computers when this thing was invented, right? And that has changed and morphed things to such a high degree, and there's so much at stake that I know it's not perfect. There's no perfect system. And we shouldn't have that. Your precious human element is just another word for mistakes. Let's try to lower the mistakes and acknowledge how hard this is instead of just say, oh, well, it's 2 balls off the outside corner. This was a strike this inning, but it won't be next inning. To flip a coin, there's a reason we don't blindfold the umpires. We're trying to get it right. Let's get it more right.
Earlier, a caller asked, how does this fix the umpires? Well, or make them better, I guess was his phrase. It doesn't. It fixes their worst calls in the biggest moments, hopefully. But I would also say if routinely we are seeing your calls get overturned, there's going to be a little more motivation for you to get it right. There's going to be a little more exactness to how you operate. You're going to be a little bit more pinpoint maybe when 40,000 people at a time are seeing you get got.
Do you remember, and we'll jump to the calls in a second. Do you remember when QuesTech first came into play?
Of course.
Like it was kind of the genesis of this, right? There were QuesTech ballparks and there were not. The umpires threw a bleeping fit. They couldn't stand it. They hated being at QuesTech parks. They made them question themselves. Well, you know what happened? They had to get right. There's no more catcher sets up a foot outside, the mitt gets hit, and you're ringing guys up. That crap ended.
How does this make an umpire better was the question. Well, the answer is it adds to accountability.
Yeah, you get overturned a bunch of times. Maybe you wise up and figure out, hey, that's down or that's up or that actually is there.
Instead of me saying that should have been a ball. Now we actually know, yep. In fact, it should have been, and it is now. And the umpire has to kind of wear that in front of everybody. Let's go to Jeffrey in Fairfax. What's up?
Hey there. So I think the best replay system, in my opinion, in sports is in tennis. Where it's done, real time. Everyone sees it, the crowd, the umps, the chair ump, the players. There's no gray area. The ball's either in or out. And, you don't have a group of refs back in New York City huddled over a TV monitor trying to determine whether the ball's in or out. So if this baseball system is anything similar to that, then I'd be absolutely for it. I think it's great. Tennis, it takes maybe 5 to 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
You get the call right, then you move on. I don't see why they can't do that in baseball.
100%.
And I don't think, I don't know this, but I would just imagine, because it would seem so stupid and so ridiculous. Was there a fight in tennis about this? Like, oh, let's not make sure that we know exactly where the ball landed. Let's not take the power away from the dude in the lifeguard chair. I don't think that's what they were yelling or screaming about in tennis. This idea that the umpires are above reproach or such an important part of we shouldn't know them. The only reason we know NFL officials is if they're announcing the penalties and They've got big muscles at Hockey League. But the back judge, you don't know the back judges. You don't know the side judges in the league. You don't know the dude calling the holding, the umpire. You don't need to. This idea that, like, and they feel this way, that they're like, well, just like the players, man, we're a big part of this. You're there to arbit. No one is there for you, trust me, except for your family members. Chris in Hyattsville, what's good?
What's up, gentlemen? I think you guys know my position on this. I'm in favor of having a few challenges a game, but I'm not looking forward to a future of entirely automated strike zones. Not because I care so much about job protection for umpires or their value or their worth. I enjoy the element of the game where a pitcher is rewarded for being an excellent pitcher and hitting his spots. And I feel like that is becoming a lost part of the game. I mean, you guys want accuracy above all things else. Sure, I would love it to be accurate, but I miss variability and nuance and seeing different types of players. And I think we're moving to a state where everybody just becomes these like automatons.
Appreciate
you,
buddy.
I think it's actually a smart point. And the pitching variance thing. In other words, a guy like Greg Maddux wouldn't come up to the bigs now. You know what I mean? Like, that wouldn't happen because do you throw 100? Then we're wasting time. And pitch to contact is pretty much not a thing at this stage. There used to be a million ways to get people out, but the game is morphed and evolved. I do think it'll swing back at some point. So the thing that I disagree with Chris about, just in a small spot there, is pitchers, I got news, are still going to need to hit their spots. Pitchers are still going to need to have great command.
Well, my point was going to be, I still need you to paint on the black.
Yeah.
You still got to hit the mitt. The mitt just has to be over the plate now.
You got to have quality strikes. So you could still have, just the edge of the ball touching part of the strike zone. That's still the most valuable pitch you can have.
I think that argument is good, though, because while I disagree with him, like we're not cut from the same cloth on how we view it, his point's correct if he's saying, I think it will be harder for Paolo Espino to be a major leaguer when you have to throw the ball over the plate. That's a fact, Jack. I mean, for guys that lack some of the stuff, like, yes, you'll need a little more velocity and a little bit more stuff plus. You're going to need to get more swings and misses and whiffs if you've got to be over the plate than when you used to be able to not ever have to throw the ball over the plate and just locate, quote unquote, like pitchability, where you and the umpire were locked in. You were talking about Maddux. No, Maddux didn't have to throw strikes.
Right.
He could just stay 4 inches off the plate all night and just paint, and the umpire would give it to him. But yeah, you're going to need to have a little bit more stuff. I'm okay with that because I like velocity and I like swings and misses and I like stuff. But it is a good point, and there were a lot of good calls on that. Appreciate the feedback. Always enjoy when we get to have a conversation with like that with you guys ahead of the start of the baseball season. A couple of headlines we should hit on the way out from today in sports, just in case you guys are hopping in the car leaving work. The Jaguars have finally picked their general manager. They have gone to the Rams organization and tapped James Gladstone, who was one of the guys responsible for drafting when the Rams bleep those picks.
When they didn't draft much.
Were putting their draft board together, but he has had some success.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lengthy GM search, by the way. Remember, they originally kept their GM, hired Liam Cohen, only after he said, I don't want to work with that guy, so they fired him. Then Liam Cohen, the head coach, was already there, and then they had to go find someone to work with. Tony Baselli, who they named, I think, like the president or football, whatever he is, and Liam Cohen. So it's a very weird way they went about it. The Jaguars are awesome at doing things in a backwards way, and this definitely qualifies.
Yeah, that's one of those dysfunctional organizational type things. It's not exactly analogous to the old, we've got our offensive coordinator and who wants to be the head coach, Jim Zorn situation.
Pretty close.
But it's close. It's closer to that than it is normal.
The Yankees have changed one of their oldest, longest, most hated rules. 50-plus years in the making. Hal Steinbrenner releasing a statement today saying that the Yankees would allow facial hair. Players, for the first time in decades, will be allowed to grow beards, well-manicured beards, basically tight to the cheek. I don't know how the parameters are going to work. Are you going to be inspected like an Army officer?
Seriously, you're going to walk up with like a foreguard and say, you know what, it's a little loose.
But they came around.
Yeah. One of those things
I
where
think they just got beat into submission.
Yeah, I think enough people trolled him, whatever.
Everyone's like, you guys are mean. This is ridiculous. It's 2025.
They're like, it doesn't. We'll just pay them millions of dollars, and they have like one rule. Okay, fine. You're right. Sorry, our bad. We're the bad guys. Like, oh, I hate us.
Overtime is coming up next with Toby Altizer. Toby worked the Tovertime hat trick today.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else has done one of these, I don't think. The Toby Altizer hat trick, Gordie Howe style. That's a fight, a goal, and an assist. He worked our show.
Yes.
Production. He did the updates, and now he's going to host Overtime. I think the second straight day.
Second straight day
of the Toby Altizer hat trick.
Wow.
So we're going to name that after him. If anybody else pulls it off in station history, they'll be accomplishing the Altizer. What do you have on Overtime tonight?
Yeah, so we're going to hit every sport imaginable. We're going to talk hockey at 6:30. We're going to get into football at 7 o'clock. I want to take a look at PFF's top 101 players. Also want to talk a little sports memorabilia. We'll get that in the 7 o'clock hour. We're going to dive into some NBA at 8 o'clock and even some maybe balls and strikes like you guys were just talking about at 9 o'clock.
Sites for all of that. What about Bryce Harper getting a tattoo of the Philly Fanatic?
That's so far off the radar.
That will not make your run.
So far off the radar.
Danny, I'm surprised you didn't want to talk about that.
I know. I'm still busy stewing about this whole U.S.-Canada thing with them coming in second to the Canadians. But yeah, that's definitely on my radar. I noticed that, and I thought it was so genuine.
I just realized it was Friday, by the way. Just hit me.
Yeah.
I was about to say we're back at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
You're welcome to.
Friday.
You won't do it.
No, Monday works.
You won't do a show at 2 tomorrow.
For Darius, Ryan, and Toby, Grant, and Danny saying so long. We will see you on Monday. Back at it at 2 o'clock on The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. In baseball, Nationals' first spring training action tomorrow as they'll take on the Astros at 1:05 on the Team 980. Jake Irvin going to make the start for the Nationals. Nats spring training live Sunday night right here on The Fan. Charlie and Dave going to be joined by Jacob Young and Evan Reifert. In the NBA, the Wizards in action against the Bucks tonight, their first game back from the All-Star break. Chris Middleton and Marcus Smart going to make their debuts for the Wizards tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. Damian Lillard not going to play tonight for the Bucks. In hockey, the Capitals return for the Four Nations break tomorrow, taking on the Pens in Pittsburgh. 3 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. Then on Sunday, Canadian hero Connor McDavid and the Oilers come to town at 1 o'clock, also right here on The Fan. College hoops tomorrow, Virginia Tech taking on Miami at 6 o'clock. Georgetown taking on Creighton on Sunday at 4 p.m. In the NFL, the Jaguars are hiring the Rams director of scouting, James Gladstone, as their new general manager, and the Saints are hiring Brandon Staley as their defensive coordinator. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.